Test 1 2 3. Test. Test 1 2 3. Test. Test. Yeah.
We'll be starting in about 10 minutes. Hi, we're going to get started. Welcome, everyone, to the MIT Bitcoin Expo 2016. If you haven't heard of Bitcoin by now, then I'm not sure how you got here. But my name is Chinda, and I also go by Firescar. I'm the reigning MIT Bitcoin Club president and the Expo director. I'll be your MC this morning and for the rest of the Expo. And I'm going to have some fun. If you use IRC, the club is hijacking the Media Lab channel, and so you can chat on hashtag MIT-DCI. And if you're on Twitter, you can tweet about the event with hashtag MIT Bitcoin Expo. We're live streaming the event, and there's a link up on our website, and so you can refer anyone who's not here. It's going to be up on the club's YouTube channel. So we're going to begin day one, the more technical day of the expo, with a Bitcoin core dev, and he's a random guy we found working in the Media Lab. His name's Corey Fields.
Thank you, Chinda. No, I don't have anything to show. It's just some notes. Really inefficient notes. Hi, everybody. I am Corey Fields. I'm a Bitcoin core developer. And I'd like to open this morning by discussing a little bit about what it means to be a Bitcoin core developer, what Bitcoin core is. So who here is actively involved in Bitcoin in some way? Can I get a show of hands to see? Okay. And who keeps up with current events and drama and trolls? Okay. Well, you can all find that elsewhere. There's not a lack of it. So I'm going to try to avoid any sensitive subjects. So it gives me about 10 seconds of material. So Bitcoin Core, I think it's three things, and I wanted to talk about it because I think it's worth with all the kind of strife in the community and the perceptions out there. I think it's worth trying to at least distill down when the discussion comes down to different factions or groups, or who thinks what. One of the things that you hear pretty often is Bitcoin Core thinks this, or Bitcoin Core is doing that. And I think it's worth kind of taking a step back and looking at what that means, how it's evolved to the point where Bitcoin Core has meaning as a term. So to me, it's three things. So Bitcoin Core is a software project, and at its essence, that's all it is. And so I assume that everybody here is familiar in some way with an open source software project. You've probably worked on one before. It's probably not all that interesting. You probably can't talk to your friends about it because their eyes gloss over, and it's not fun dinner conversation. But to you, it's fascinating. It's the most interesting thing in the world, and that's my entry point for Bitcoin. So Bitcoin to me, the way that I came into it is I had read some article somewhere about this new money thing that's a virtual currency. It's software, so you can take this software and you can run it, but it's also money, and that's a concept that makes no sense. So rather than reading around trying to get an explanation, my gut reaction was, well, there's code, so I'll take the code. So I grabbed the code and I cloned the repo and I tried to build it and it didn't build. So at that point, I had a challenge. This thing doesn't build. I want to run it, but it doesn't run. So I kind of my entry point to working on Bitcoin was helping out with the build system, kind of making it run, making it more accessible. But when the term Bitcoin Core is used, it's also used to mean a group of developers who work on the Bitcoin Core project. And it can devolve a little bit from there because just like any other project. So so show of hands, actually, I'm out of curiosity. Who has worked or who's contributed to an open source project? Okay, so about the same. You know, a group mentality, a herd mentality evolves at some point because with every project, there has to be a new release. There has to be a roadmap. There has to be some sort of collective idea of what we're working towards. And Bitcoin Core is no different. Where it really gets different is in the third kind of definition of what Bitcoin Core is. And Bitcoin Core is, and I'd be interested in a tally to see how many times I've said Bitcoin Core. I might be able to ramp it up. But it's a reference implementation of the Bitcoin protocol. And that's where it breaks all the rules of social, or all the social norms for a software project. Because at that point, it's in some ways the definition of a principle, the definition of or it even embodies this living, breathing system. So it's a weird overlap there. So what we've started to see online is not to say a lack of understanding, but a blur of the lines of when we're trying to make decisions amongst ourselves, and you want to purport to have some authority, or you want to purport to have some stake in the system. So it makes sense to wrangle together a little bit and to say this is what this enlightened group thinks, or what this powerful group thinks, or what this rich group thinks. And so at that point, trying to say we are Bitcoin Core becomes contentious. It becomes a little bit dangerous because you don't want to speak for somebody else's morals or principles. That's a hard thing to do. So we find ourselves to an extent unable to speak up for ourselves, and that's a weird spot to be put in. So I think it's worth being conscious of and aware of when we are online and we are discussing different possible solutions to things. It's worth discussing the context that they're in. It's it may be am I proposing this solution and demanding that everybody run it, because that's the other very unique engineering challenge of Bitcoin is that it's a social consensus mechanism. It's not only a technical consensus mechanism. So what matters is that it agrees with itself. So I think it's interesting to take a step back every now and then and kind of look at where maybe how we can work to improve that social layer. Because I was hoping to give a little bit of what's changed in the last year or so. I remember when I first started, I was at the Bitcoin Foundation before. I guess I should have started. I work for the MIT Media Lab. I'm very privileged to be working for MIT on Bitcoin day to day. But I came from the foundation before. And in 2014, I went to the Amsterdam conference, and my eyes were so big. I had just joined the foundation, and there was a big conference, and everything was real. So there were financial people there. There were technical people there. There were it was investors. It was this wide range of people, and Gavin was there, and he gave kind of a state of Bitcoin at the moment, and it was technical. And it was thriving, and it was fun, and I think it's still very much the same way now. But in the last year or so, one of the really big shifts that we've seen, a big change, is that Bitcoin has gone social, and not only that, the development process of Bitcoin has gone social. In that, you have a beautifully constructed safe system when the designers of the system can't change it if they want to. That's a very interesting and kind of uniquely Bitcoin concept. Anybody who's experimented or done testing with mining, it's fun when you start trying to attack your own system and you realize that you can't beat it. That's again, it's kind of a uniquely Bitcoin thing. But so the social element is what's new, where there's this influx of people who wish to change and influence and improve the system, but end up in kind of gridlock, because ultimately it's a measure of who can agree the best, who can agree the most, and so I'd like to take just one more minute to give kind of a rundown of how that process works, like from the Bitcoin side, and then as for Bitcoin as a whole. So the Bitcoin core developers, for the most part, and this isn't entirely true for sure, but lots of the technical and the research talent for the Bitcoin ecosystem is kind of tied up in Bitcoin Core as the reference implementation. It's obviously the interesting implementation, so it's where people gather. So naturally, proposals to change and improve come from there. And historically in the past, what we've seen is really not all that much interest. So there are things that technically need to be done, and the core devs say this is what we're going to do, and then it happens, and it wasn't that hard. So as the stakes have grown, as more parties have come in, and we get more interest, it becomes harder to say this is what we've decided, this is what's technically correct, and this is what we're doing now. And we get pushback because maybe it doesn't fit well with a particular profit model or a difference of opinion for long-term goals, that kind of thing. So the BIP process was initially put in order to the BIP, meaning Bitcoin Improvement proposal, I believe. It was modeled after the Python process, which is essentially a proposal to improve Bitcoin community-wide. And so that process has proven to be successful for the most part, but it's begun to break down a little bit lately because as people participate outside of Bitcoin Core and outside of the typical process, they're not necessarily beholden to that same process anymore. So it's really worth thinking about how, and as I've been thinking of what to try to say over the last few days, I was desperately trying to end with a more rational way to kind of come together. I've spoken to lots of people who all have the same kind of pipe dream about what it would look like if there were a non-core driven, if there were kind of a more community driven process for changing Bitcoin. And sadly, I don't have an answer for how to fix all of Bitcoin. And if I did, I probably would have given it a while ago. But it could have saved us a lot of arguing and fighting. But it is worth it's worth powering forward in events like this one, and events like we've had the scaling events, and we had one in Montreal and one in Hong Kong, thanks to Pindar, who is here. And so I think what's interesting after a lot of reflection, my realization is that Bitcoin is healthier than ever, in that everything is so contentious and hard, and it sounds weird because it sounds a little bit stupid, but when you consider that it's a system that's been designed to resist change, to resist hostile takeover, to resist influence, the fact that it's doing that so well is a sign of its health. So, as Reddit loves to say, it's good for Bitcoin. So I think that fighting is good for Bitcoin. The level of discourse, it's arguable if where we are now is a good thing or not. But if the fighting stops, if it becomes easy to push through a difficult change, a major change, then at that point we know that we've lost. At that point we know that it's not an interesting system anymore. Because if it's that easy to manipulate, then it's not worth doing. So I don't want to say let's keep fighting, but let's keep fighting though. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Corey. So next we have James D'Angelo, who's a political researcher, and he's the founder and host of the World Bitcoin Network. And if you catch him later on, you can ask him about his idea and how a cardboard box could stop corruption in Congress and like the impact of the 1970s Sunshine Laws in Congress. For now, he's going to give us his take on a hot topic in Bitcoin, scaling.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here, and thanks for booking me for this. I was very excited to be part of this. It's great to see a lot of faces that I haven't seen in a long time. I'm going to try and get my slides up. I was talking with Peter Todd, and it seems like Corey has the same issue. Slides are like the worst thing in the world because you can always edit them. So you just spend the whole week re-editing and re-editing and re-editing, and then at the end of the morning you kind of just basically do what you did a week ago or who knows what. I really appreciated the fact, there's my Facebook page, probably. I really appreciated Corey's talk. Let me see. File open recent, pen should write. Are we live up there? Let's see if this laptop will stay on top here. Oh, great. So I quoted someone in my talk, and you'll see it's a fairly recent quote, but his whole talk actually is speaking about governance, and if you couldn't tell from Chinda, that was, or Chinda, Chinda squared, N squared. That there's a lot of governing issues coming into Bitcoin. We love this whole technical, we can solve the whole world with technical, and oh wow, us nerds, we get to take over the world. Simon, so good to see you. So good to see you. He was the first one here today. I mean, I think he slept outside. The word that I'm really fascinated with is actually the one highlighted here is consensus. And I'm just going to reach out to you guys. I'm going to see what you guys think about it. Does anyone want to make a stab at telling me what consensus means?
Agree to something?
Agree, I like that. I like that. Anyone want to roll with that? Anyone can bring us collaboration. I like that. I really like that back there. What's your name?
Brian.
Brian. Hey, Brian. Say that again? Algorithmic consensus. He's added an adjective. I don't like the adjective because I don't think that helps. Protocols. Okay, protocols. It's very important what he said. It's actually very important what everyone said. So I'm going to keep up with this sort of jeopardy that I'm doing. Wait. Iterative. Iterative is good. Iterative is good. All right, so it's really important that we understand this idea of consensus because a lot of people say that Bitcoin is a decentralized consensus. Anyone want to bring me home with this new word, decentralized? What's your name back there?
There's no one entity controlling it.
No one entity controlling it. Nice. Would you check that out on Google? How did you find that? Anybody want to roll with him a little bit? When you say entity, does anybody want to help me with entity there? What does he mean when he says entity? No one entity controlling it. So the chair? a group being able to make an authoritative decision, a group of what? What's your name? Adam. Hey, Adam, what did you say? Individuals. I like this stuff. I really want you guys to think about these terms. They're enormous terms, especially when people say that Bitcoin is a decentralized consensus. If I lose my entire talk and we just talk about these two words, we're getting somewhere. Hopefully I'll go a little bit further. Economy of scale. Now we're going, ooh, economy. Anybody want to tell me what an economy of scale is? Who's got an idea? Connor, you made it in. He didn't have a ticket this morning. I told him to sneak in, but I'm sure he did the good thing and spoke to someone. Connor came up from Rhode Island. You definitely want to talk to him. He's going to be running some big Bitcoin stuff in the area soon. Connor, what's an economy of scale?
Production to the point of being able to make profit.
Interesting. Interesting. Anybody? Oh, I like this guy. What's your name? Actually, I met you outside. I forgot your name, though. I'm bad. Matthew, thank you. The more you produce something, the cheaper it gets. Bang, zoom, like a flower in June. Let's move. Okay. My talk, which I'm starting right now, is called A Pen Should Write. I hope you all learned that today, that that's really important. A pen should write. Okay? So, you know, how many of you have done this, right? You take your little Pinocchio pen, and you're like, oh, Amazon, right? And you like jam your box open, and you're like, oh, I ordered Cliff Bars online, even though they cost the same next door, right? Anybody want a Pinocchio pen? My son's got a dozen of them. You can take this one. All right, here you go. Oh, poked her. All right. I can use a pen to defend myself. That's pretty cool, right? You can. I'm sure it's been done. I'll bet you people have killed each other with pens. Huh? How many of you been in jail? Oh, a bunch of libertarians, never been in jail. All right. I can use a pen to smoke with. How many of you guys have done this? Oh, I did that. I did that. It tastes horrible, by the way. Actually, I'll bet you're bringing in much more carcinogens than the stuff you're smoking. All right. But maybe I can see it. It's kind of hard here. But pen manufacturers aren't going to lose 2 years talking about, I smoke so much I can't remember anything. So you'll see I put all my words in the slide. All right. But pen manufacturers aren't going to lose 2 years talking about how to make pens into better weapons or pipes, are they? Kind of makes sense. The essential feature of a pen is to write. That's the sine qua non. Who speaks Latin here? Nobody speaks Latin. We know that. All right. Bitcoin has a sine qua non as well. Does anybody know what that is? What's your name back there? Wait, you're female. Please can't come in here. Oh, wait. No. Thank you, by the way. Just wanted to be clear that this feels like sometimes a bit of a men's club. Thank you for being here. Would you say Giselle? Yes, it is essential. It is essential. If you have a pen, it's essential that it can write. What is Bitcoin's sine qua non? Anybody want to go for that? Not political money. Settlement support. Permissionless transfer of value without. Well, I guess I'm going to end up arguing with all of you. The sine qua non of Bitcoin is a decentralized consensus. On top of that, everything can be built. On top of your pen, you can kill somebody. On top of your pen, you can open your box or you can smoke, but it always needs to write. Bitcoin needs to be a decentralized consensus. And I'd say a lot of times we forget that. Decentralized consensus is the only essential feature of Bitcoin. If you don't agree with that, argue with me later. Decentralized consensus allows for a currency in a distributed timestamp ledger. It's why Bitcoin is trustless and requires no third party. Next to that, nothing else matters. Anonymity, smart contracts, block size, miners, wallets, nodes, blah, blah, blah. Lately, however, there's been this little block size scaling debate. Anyone notice that? Corey probably did. You hear things like investors want speed, customers want cheap transactions, just go to 2 megabyte blocks. I don't know who that is, but he says a lot of that. Bigger blocks solve everything. I bet you the same guy said all of that as well. Yeah, right. This block size scaling debate is bunk. Why? Why? It's a proxy war. It's like when the United States goes into Vietnam because they want to fight with Russia. That's a proxy war. This is an all-out battle over the most dangerous type of centralization. And if Bitcoin becomes centralized in this dangerous way, it is no longer censorship resistant, period. Now, imagine who said currency over there, most important thing. Imagine a currency that's censorship is available to it, right? It's not a currency. So the dream is gone and we have nothing. How am I doing on time? So what's going on? Here's Gavin. Bitcoin is as decentralized an institution as possible. It's probably a dated quote, so I won't hold him to that, but he did say it. Here's Garzik. You have centralization on the low end and the high end. And I'll let you figure that out, but basically when you get down to small blocks, you have centralization that might behoove Coinbase a lot. So transaction fees rise. They centralize more like Visa. They provide low transactions within their system. We all move to Coinbase. It's kind of a nasty one. There's other issues that happen down there. If block size is pushed upward, miners do pretty good. But economy of scale miners do even better. Centralization at the 1 megabyte end is, Peter's here. Tell me if you said, I believe you said this. If not, I'll take it back. Centralization at the 1 megabyte end isn't a particularly dangerous type of centralization. I kind of agree, though I'd argue both are bad. So what is this dangerous type of centralization? Some say it's the large mining pools. It's not. Some say it's the off-blockchain settlements like Circle or Coinbase, as we just talked about. It's not. But these are all subscriber-based centralizations. A mining pool does bad things. We switch. Does this thing move? Yeah. A mining pool does bad things. We switch to another instantly, right? So we can leave them immediately. So when ghash.io was kind of taking over the world, people would just bail out. ghash.io kind of falls down in numbers because we get to choose. We get to leave them. Okay, so it's a subscriber-based institution. Coinbase is a subscriber-based, right? If you don't like what they're doing, you can yank your money out and not use them. That's a nice feature of any market dynamic. The bad, dangerous centralization isn't mentioned in the scholarly journal articles. Not many, but they don't mention it at all. Bad centralization is the owners of the mining hardware. Okay, they are centralizing, but how much? Anyone know how much? No one knows how much? I thought this was important. Shouldn't we know how much they're centralizing? Shouldn't we know how much they're centralizing? Is it possible that one person right now controls all of mining? Or over 51%? Is it possible that one person could control over 51% today? It's
up to you how much money you have. I come from China, we do mining in China.
You do mining in China? My God, I thought I did all the mining myself. Wow. By the way, I love you guys. And I would say a lot of the arguments that happen about China are because people, mostly in the United States, think the Chinese are stupid. All right? And you'll see why later. And it's a really stupid mistake. Are Chinese stupid? No. But you got some smart guys over there, too. Do you guys like to do backroom deals, some of you? Some of you guys like to do backroom deals? I'm Sicilian, so I understand backroom deals, right? But everything that we learned about backroom deals, even our Tarantino films, are copied off the Chinese. All right? They really know how to do backroom deals. We'll talk about that in a sec. All right. Here's Garrick Hillman. This is May 28th of last year, around the time when I started to hear the term mining oligarchy. All right, people were saying mining oligarchy. I like the term oligarchy. Sounds cool when it leaves my mouth. Over 50% is going where? In China. Now, we can't say Chinese. Why? Why can't we say the miners are Chinese? Because we don't know who they are. We don't know who owns what. Could all be one guy. Could all be one girl. Giselle? All right. Measuring decentralization is difficult. Yeah, kind of. But measuring Bitcoin decentralization is impossible. It's kosher for Bitcoin. Is it even kosher for us to use that at all then? If you can't measure something, if you don't even know if it exists, maybe we should just call it a consensus, right? Drop that off. A centralized consensus is an oxymoron, though. It's like saying civil war. Hey, you shoot me, I'll shoot you, then we'll shake hands. Or jumbo shrimp, huh? I like jumbo shrimp. All right. Decentralization has nothing to do with numbers or nodes or hash rates, blah, blah, blah. Has nothing to do with hardware. Who's the guy who said algorithmic? Nothing to do with hardware. All right. Right now, you can go online and you can buy yourself some nodes. You could probably go up to Amazon Cloud and make your own nodes. I could make 1 million nodes right now. That would look pretty good. Look like we're pretty decentralized, right? Everyone's like, oh, we got 5,000 nodes working right now. Oh, we went to 1,000,005. Oh, that's great. We're more decentralized. Decentralization requires counting noses, human noses, 98.6-degree noses. Decentralization requires limiting each nose to one vote. It doesn't necessarily need that, but it's kind of the only way we've ever worked it out. Bitcoin does neither. Bitcoin's kind of the world's biggest vote-buying scheme right now, actually. We'll get to that. In early 2013, almost everyone in the meetup groups are miners now. None of them are, and no software or hardware solution is going to reverse this. The big dream of almost everything you see, oh, we'll go back to the day when everyone mines. That's not happening. Folks who own massive amounts of mining hardware opt in. We cannot vote to remove them. If they centralize or collude, Bitcoin centralized. You get in the picture. The ugly axiom that I came up with, in any system one can assure anonymity or decentralization, but not both. My neck hurts. The two are inversely proportional, or maybe just impossible. Even if blocks are lowered to 1 kilobyte, miners would still benefit from massive economies of scale and access to cheap foundries, so centralization might be inevitable. To assume that miners in China are not colluding with chip manufacturers in China to print cash is just utter foolishness. You're thinking people in China are dumb. They live right next to each other. They make a nice little deal. Then they sell their old chips to KNC. You buy those. Hey. Google does a pretty good job. Even staying with 1 megabyte blocks means hardware miners will continue to centralize exponentially. Even if segregated witness and Lightning Network, both phenomenal technology ideas, genius stuff. Even if both of them work today, mining will continue to centralize exponentially. They just make it cheaper for those people in China to centralize. Dear engineers, any engineers here? Me too. Graduate. Not everything can be solved with more technology. No hardware or software solutions going to return us back to 2013 when most of the mining was done by individuals with small rigs. And switching to 2 megabyte blocks means we will just centralize even faster. This is dangerous. It appears that Satoshi made a fatal mistake. Can we find out exactly where that mistake is? Sure. It's right there. How many people have a CPU in their house? How many people feel like their mining is going really well with that? I have 3 CPUs in my house. I got them both, all 3 cranking out right now. I didn't make any money this year. Nothing. All right? He says proof of work, and he's defining proof of work for you here, is essentially 1 CPU, 1 vote. He uses that word vote. I love that word vote because I study voting. He understood that voting decentralized, but that's all he understood about voting. The only way to decentralize anything is by voting, really voting. The only way to decentralize anything is by voting. There has never been another form of decentralization. There never will be. Really voting, it requires identity and it requires 1 person, 1 vote. Peter Todd made a great comment to me over coffee this morning. To build identity, you kind of need Bitcoin. To build Bitcoin, you kind of need identity. I think that can work. He disagrees. Proof of work is just proof of wealth, and it's broken. Decentralization can only be assured if identity is assured. Real human miners, provably decentralized, infinitely faster, blah, blah, blah. So if we actually voted for miners like we did for the U.S. Congress, I know you people hate U.S. Congress, but then we could prove that it's decentralized, and then we could scale immediately, infinitely, right away. Why? Because we'd send all the transactions to someone on their cell phone. They could process them all right away. Proof of work is just slowing us down. It's making everything impossible. Is this possible? Well, I'll leave that up to the software developers who are really working on that. So there's something for you to do if you want. If so, this doesn't change the most important type of anonymity, which is transaction anonymity. That can still happen. So we can either have anonymous mining, a large unscalable network, and massive centralization, and lots of infighting, and lots of grouchy people, or we can have Satoshi's dream, because there really only was one dream. That was decentralized consensus. So unless we inject old school identity, based blah, 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 you kind of get the picture. This would also help with Bitcoin governance, because then we'd elect people and we'd actually have dates and times when we actually decide on stuff. This is old school stuff. It's the only thing that's ever worked for this. So you can bring all your libertarian philosophy, but, you know, how long will it take a libertarian mob to realize that old school government has some benefits? No governing body has ever been as decentralized as Bitcoin. What? I don't even understand that. That's getting bad. Does anyone understand that? No governing body has ever been as decentralized. That's right. Our governing body, which doesn't exist, is all of us arguing on Reddit. So that's good and bad, right? And we don't have a time. We can't vote on anything. There's no way to do anything because we kind of wait for the mob to go all crazy. Just ask Satoshi. What does Satoshi have to say about governing Bitcoin? Well, he left when things got ugly. Day one, Satoshi ran Bitcoin on 50 machines. Why? Who wants to answer that? I don't think he had. I think I actually know where those machines are, and I actually have correlated them directly to an outage that happened in the first few days. Why did he run on 50 public machines? I'd argue there's another reason. Well, everyone can argue for some reasons. But if you go out on day one and you are very concerned about this project you've been building for a number of years, and there's a flaw in it, does he want to reach out to the decentralized consensus to make the upgrade? A bunch of people have no idea what he's talking about? Or does he want to run an instant 51% attack, slap the upgrade on, and keep things moving smoothly? He did it to run 51% attacks on Bitcoin, and he likely ran hundreds. Every decentralization, early decentralization terrified him. He wouldn't be able to run updates. He wouldn't be able to run 51%. He wouldn't be able to prevent an attack, which someone mentioned. The first months, years of Bitcoin, centralized. That's what he did to make decisions, to move faster, to upgrade things. He sacrificed everything to achieve his final goal, which was decentralized consensus. But sometimes to get decentralized consensus, you have to have centralized decision making, something that no one's ever achieved. From which grows a currency, a public ledger, a trusted database, smart contracts, etc. Satoshi was focused on making a pen that writes. So Bitcoin isn't protected by math, isn't protected by it's protected by us, as Corey said. It's a social consensus. It is people. It is blah, blah, blah. It requires voting. It is not a honey badger. It is fragile. And the centralization is nightmarish. It could be happening right now to the point where Xi Jinping, who runs China, right? He could take over Bitcoin pretty quickly. And he doesn't own any mining. So if Taiwan wanted to make their own currency, which they talk about, watch out. So if you got problems with this, please tweet the hell out of me. Blast me. I love it. I want to be wrong. I loved Bitcoin. All right? So that's it. Do we have time for questions, or did I go too long as it is? Great.
Do you have proof that
Zero. Don't have proof that he ran 50 machines. But all the data suggests that's what happened. You tell me why he ran 50 machines, if you think he ran 50 machines. What's your name, please?
Mark Friedenbach, and you seem to be making an assumption here that decentralization is best achieved through democracy, one person, one vote. We have that already, though. We have political money that is run by people elected through one person, one vote. Isn't it a good thing to try a different kind of money, non-political money?
Great question. Thank you, Mark. Yes, I think it's great to try. And try away. Adrian, maybe step up to the mic because I think they want to record, so my friend, who I know is sitting at home right now, can...
Noses are biometric. Are you suggesting that there needs to be a biometric link?
Well, I think the fact that everyone has some place in the center of their face, and that's just one spot, is all we need to determine. I don't think we need to actually use software to determine whether it's a nose or not. I'm basically just using it as a metaphor for counting humans' souls. So, no, I'm not the biggest fan of biometrics, as you might see from some of my earlier work. Aaron.
My name is Aaron St. John. So I don't know much about proof of stake, but I understand that Ethereum's moving away from mining and towards proof of stake, where you can, I guess, put some money up essentially to act as, to approve transactions. Does that make you feel better about the decentralization of a technology like that?
I've been watching Vitalik's proof of stake algorithms for many years, Dagger, Swagger, Slasher, Vixen. I'm hoping to get that. I think they turned some nice corners there when they started to basically go not proof of stake, but more like proof of escrow. There's some issues. And again, there's economies of scale. And really, the big problem here is the economies of scale. Hardware miners can buy more hardware cheaper each time. And if you burn those channels, as they might be doing in China, it gets way cheaper. So when we see the hash rate rising enormously, so again, is there an economy of scale problem? I'd say there probably is. So I'm not optimistic that proof of stake will work, but I'm watching it. I'm trying to read it and learn it. I mean, does anyone understand Next's proof of stake? Come on, publish your code, guys. Well, maybe they publish their code or write it up or something. But we haven't seen one working in on any real terms that I've seen. So, go ahead. What's your name?
My name is Darren Miller,
Hey, Darren.
of the Mobit Association. I have a question about the 21 Bitcoin computer and the chip that is in there, and maybe what's going to happen in the future with that. Does that have any effect on decentralizing the mining?
I'd say if all the world got together and we decided that we wanted to save Bitcoin, we could, right? It's sort of like, can all the world get together and plant all the trees and stop using cars? I think this is kind of where 21 is going after. They don't understand really the tragedies of the common there, which are most people are not going to invest to lose money, which is pretty much their method. So, yes, if we all got together and put money in to save Bitcoin, it's going to be hard to centralize against us. But there's nothing in the history of man, especially since it's such a nice, beautiful day, and will be beautiful next week. You know, we're above 2 degrees right now, the Celsius, the big problem thing. So 21 needs to solve climate change, I would say, before they tackle this foolishness that they're up to. But that's my idea. Yeah, what's your name?
Joe.
Hey, Joe.
So you have a pretty dystopian view, it seems, on the state of Bitcoin right now. I mean, a lot of people do. But do you have any opinions or ideas on what we can be doing to fix this? Well,
I do. I mean, I kind of offered it. I think we need to form the last thing we're ever going to form, which is basically a Bitcoin Congress of 1,000 voted individuals or some way, and they should mine. Scaling immediately. Governance immediately. They could get all the mining rewards. We'd all respect them or hate them or downvote them or figure out some way to make sure that we've got a decentralized mental base. For me, decentralization starts happening pretty authentically at somewhere around 200 individual humans. it's pretty hard to rock 200 back and forth with sort of bribery and all of that. At 1,000, I think you're pretty secure. So I actually think it's amazing. I think we could go to infinite scaling, Visa scaling, type scaling tomorrow. If we did this, and if we don't, we can all pretend that economies of scale and tragedies of common, all these things don't work. But they do. They really mess people up. Question over here.
Hi, yes, my name's Winona, not Giselle. And
hey, awesome.
Yes, neither is hers, actually. Her name is Anvita. But I'm new to Bitcoin, and I'm also from China. So I would like to sort of ask, what percentage of Bitcoin is really mined in the United States, and would it be safe to assume, since you've assumed that China's been colluding, even though it's such a large country, that the United States would also have many Bitcoin miners who are colluding with each other?
I mean, you know, you could always go to this like, wow, let's hope that we've got like the USSR versus the US and we'll both make enormous missiles, right? And so we can kind of hope that the American government might all of a sudden buy equivalent mining to the Chinese. We don't know those numbers, though, as you might realize. We don't know who's mining where, and we don't even know that if the Americans are mining, that they're not controlled by the Chinese, right? Because you cannot decentralize hardware. You can only decentralize humans. Any three humans are already decentralized. They're never going to decide to go to the same movie every time. Three computers will always go to the same movie every time, right? That's just the way they work. Computers just aren't that interesting. Has anyone seen Ex Machina? I love that movie. Oh, it's so good, isn't it? So good.
Thank
you. Go ahead.
Oh, I have to cut you off now.
Oh.
Thanks, James.
Got an audio plug-in.
So I think James is going to be here like all day, so you can talk to him over lunch, over a break. Next, we're going to have a panel on improvements to Bitcoin. We have Jonas Schnelli, who's one of the 5 main Bitcoin core developers, and he can actually make commits to the Bitcoin core code base. Joseph Poon, who is co-author of the Lightning Network. Andrew Plestra from Blockstream, and Mark Friedenbach, also from Blockstream. And Mark Friedenbach's going to moderate. All right, thanks, guys.
Can everyone hear us? This is the first time these have been used? Okay.
Hello. Cool.
Hey. All right, thank you. The topic of the panel is improvements to Bitcoin, and that, as we discussed before we got up here, that can be a very, very broad range of topics. So we're going to kind of hit everything. I'm going to introduce everyone first. I'm Mark Friedenbach, so I've worked on Bitcoin protocol research, but I also do core tech engineering at Blockstream. And up here we have Jonas Schnelli, who is an independent Bitcoin developer, who has been responsible for a good number of the improvements to the Bitcoin reference wallet. And Andrew Polstra, who has been probably most famous for some of his white paper work that he's done, but he's also been very core to some of the crypto work that has been incorporated into Bitcoin recently, such as libsec P256K1, which we recently integrated in the .12 release, and speeds up Bitcoin validation considerably. And then we have Joseph Poon as well, who you probably know as the co-inventor of Lightning Protocol and co-author of the Lightning paper. He's now running his own Lightning company as well, or co-founding. So I'm going to jump right into it and asking the first question to Jonas. As I said, you've been involved with the Bitcoin core reference wallet, the GUI. And so to broaden from your experience there, I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit about what risks and challenges you see for Bitcoin wallets in general and where that ecosystem might be heading in the future.
Yeah, right. I've entered the Bitcoin space somewhere in 2012. My first thing was I wanted to build a better UI, better user experience, because it was like I thought I can download the software and start using Bitcoin, but it took a couple of days until I could start using it. So my first idea was I wanted to improve the user experience, and then it felt like, yeah, that's going to, I need to change the core fundamental system, like how blocks are going to be validated. And then I found out people are using mostly SPV wallets, like simple payment verification. That's the type of wallet you're using when you're using Bitcoin on your smartphone. And then I found out that's not really decentralized, or that's not really participating in Bitcoin. If you just use an SPV wallet and connecting to a node and not distributing transactions and blocks, you're kind of a leech. You're the Bitcoin, the BitTorrent user, where only downloading stuff. So somehow I thought we need to change that model. That everyone can run a full node, because you cannot run a full node now on your smartphone. So what I want to go is during the direction where everyone can run full nodes, maybe hardware-based full nodes connected to your router, something like that, in your home server center or whatever you want to call it. And you can still use your smartphone to connect to it, even faster than simple payment verification wallets. And I think that could be shared between families in the third world. It could be shared between villages or tribes, so that we really participate in Bitcoin, not just consuming nodes information. And obviously there's lots of things to change, but we're going to that direction with pruning, with faster verification. And I really think that's the main core change we need to do to make it more flexible to run a full node. A hybrid mode is also something I want to work on, where you can use simple payment verification during the time when your full node is bootstrapping. And for sure, the user experience on the GUI side needs to be changed, but that's kind of the last thing you need to do. So when people say Bitcoin QT has a bad user experience, I fully agree, but we need to change the fundamentals first.
And Andrew, you've most recently been doing some crypto work. I mentioned the library that's recently been merged with Bitcoin, but at Blockstream also, I should mention we both work for Blockstream. So you've been doing work on confidential transactions and other kind of privacy-enhancing crypto work there. I wonder if you can speak more broadly about where you see that aspect of research going into the future.
Sure. So one project that I've been working on at Blockstream, mostly with Greg Maxwell and Peter Woola, is something called confidential transactions, which is a technology that we're developing for Bitcoin or for other blockchains or sidechains to try to improve the privacy properties and the censorship resistance of Bitcoin. So there's a problem. I mean, lately we've been talking a lot about scaling and centralization, and that's not the only problem, I guess, with Bitcoin. And this one is maybe a bit more tractable, which is the problem that in Bitcoin all transactions are public. And all of the information in all transactions are public. And this allows a lot of analysis to happen. First of all, people can look at the blockchain and see what the graph of all transactions are. They can see the amounts moving around, and they can infer a lot about transactions just from the amounts, and then also the shape of the transactions. And so this is not only bad for from a surveillance perspective, right? Because people, there are a lot of companies out there. Maybe there are some people in this room who are running companies trying to extract data for surveillance purposes from the blockchain. And this also creates a censorship vector, where we worry about the centralization of mining. And one reason that we worry about the centralization of mining is that miners are sort of gatekeepers to what transactions can go in the blockchain and what can't. So what we've been working on with confidential transactions is a way cryptographically to hide the amounts of all transactions. And so the shape of the transaction graph in a blockchain with confidential transactions would still be visible. But by hiding the amounts, we actually hide a lot about what the transactions are doing. The most simple example is that if I create a transaction, it's probably like a standard single payment transaction sort of usually has the same shape, right? There's some sort of output, there's some sort of round number, and then there's what's clearly a change output or something like that. And hiding the amounts hides what's a change and what's not. If there's a few examples that I think Mike Hearn described a couple of years ago in an article he wrote on CoinDesk about merge avoidance. One example is where somebody pays me, like for something, I sell somebody something for Bitcoin, and then I take the coin that they gave me and I sort of trace back its history a little bit. Maybe I see a lump sum that happened at midnight on Thursday, and I think, so that's how much money that person makes. And if I'm their landlord or something, I could do bad things with that. Hiding the amounts prevents this kind of thing. And another problem with amounts being exposed is that when you try to merge transactions, so there's another technology that developed by Greg Maxwell called CoinJoin, where you combine different transactions that are doing different things. You basically take two transactions and paste them together. So maybe I'm trying to give a Bitcoin to somebody, and Mark's trying to give a couple of Bitcoins to somebody. And normally, we would do that in individual transactions. You can see a bunch of inputs, a bunch of outputs. You can say, oh, well, all the inputs are owned by one person. All the outputs are owned by one person, except maybe this change output, which sort of looks ragged, and it's going to obviously be a change output. So maybe Mark and I can combine our transactions. So now, my Bitcoin goes in, his 2 Bitcoins go in, my Bitcoin goes out, his 2 go out, our various change outputs are there. And we break this connection between the owners of the inputs and the owners of the outputs. But if I'm sending 1 Bitcoin in, 1 Bitcoin out, and he's sending 2 in, 2 out, somebody who knows that CoinJoin is a thing can just sort of peel apart the transaction just by matching output amounts to input amounts. So it's very difficult to do this, to do a CoinJoin in a way that improves privacy, and it's also very difficult to measure how much privacy we get. So by hiding amounts, we also we allow combining transactions in a way that we no longer have this clear correlation. So now, I have a couple outputs, Mark has a couple outputs, nobody can see the amounts. When we put them together, now it's just a pile of outputs with no amounts associated. So we've done this cryptographically. We've tried very hard to make the performance and size properties of this be reasonable, so that there's a pathway eventually to including this in something like Bitcoin, which obviously has sort of strong capacity limits if we hope to be as decentralized as we are, or if we hope to be as decentralized as we want to be. So we care a lot about the performance of that, and we hope to have it at a point where there is a path to inclusion in Bitcoin for that, because we think that improves a lot censorship resistance and privacy.
Thanks, Andrew. I'll be coming back to you too. I got some extra questions, but Joseph, I have just the one for you, so feel free to spend a little longer. You're a co-author on Lightning, as I mentioned, and with the 2 changes that are coming to Bitcoin this year, segregated witness and check sequence verify, we can get a full Lightning implementation, hopefully by the end of the year. So could you tell us? Sooner, I would certainly hope. Could you tell us, for the people in the audience who might not be aware of the details, like what does Lightning provide and why is it so exciting? And also, what kind of new use cases does it enable?
Yeah, so one of the first replies to Satoshi when Bitcoin was announced on the mailing list in 2008 was, this is really cool, I don't think it scales. With more users and more activity, there may be some difficulty if everyone in the network knows about everything, in the sense that, with Bitcoin, if you buy a cup of coffee using Bitcoin or do any type of transaction, everyone running a full Bitcoin node knows about it, right? So you go to a store, you buy a cup of coffee, everyone in the world needs to process this transaction, and if people are buying tens of thousands of things per second total in aggregate, that's a lot of traffic. And it doesn't really make sense. It's sort of like if everyone in the world was on the same Wi-Fi access point, like just one access point. You can make the access point faster, but that doesn't really solve the fundamental problem of everyone getting every message. The correct way to solve that is to make it a routed network of participants who are a party or are acting on behalf of the party in order to get delivery of, whatever it is, right? On the internet, it's messages, right? So you have a route and a path to get to people. Lightning Network is analogous to this, and it's done using real Bitcoin transactions using Bitcoin smart contract scripting mechanisms. It's not any overlay network. It's not like a third party holding custody of your funds. These are real Bitcoins. And the way it works is that, in a very, very high level overview, is that you establish, a two parties fund a Bitcoin transaction, which is functionally a ledger entry in Bitcoin. So, there's Alice and Bob, and they both have a ledger entry. And let's say there's one Bitcoin in there. The actual allocation of who owns what within that is locally known between the two of them, but it is cryptographically provable. So because it's cryptographically provable using real Bitcoin transactions, they can sort of update the local state to whatever they want within that value. And by having multiple of these channels open, multiple of these two-party states, they can route payments to anyone inside this network. And that's done, instantaneously and nearly instant and atomically. When it comes to use cases, there's a lot of interesting use cases because this enables incredibly high volume. So in Bitcoin, we're looking at, maybe 5 transactions per second. Let's say you 10x it, that's 50, right? Visa does about, 10,000 on a daily basis. When it hits load at 40 to 50,000 per second. That's a pretty big difference, right? And, because if everyone's receiving a message, it's sort of like even getting there is, nigh on difficult to impossible. With Lightning, because it's packet routed and it is ultimately secured using the blockchain, you can potentially do something between, millions to billions. And because of that, you can atomize payments to be very, very small. So instead of, pay per month, it can be pay per second. Instead of, pay per gigabyte, it can be pay per kilobyte. And by atomizing payments, you reduce counterparty risk significantly, and it can change the view of all commercial activity, where you can do things like, pay-per-view on website, or, pay-per-play on music, or various things like that. I can go more into later if you have further questions.
Go ahead. Go finish your thoughts.
Oh, okay. I felt like I was going a little bit over. So the ultimate view of the way Lightning works on a deeper level is that it reshapes the view of what the blockchain is, right? Instead of just viewing it as simply a payment system, if you view it as a smart contracting system, which enables the blockchain to act as a dispute mediation system, viewing the blockchain as a judge is a lot more understandable and a lot more powerful, right? If you can establish these types of agreements between two parties off-chain and ultimately enforce it on-chain, you can conduct a lot more activity and a lot more interesting activity. The analogy would be, you can write a lot of legal contracts. Like you individually, let's say, rent, employer agreements, and things like that. You don't go to court every time. If you view the blockchain as court, it makes a lot more sense because you can have a lot of agreements off-chain, you can do a lot of activity, and ultimately you both have full confidence that these smart contracts can be enforced because either of you can go to the blockchain unilaterally to enforce the state. So it's even better than like real life court because it's programmatic, right? You can't really convince the judge. In this case, it's either a 1 or a 0. But you can establish these types of rules and systems as a result. Lightning Network is one of the earlier examples of a functional smart contract system. I think in the coming months and years ahead, you're going to see some really, really cool stuff.
Well, I'm pretty excited about it, and not in particular that we're getting text sequence verify on chain. Coming back to myself, that's something that my area of research has always been like, what little itsy bitsy pieces can we add to enable further smart contracting? So it's really refreshing to see something that was proposed just for frankly a much less interesting use case, just related to how sidechain pegs work, and then see it be used to create something like Lightning, which is much more broader in scope. It was really fascinating, and that's what gets me going when I'm working on Bitcoin research, is seeing what kind of small changes can we make to a moving system that has drastic, huge implications in terms of expanding use cases or expanding accessibility. And one of the things that I see coming on the horizon very soon that isn't talked about enough, I think, is the aspect of segregated witness in terms of how it changes how scripting is done. It introduces version script, which lets us wholesale replace the Bitcoin scripting language in the future if we so needed to or found something better. And I don't think that this gets enough press coverage. Segregated witness mostly has been talked about as in the context of the scaling debate, but far more interesting is that we could do something, for example, like Ethereum script, which is drastically different from Bitcoin script. But if there was value to how smart contracts were constructed in that context, it's something that wholly could come to Bitcoin through a script upgrade in the way that segregated witness makes possible. As well as, for example, Peter Woola, for example, has worked on key trees in the context of the alpha sidechain, which is a mechanism by which you can have a rather complex smart contract that allows multiple different spending scenarios, but with key trees you can hide the ones that aren't being used. So the main chain people observing the main chain only learn about the one use case that is actually arbitrated, but they might not learn about the rest. And so this helps, achieve a measure of privacy for those involved. So I find that very fascinating, and I mentioned that because I know we have a lot of students in the room who are thinking about Bitcoin because it's the exciting thing in tech right now, and thinking how they can make a difference. And I definitely would encourage anyone who is wondering how they can get involved to start looking at some of the ideas that are going around on the Bitcoin development mailing list and on the Bitcoin Wizards channel on IRC about near-term improvements that could be made, and just start hacking. That's the ethos of MIT always is to just hack, to work on something. You guys invented that word, to work on something that is interesting to you and find new applications. And I really hope that anyone here who's listening, who's wondering how they could participate, that you take a chance to look at some of these ideas. There's a wealth of them available. And if you can't find one, ask. Go on IRC and say, hey, what's interesting? Where can you guys need some help? And I also want to say something to anyone here who's considering Bitcoin as a potential business opportunity coming out of school. There's a lot of would-be entrepreneurs here, and the best advice I can give you is to take something that is being used, take something that has users or potentially could have users, and bring it to market, or just write open source software and put it on GitHub and advertise it to people who might use it. Get people using it, respond to their feedback, make changes that make their life better, and you'll find your product being used. You can, coming from having lived in Silicon Valley for a while, I can tell you it really does work that you just build a product, you can figure out how to monetize it later, to get users on it. That's the most important thing. And it keeps you grounded. The worst mistake you can possibly make, and we've all made this many times, is to get wrapped up in whatever research we're doing and have it be divorced from the reality of people actually using your software. So don't fall into that trap. Certainly have users, write code, and just make incremental improvements. And speaking of which, actually, so I'm going to go to Andrew. I know when you first started working on Bitcoin, you were at University of Texas, Austin, and you were working on some of the crypto code. I wonder if you just could share a little bit about that experience.
Yeah, sure. So when I first started in the Bitcoin space, I guess right now I'm working mostly on libsec P256K1, which is a high-performance crypto library. And when I first got into the space, cryptography, certainly high-performance cryptography, seemed like a black art to me. Like the black art, everything was a black box. It seemed completely inaccessible. And the work that I was doing, I just finished a degree at Simon Fraser University. I was moving to the University of Texas at Austin. The work I was doing in school was very abstract mathematics. It had nothing at all to do with crypto. It was on the real analysis, metric geometry side of the world, which has nothing to do with elliptic curve cryptography or with algorithms or anything. And so I think a lot of people here are students at MIT who maybe have a similar perspective. They're doing something in school that's very exciting that has nothing to do with crypto, and they see this stuff and they look at it and say, this looks really cool, but I can't do that because there's all these cryptographers here who have degrees in cryptography, and there's this whole process that you have to go through. And what I found was that I guess in the last 5 or 10 years, everything has become so public and so open, even on the research side of things, that it's possible to get into this stuff entirely as an amateur. I do have a math degree, but I don't think it has anything at all to do with the work that I do right now in crypto. I got in, I found sort of this IRC community called Bitcoin Wizards, which is still there. It's a bit more crowded now, unfortunately, but I joined there, and I found that there were several experts doing high-performance cryptography who had been doing this for a while, some of whom didn't even have degrees themselves. And they were accessible, they were easy to talk to, they pointed me to some papers to read, and just like going online, I didn't even have to use my academic access. I was able to just download papers completely freely. And look into this stuff and ask questions and explore. And by doing so, I was able to get into this high-performance crypto work. And there were people who were happy to answer questions and to hold my hand. They were sort of excited that somebody was interested in doing what they were doing. And now on the other side of it, I sort of see this sort of this lack of talent. It seems like it's hard to find good people. And so there's this weird gulf, I think, where like there's lots of really talented people, certainly here at MIT and elsewhere, who are too intimidated or don't know how to get into this stuff, and they just don't even try. And then on the other side, we're like, where are all the good people? You know, I wish somebody would come. You know, like I'll give people my cell number and say, call me anytime. I will talk to you about cryptography, kind of thing. Like that's how wide the gulf is, and I just want to try to say that it's really just an apparent gulf on both sides, and I think people should try to push on things and not worry about your credentials or your experience or whatever blocks you think are there, whatever institutional blocks you think are there, probably actually aren't.
So I have another question for Jonas, but this is going to be the last question before we take questions from the audience. So if anyone has a question for the panel, please line up at either one of the microphones, and we'll get to you as soon as we're done here. So Jonas, you've been a very integral part of the Bitcoin Core development team, and there's an effort underway by a number of people to modularize the Bitcoin Core code itself. And I'm wondering if you can explain a little bit, you know, why we're doing that and what ramifications that could have for the Bitcoin ecosystem moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, when Satoshi published the source code somewhere roughly 7 years ago, it was a big monolithic chunk of code. And guess how it is today? It's still a big monolithic chunk of code. It contains the consensus layer. We heard that before, the decentralized consensus layer. It contains a wallet, which has nothing to do with the consensus. It contains policy, fees and stuff like that, and it contains the whole peer-to-peer layer. And that's all running in one process, all running in one GitHub repository. And when people say, or sometimes I read, Core doesn't want that change, Core doesn't go into that direction, Core is stopping that and this. You also need to see how Core evolved. It was given over by Satoshi, and it was always Core because it was Bitcoin. And now Core is getting an identity, and we are trying now to modularize the source code. So in particular, the whole consensus layer that needs to be moved in a separate repository. So we could have a separate group of people deciding what's going to happen with the consensus layer, and not the guys who are doing the wallet or who are doing the peer-to-peer network, DOS protection or whatever comes up there. So that is a really important part to allow different clients, like we've seen in the past, there are different clients popped up, and they also want to be Bitcoin. Sure, they can be Bitcoin, but what is Bitcoin? Bitcoin is sticking to a consensus rule, and the consensus rule, it's not possible to specify that like in paper. You can try it, but I think as soon as you have specified 95%, it has changed 10% more, so you have to re-specify. And whenever somebody is implementing your 95% specification, the chance of having a fork in your specification is extremely high. So it's impossible to specify that, in my opinion. So I think we should have a source code that is the specification and move that to a separate group of people who can decide whatever is going on with Bitcoin. And then nobody can blame that group of people, because you should then join that group of people if you want to influence Bitcoin in a direction. And it's also very difficult to do changes to the peer-to-peer network or to the wallet, because as soon as you change something, you're taking a risk of breaking consensus. Because if you change one byte in the wallet, which runs in the same process than the consensus thing, you're risking the 6.6 billion market capital to crash. So we need to decouple those things and have independent release schedules. And I think that would be a big advantage for the whole Bitcoin system if you can run multiple clients but still have the same consensus.
Thank you. So we'd like to open it up to questions now. If anyone has them, please queue up at the microphone so the webcast can hear you.
Yeah, so I just had a question about the Lightning Network. Can you explain a little bit, kind of on a user level? You say it's useful for buying coffee, like how that works. Do I have a special wallet? And then specifically, if me and Starbucks have some hidden accounting where that information lives, is it on the blockchain or separate from the blockchain on my mobile phone?
Okay, there's a couple questions. If I skip one, do tell me. Okay, so user interface, user experience type question. There will be a separate wallet. Ideally, in the future, all wallets have this built in. Now, with the user experience flow, it should be as simple as possible. All the complexities hidden behind the scenes. It's sort of like with the internet. You sort of don't know how it gets there, but it gets there, and it all works. Click a button, it works. They get paid. The coffee example was an example. I don't know how applicable coffee is with Bitcoin today, at least. For me, the MasterCard works fine. Cash works fine. And what's the marginal value that you're really getting with Bitcoin with that is probably the 3% savings or whatever. What Lightning really enables is stuff that's not possible today, right? Visa and MasterCard charge about 29 cents per transaction plus, whatever percentage. PayPal charges 30 cents. You're like, wait, why doesn't PayPal do super tiny microtransactions? Fundamentally, it's because they're a custodian. They have a 1-800 number. And underwriting costs are fairly high. With Bitcoin and in particular Lightning, what it gets you is that, it's cash. So it's sort of like you have it. And when you give it to someone else, they have it. And there's no third party custodian where, you can call them up and it's like, hey, I want to charge back. So the real use cases that I think are really, really profound is where, you're doing transactions that do aggregate to a very high value. But individually are very small. It's similar to what happened with HFTs, high frequency trading. Before there were 50,000 share lots, right? That was a fairly common activity. And fundamentally due to fees and market makers and things like that. When a lot of the new entrants came in, started with Island and now Bats and things like that, you have people the average share size is somewhere in the single digits, right? You just go as small as possible because why not, right? And what the value of that for commerce in general is that you can significantly reduce counterparty risk. You sort of don't care who your counterparty is. And that's the real value that I think Bitcoin gives long term, Did I skip one?
Where does all that micro accounting exist?
Yeah, so you do have a ledger entry on the blockchain for a value. So let's say if there's one Bitcoin or whatever between you and another party, that's what everyone sees. I can see that or something like that. But the individual allocation of who owns what and the individual updates, the individual state changes are known locally between those two participants. You asked a question like you and Starbucks. You may not directly have a channel open directly with Starbucks. Maybe you have one open with your friend or with your grocery store or whatever it is, and you can pay Starbucks through that other party as well, done in a multi-hop atomic way.
But if I lose my phone, is that accounting gone?
Okay. The question is about backups, losing phones or desktop or whatever. You do keep a local copy. The other party also keeps a local copy. If you lose your phone or whatever it is, you can delegate a third party to watch the network on your behalf. So it's up to you, the level of, assurance that you want. Ideally, the default for most users is, you do have a backup.
So we're going to move to a question on this side over here. This gentleman.
Yes, thank you. Got a question. My name's Sinclair with a startup called Bitmari that's actually using the blockchain to help a bank in Zimbabwe utilize some of the opportunities that's from remittances already to ending the use of correspondent banking systems, which are pretty ridiculous. One of the things I've had a problem with is that at one level, just using APIs from like Copay or Upholds Exchange, I hadn't had a problem with working with local developers, because I'm trying to build something with indigenous local Africans instead of folks from someplace else. But what I'm starting to realize, there's interest, but we need like a curriculum, fundamentally to kind of how to introduce people beyond just, putting APIs together to actually, really connecting down to the node level and beyond. Because some of the problems that I'm waiting for someone to come up with a solution that helps contract farmers be able to track their transactions. Right now, there's a big issue in agriculture, I guess probably all over the world, but particularly there, where the former Rhodesians still control the market because they're the middlemen between the European market and the actual small farmer. And we would love to be able to get indigenous folks who are already interested, but get them over this learning curve where they actually can start building on the blockchain. And it's a smart contract, but there's also a component that needs to be able to deal with the actual transaction of value too. And waiting for someone else to do is a little problematic. I think if there was a real good curriculum to kind of help get interested parties where they need to be, it'd be helpful. So if anyone has a direction you could point us in, it'd probably solve it. I'm behind schedule about 2 months, so this would be real helpful.
I can take a stab. I don't know if anyone wants to, but there is a developer's guide on the Bitcoin. Is it on Bitcoin?
Bitcoin.org.
Yeah, Bitcoin.org has a developer's guide that does a fairly good description of the Bitcoin protocol and how to work with it. That's probably the best documentation that's out there right now. It is true though that the Bitcoin ecosystem is lacking really solidly good tutorials and.
What it doesn't give you like that roadmap. The information is there, but it's not, when I say curriculum, I'm really saying how do you help them connect the dots, because it can be intimidating.
Yeah. So we need like some sort of Bitcoin or blockchain university thing. And there's been talk about this as some sort of open curriculum online for getting developers on board. Unfortunately, it hasn't materialized. But it may be just an instance of getting the right people together in terms of, you having developers who need this, and then people who are interested in creating it, being able to work together to do a first run through of the curriculum. I would say certainly like email us and we'll see if we can find someone to put you in contact with. The other aspect of it, to your specific use case, there are things being worked on like native asset supports within the sidechain elements project that could have relevance to your specific industry, and we don't have sufficient documentation on how to work with those, but that's something that we are trying to develop. We'll switch mics to over here.
This is a question for everyone. What do you agree with and disagree with from the last presentation?
Ha! You want to go first, Mark?
I think our friends in China are very smart, and they're good-hearted people who are working for the betterment of Bitcoin as a whole. When people voice one thing that I think was not said clearly enough at Scaling Bitcoin Hong Kong when we were there was that when people voice concern over centralization of mining in China, it's not. I mean, the concern would be the same if it was in any other country in the world. It would be, and the other, and it's not a concern against the miners themselves. It's a concern against the jurisdiction. The other thing I would like to say about this is that Bitcoin is not a democracy. It is never designed to be a democracy. It is, in fact, democracy is antithetical to what Bitcoin represents, which is consensus, even in the face of mob rule, going the other way. So there can be as strong of a movement against what the consensus algorithm specifies as a valid block, but unless you get everyone in the world to upgrade every single node, you're going to have a fork. And that is as user protecting as it is also scary when things break. I mean, it's the source of everything that makes Bitcoin great in terms of irrevocability of payments, the fact that you can't have your funds seized. This is all because it's really difficult and very hard to change the Bitcoin protocol. As Corey said, the fact that we have to argue and debate over this so hard and so long is actually the strength of Bitcoin. If it was political money, it would have, 18 months ago, this would have been over, whether you liked it or not.
Yeah, and I also like to attach to that voting is, or democracy is good, but I live in Switzerland, one of the only countries where we have direct democracy, and with the democracy there comes a lot of, you need to understand the topic you're going to vote about, and who is able to vote about Bitcoin technical topics. I mean even the miners, Chinese or different ones, I think they don't really get the technical essence of the problem. They just say, yeah, make consensus, we want to make our block rewards. We don't care about what issues you have. And voting means you need to fully understand what you're going to vote about. And as soon as you say everybody needs to vote, everybody needs to study the problem for a couple of days. So is it realistic? So who is able to judge? And with voting comes also kind of lobbying. People are and companies are collecting money to influence people, and I see that back in Switzerland, where we have where you vote about law changes. It's not about the president. You vote about law changes, and it's all about money and about propaganda. I mean, I like it, but it's political thing. It's not technical stuff. It's something everybody can talk about. But can the people in Bitcoin talk about what they really want?
Sure. So, I mean, I agree that there is a lot of centralization in mining and centralizing forces in mining today, and that what has in fact happened to this point is largely sort of an importing of existing wealth inequalities into mining inequalities. But I don't think this is permanent or inevitable. I think a lot of it is sort of a transitory, something temporary that sort of happened because there are choke points in supply and because there are just existing properties of the way that electricity availability is distributed around the world. I also don't agree that there is no room for technological solutions here. There is a lot of room for technological improvement here. And to sort of say categorically this is a social problem, technology is not going to solve it, I think is rather defeatist. And I also think that it's not a solution to replace Bitcoin with a political currency. There are lots of political currencies out there today. If you think that's the solution, you're welcome to switch to a political currency. And changing Bitcoin to be another one, however you could do that, I don't think that's the solution. That's just shutting down Bitcoin.
I more have a side point where going back to your idea about like not shutting down solutions, is that I think there's this thing where there's a lot of new people learning about Bitcoin, many maybe in the audience. A lot of solutions have been tried already. Bitcoin has been working, and it's been working well. There may be more solutions coming, but it's very important to look at what has been tried already. There's a community, a rather rambunctious community full of scammers. It's known as like the altcoin community. And they all congregate on Bitcoin Talk, or as me and my friends like to call it, altcoin talk. It's the most popular board. But you see a lot of these people talking about like blockchain technology or distributed ledger technology. It's like, and they're like, yeah, we do this and this. It's like, oh yeah, that coin did that in 2012. Or it's like, yeah, that coin did it in 2013. It's like, yeah, you can do these voting, like some of the voting things have been tried already and they've failed spectacularly. And maybe there's a different permutation for one man, one vote. But yes, several have tried it. Sybil attacks are a thing. There's many different problems, and perhaps there's a solution. But Bitcoin has been working. We'll see how Ethereum does with proof of stake with various things. I'm somewhat skeptical for proof of stake as a base layer, but it's especially like the new banker types going in. It's like, oh yeah, you need to hear about all these different coins.
Are we getting cut off, or is there one
We're
more?
getting cut off.
Thanks. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Seth.
So up next, we have a talk about the economy of things, which is sort of a play on the Internet of Things. And so Veena Pirswaran and Gurvinder Aliwalia have put together a presentation based on their work at IBM with IBM Adept and their work on the Internet of Things. And so Veena couldn't be here today, and so I invite Gurvinder up to present their talk, An Economy of Things, a Visionary Architecture and Monetization of Devices with Blockchain.
You know, there's a representation in this room from some well-known core committers. There's some veterans of the industry. There's, of course, the Brain Trust of MIT and the Bitcoin Club over here. Great panorama forum. Shinda, thank you for putting it together. And thank you so much for inviting the IBM point of view. Veena, my partner in this crime, also a leader to a lot of the work that I'm going to be talking about, which we've been doing for quite some time. And there's several updates to the introduction that Chinda alluded to related to our initial work, which some of you know as the IBM Adept work around IoT. So I'm bringing to you several updates from that point onwards. So let me just get this situated. And I particularly liked, of course, the panel, but James, where are you? James's bold remarks and peeling apart the topic of decentralization and consensus, calling it a proxy war. You know, what's the first casualty in a war? Truth, right? The first casualty in a war is always the truth. So we are continuing to peel back what the truth about decentralization, there James is right in front, what the truth about decentralization and particularly consensus protocols, and I'll take the IBM point of view and some of the work that I've been doing recently and the team in peeling back some of the protocols and the architecture that's towards the back end of my talk. Veena Pirswaran could not be here. My shout out to her, I think she is watching live, I think we are streaming live, and she had a last minute emergency and couldn't make it from her home base in Raleigh, North Carolina, but she was very eager to meet some of you, and some of you who I'm actually going to seek out later to get some introductions going with her as well as with myself. So the work that we've been doing actually takes, I wouldn't call it contrarian, right, because there's already a lot of arguments and debates going on, but it is an orthogonal view to the use case on the underpinnings of Bitcoin. So in some sense, Bitcoin is vertically integrated to the underneath engine, the blockchain. So really the nerve center, the heartbeat, the brain, underneath is what we are interested in exploring. And we got into this, I wouldn't say by accident, but you'll see a slide come up in a few minutes where it might look like we had a very well chiseled, nicely pruned path in the last about 2 years of work that we've been doing, but it's quite the opposite, right? So what I want to talk to you is really on 3 dimensions. Where did we start? And what are some of the use cases? I'll spend very little time on some of the use cases because it's a very distinguished audience, privileged to be here, and many of you know many of those use cases. And most importantly, kind of the takeaway that I'm going to share with you is where are we as an IBM company and also as a contributor in the open source community and a little update on what's been called the Hyperledger project, taken under the Linux Foundation umbrella. Those are the three things that I'm going to talk about. So where did our journey begin? So this looks like a span of 2 years of very well-defined work, which it actually ended up to be very well-defined, but that wasn't our ingress point. We started with a hypothesis around looking at what the next generation architecture for the Internet of Things is going to be. And our hypothesis was the world has never seen the scale of large numbers that we are seeing, which are directionally everybody is in agreement on, how many billions of devices by such and such a year. But what is going to be the underneath technology for that? What is the collaboration? What is the coordination? What are the layers, right? The first few generations have been taking existing technologies, repurposing old technologies towards running the Internet of Things. But when we talk about billions of devices, the world really hasn't seen that kind of a scale in computing ever before. So we came up with a very visionary point of view on something that we call device democracy, and we started looking at the vision of a next generation architecture for the Internet of Things to be highly decentralized, peer-to-peer, and some of the things that are now fairly common in the vernacular that we are following. And we looked at that as a democracy of devices and things that participate with peer communications and business flows. That's the first work that we presented at IFA in Berlin in 2014. And then we kept on a crescendo, because every time we did a new body of work or an additional body of work, we peeled apart some new surprises and some new learnings. So we said this has to be more than just a white paper, more than just a thought leadership point of view. And we worked with some of our customers, Samsung in this particular case, and actually implemented a prototype on technologies that existed at that time, which was Ethereum, which was BitTorrent, and telehash. Some of those protocols is what comprised our prototype, and I'll talk a little bit about the prototype. So the second paper that we reported, which was at CES in 2015, was really a report on that prototype and the architecture that we had for that prototype, and we shared that learning with the industry and with the community. Then we engaged with a company called Oxford Economics to put together the economic models around some of the thinking that we were looking at. And there are certain markets in Africa, the lending market and market failures in Africa. We looked at the office space in the United States and a few other sectors. So we looked at efficiencies, we looked at asset management, we looked at the reasons for market failures, and the application of a blockchain-based use case around those, particularly IoT-based, and built economic models around it. All of these studies are available freely from the links that are there. And then more recently, within IBM, we hosted a jam, what we call an innovation kind of a jam. And we started calling that the business of things. So moving from the device democracy to empowering the edge, which was actually creating the prototype of a blockchain-based, of a use case, IoT use case based on blockchain, and then the economic model. Then we produced the most recent one, which came out of a jam. So a jam is basically an online session with thousands and thousands of not just IBMers, but external authorities. I was personally a facilitator of one of the jams, and we came up with certain themes on what are the barriers, what are the uncertainties that the market is facing, that companies are facing, that clients are facing from the IBM context, which is preventing them. Most of them are in very early adoption of IoT. So there are certain themes that emerged, and we produced and we presented that report at CES earlier this year, actually. So in each of these bodies of work, there were certain guidance that we followed, certain principles. So if I start from the bottom, there were 3 technology principles that we went after in the first 2 bodies of work. And one was, we want to look at it from a peer-to-peer perspective. We want to look at design for trustless communication and consensus, and of course, decentralized autonomy. Then we looked at the business model in the third paper, and that was look at the digital economics around it. So one of the things that we found is that you can't have a device-centric solution, and that's why some of the struggles have been around the monetization of IoT. So we started looking at IoT in our work in these papers as in a device democracy in the economy of things. We looked at everything being a point of economic value. So you think of everything to be like a point of sale. And how do you now pull those things into a marketplace for the activities that surround? I'll talk a little bit more with the use cases and the prototypes around it. So there has to be not just the technology basis, but a viable, sound monetization economic model around it. Otherwise, IoT, like connected home, has had 4 or 5 false starts in the last 15, 20 years. And then the last one had one design rule, and that is, how do you create better products? How do you create cool experiences? Okay. So this being some of the foundational thought work that we had, here is the IoT use case, where we look at the universal digital ledger across multiple things. In this particular case, it looks like more like a connected smart home use case. So if for a moment you think of the participation of these things into a community, into a democracy, where you have the electronics and the layers of software, and what has been lacking significantly in the industry is a layer of coordination software across heterogeneous OEM devices and things in a home. I don't necessarily want a separate app for my thermostat and a separate one for my sprinkler controllers and a separate one for my camera surveillance and a separate one for something else, right? So the coordination across heterogeneous devices is a key challenge. And if you're able to lift that into a coordination layer, partly served by the blockchain, and you begin to look at transactions between things, similar to how you're looking at transaction between entities in transferring asset, right? And you look at those business flows, and you build business, and you have business flows and business rules around them, and now I have a experiential, I have an experience as opposed to device-centric behavior. So when my car pulls up, my garage door knows about it, or when my children come to the door knows about it, and the microwave can kick in and the thermostat can kick in, the vision that many of us know. But how do you coordinate the communication, the flow, the coordination, and the contracts around these things, around these individual things? So if you look at this one, this is the use case that we implemented for Samsung and we presented at CES. So you could have a washer, a smart washer, in this case it was a Samsung, one of the newer models of a smart washer, detect some kind of a failure. In fact, it doesn't even have to necessarily come to the point of a failure. Engineering OEMs, they know, things from even their mechanical vibration and are able to tell the signature from the signature of the vibration that it is about to come to a breaking point. A little bit more proactive behavior in maintenance. And then be able to trigger not just an alert, because how useful is that? So you look at it from a complete life cycle standpoint, that I don't want just an alert that my washer is going to have a failure or it has failed or my detergent is running out. I want that alert to be triggered into a marketplace where technicians can bid. So now in that marketplace, I have different providers, different cloud providers, different supporters in the ecosystem who can respond to a bid request that has come to look at the event that has happened. And also before that, you can look at whether there is warranty certification available for my product, right? So think about the far-reaching impact of this. Think about the last time you had to do a repair, you had to call a repair to your technicians for your appliances. Think about the complexity in making a call to find out whether the warranty is available or not, right? So if you have the in-stream and smart contracts running on these devices, and now also from a system standpoint, think about the impact it can potentially have to back-end systems, CRM system, warranty systems, so on and so forth, right? Where should all that data really be maintained? Okay. Let me look at some of the animation, I think just... Okay. So we're talking about managing, we're talking about monetization, we are talking about searching and the communication of these across these devices. The idea being the following, and this has, if I were to invoke, certain legends from the lens of Ronald Coase, he's looked at firm and business from a transaction cost standpoint. From the lens of Mark Andreessen, he's looked at his provocative article on software will eat the world. From the lens of one of my favorites from the computer science discipline, Professor Andrew Tannenbaum, who said anything in hardware can also be done in software, anything in software can also be done in hardware, right? So they're all saying the same things, and this is over a span of almost 100 years. I think Coase's original work was done in the 1940s, right? So the idea being that you lift these things, you lift the physical world into a layer of software, and you provide coordination capabilities, trust capabilities, flow capabilities, policy and contractual capabilities, of course identity capabilities in that network, and you begin to see a realization and really an alignment of the vision that has been described in various ways. So I'll spend a little bit of time in the use cases over here, right? So this is to the idea of a connected home where an event gets triggered. It's not just sufficient for me to get a trigger of the event and an alert, but I really want the full experience around other things that need to follow whatever happens, why that alert is happening. So OEM providers could participate in this marketplace. There could be other service providers that can participate in this marketplace. So you begin to see the possibility of a vibrant marketplace around the economy of things, leading up to the business of things. Some use cases over here, letter of credit. You see a buyer A buying land from seller B, and a letter of credit is raised to the bank, and the bank issues the letter of credit, sends it to the seller's bank. In all these transactions, you can think of this as a 4-node blockchain network based on smart contracts that can have the obvious efficiencies that most of you know around speed of execution, increased trust, reduced costs, and so on and so forth. Similarly, you take any business case, business-to-business contracts, you talk about visibility to the supply chain, you talk about provenance that certain industries require from exactly where a certain part that's going into the manufacturing of an aircraft, or where another use case where the source of good diamonds versus blood diamonds in the diamond supply chain, and the work that has been done, by Everledger on the blockchain. So multiple use cases that most of you are familiar with. This one I'll stay on for a moment. And this is at an intersection of a financial services use case, but also an IoT use case. So you talk about shipping, import, export from one country where a container comes from a producer of parts and is going to ship through the source country port, and it comes through to the destination country port and is received by a customer. Now, not only is this a financial transaction, right, a trade finance transaction, and the bill of lading getting paired with the arrival of the goods, and then generating the appropriate payment. And of course, you can make the payment, you can release the payment on a more granular, performance base, if you may. You could instrument that into the contract depending on how the goods are moving in the supply chain. Think about the amount of disputes and liabilities this could eliminate, right? The IoT intersection with this trade finance use case is that you have to match the movement of a physical thing to the digital flow of the transaction. And that could be either the thing could be a node on the blockchain, right? Or the thing could have a sensory hum to the backend servers, which could track its arrival at the destination port or wherever, somewhere in route, right? And once the actual physical thing provides evidence to the digital plane and to the smart contract and reaches consensus in this network, then it can take the necessary action, which typically would be around releasing a certain amount of payment or maybe the full payment if the transaction and the entire cycle is complete. I already touched, I won't stay on this too much. This is around heterogeneous devices in a home. So this to me is the section which I find I'm very passionate about, and that is in giving you an update on where we are today and making a tie into some of the remarks that would be shared earlier around the challenge of consensus and around the challenge of the protocols related to the consensus. So, where we are now is the marriage of the digital world to a physical world is not necessarily a new marriage, right? So the industry has been doing that in current renditions of IoT. So in this particular case, the digital world becomes a blockchain world that has a hum through a controller, small piece of software that resides on the thing. In this case, it shows a door lock. It could be a shipping container. It could be pallets. It could be whatever you desire it to be. So the physical world acts as an off-chain component, but at the same time, you have a couple of scenarios. The physical world could also be a blockchain. Work we looked at multiple footprint form factors depending on resource constraints of a particular device. And somebody alluded to the work being done by 21 on how capability is moving out to the edges, which gives the potential of moving, putting an actual blockchain footprint node on small footprint devices at the edge. Right, so this problem is solvable if you have the right footprint around the blockchain. And the second scenario is, even if you don't make the thing a blockchain node, you can have a hum into it, which ties into the digital portion of the blockchain world. Now, for those of you who come from the design patterns world, I'll invoke some of the literature around MVC and add a little modification to that, and that is the blockchain portion to the model view controller. If you look at the previous picture, I'll just step back for a moment, and you flip this picture, right? So it basically gives you the architecture view of the previous schematic. No, so I'm going to now peel apart this the build out of this visual over here. If you look at a distributed ledger in blockchain, we really look at it as another transaction system. So if you think of an enterprise that has multiple systems in it, and from the IBM company, you deal with enterprise systems all the time, you deal with transaction systems all the time. And you now have a platform in which blockchain is a kind of transaction systems. You have transaction systems today through your banking systems, your ATMs, your flight bookings, etc. So you begin to think of blockchain as being another transaction system, which is a consensus-based, peer-based, decentralized, distributed ledger. And now if I expose the complete mapping to you, I want to step you through the picture over here. What we are doing is we are beginning to look at blockchain as a core platform and a core fabric. So if you're beginning to look at consensus really not being a hard-coupled portion of the core blockchain fabric, you begin to think of consensus as a service. Smart contracts, of course, is where you have self-executing scripts, multi-party transactions, rules, logic. You, of course, need messaging for addressing, for file transfer, for certified delivery across devices, across entities. In the crypto layer, you have whatever your favorite crypto protocols are going to be. And then the blockchain is, of course, the core fabric, but you bring it down to the core fabric and the core platform, as opposed to packing consensus, hard coupling a consensus into it. So you abstract consensus into a separate layer that binds into blockchain, and you get to pick what consensus you want, depending on what use case you build on the applications on top. Okay? And I'll sample through some of those consensus variations in just a moment. And then, of course, security at your hardware layer as well. I hope this diagram is showing well on the projector because it isn't showing very well on the screen over here. But we are beginning to look at consensus as pluggable. Now, this also is some of the approach that we are advancing in the open source community of the blockchain project called the Hyperledger. I'll speak to that a little bit more in just a moment. And you begin to look at consensus as being pluggable to a blockchain platform and a blockchain fabric. Now, what I've done is I've sampled a few protocols over here and provides a little bit of a segue to the second speaker when the passion around consensus and decentralization was being shared. So I've got a few main points that I'm going to share over here. I don't want you to necessarily focus on the accuracy of the arrows, the ladder diagram, and the sequence over there. I might have those right, I might have those wrong, but that's not where I want to draw your attention. I want to draw your attention to the roles that are played, like the ones that are on top of each of the diagrams over here. Now, this is a sampling of the Byzantine fault-tolerant protocol and the PBFT. On the right, you see Paxos. On the left, you see Raft and Sieve. Right? This is in the same league as proof of work, proof of stake, and these are just additional protocols that are available. Byzantine fault tolerance actually has been around for about 20 years, and I think from this very institution, if I'm not mistaken, right? And that's one of the protocols that we've been looking at, in fact, in the Hyperledger in the open source project, and also in the IBM blockchain. And we're actually looking at the variation of it, which is called the practical Byzantine fault-tolerant protocol. The second protocol, Praxos, I believe came from Microsoft, and it's being used by Bing. Has a lot of complexity to it. And partly for that reason, the guys at Stanford came up with Raft, which has a lot of elegance associated with that protocol in terms of its implementation. Sieve is a variation of BFT, which attempts to eliminate non-deterministic behavior in BFT. Okay. Now, broadly speaking, the roles that you see on top, again, I wouldn't have you necessarily focus on each of the roles. There look to be like 3-4 roles on top of each of these. But broadly speaking, there's a client or a follower node, and there's a leader or a validator node. So if you take BFT, I think, for example, whenever you boot up a blockchain node, it'll boot up as a follower, it'll boot up as a client. And then it sends a broadcast request out to the network looking for a leader. Can anybody validate? Can anybody validate something that I want to submit? And it waits for a certain expiration time, If a leader responds, then the request gets submitted and the consensus process kicks in. If a leader does not respond, and there is no leader in that network at that time, then the client that just booted up in a follower role takes on the role of a leader, right? So how a role in a consensus algorithm that is chosen, first, of course, the consensus algorithm is really key on which one is chosen, and then which nodes take on which role in which situation is really key to the fairness of achieving consensus in a network and the control or lack thereof in a network. Raft is a pretty popular protocol now, and it's used in Edge-based Zookeeper. I believe Netflix is also using many of these protocols and many of this tooling. Now, what you do need is be able to decide what kind of fault tolerance that is going to be acceptable to you in the network. And fault tolerance has a spectrum of definitions from being a total crash to a rogue network. And there are certain algorithms, there are certain mathematics around this. The Paxos and Raft protocol allows 50% node failure. The BFT versions allow 33% node failures. And that's not necessarily a good or bad statement in terms of the percentages. What's more important is the nature of the consensus that you want to arrive at. And then, of course, how do you define the nature of the fault as well? So if you go back to the trade finance use case, in that situation, if the ship and the cargo arrives at the dock and a node over there is down, how's the transaction going to settle? Right? So what is important is that consensus must precede the replication of state of the distributed ledger to every node. So that's why consensus is really essential on how the ledger can be replicated to all the nodes. So if a node is down in that particular use case, another node, as long as it is within the algorithm on how much of failed nodes exist in the network, the transaction can still proceed and come to a settlement, because every node on that network has a copy of the device. And when evidence is presented from the ship and the cargo that comes in to the smart contract, then the consensus can proceed even if a node within the limits and within the design of fault tolerance, a node is down. So you begin to see functions and capabilities that have to be performed depending on the choice of the network over here, around consensus management, around election management, around the type of node assignment. And this also ties into the scalability of your blockchain-based use case and your blockchain network. How many leader nodes do I need? How many follower nodes do I need? How many can fail? What kind of failures can I tolerate? Can I tolerate failures in terms of value that is being generated by the node? Can I tolerate failures in terms of time, reordering, missequencing of messaging and alerts coming out from nodes? Right? So you have to look at multiple architectural considerations around what role different entities, different nodes in the network have to be assigned. And then architecture design decisions on how many of each of those do you need. All right. I alluded to this chart a little bit. This is some of the recent progress. Way beyond the early work that Chinda referred to in the IBM ADAP space that was done. And the more recent work is we announced an IBM blockchain. More importantly, we announced the Hyperledger project under the umbrella and under the governance of the Linux Foundation, where the community can come together And if you all are here, I'd like to recognize digital assets. And R3, I think I saw their names. They're also speakers, so you might be seeing them later today or tomorrow. They are all members, and hundreds others that are members of the Hyperledger project under the Linux Foundation governance. Right? So, in fact, about 3 weeks ago, from the IBM contribution, we submitted 44,000 lines of code into the open source Hyperledger project, and that is the place where, from our point of view, to come up with a platform, a blockchain platform, a Hyperledger platform that is fabric-based, a little alluding to the architecture and the stack that I was sharing with you a few minutes ago. That's where some of these gaps and challenges is where we are trying to bring ourselves and others together to look at use cases, not just from the IoT, not just from the financial services perspective, which is what is a lot of what is being discussed over here, but also and cryptocurrency, but also from other use cases like the IoT use cases I alluded to. All right. We do have regulators at IBM, so you saw the slide and you read it. All right. Questions? I'm standing between lunch here, Chinda. Yeah.
Are there any Bitcoin Core developers involved in Hyperledger?
Are there any what?
Are there any Bitcoin Core developers involved in Hyperledger?
Bitcoin Core developers from Hyperledger. I don't know. If anybody knows, please share the answer with the gentleman over here. I don't know who the core developers from Bitcoin are. We would welcome the participation. Please.
What is your opinion actually on Bitcoin and IoT, specifically machine-to-machine payments, as it's being advertised by 21? Like, where do you think Bitcoin actually fits into this picture of machine-to-machine payments?
Yeah. So we really aren't looking at the Hyperledger project to be a Bitcoin project, right? So we are looking at the underlying fabric. So Bitcoin is a use case, which of course sparked the enthusiasm on blockchain. So we're really not looking at it specifically from the Bitcoin use case, either from the IBM perspective and more broadly speaking from the Hyperledger open source perspective. So yes, there could be cryptocurrency use cases on it. There could be financial transaction use cases. There could be provenance use cases on it. There could be IoT use cases on it. So we want to advance the thinking and the implementation in the community on having the abstraction across the layers so that the Hyperledger project can focus in creating a technology fabric that nobody owns, but everybody can use and share, and then build your additional value on top of it, depending on whether it is a cryptocurrency use case or any of the other use cases that I'm talking about. Good question. Thank you. Please.
Yeah. Hi, Goya. My name is Sven. So thanks for the inspiration. I saw on one slide you were, it was the bottom row, where you were basically evaluating or commenting the consensus mechanisms, and then you put it in brackets smart contracts ? So how do you?
Yeah. So if you're alluding, I don't know exactly which slide, but I think this might be what you're alluding to, right? So. Smart contracts can coexist with consensus, but could you have a blockchain-based network purely on just on smart contracts without the need for consensus? So if you have a permissioned network, right? So part of the thinking also from the IBM side and from the Hyperledger side is the notion of permissioned and permissionless blockchain-based networks. So if you have a permissioned network where the entities are well known and have have formal contractual business relationships in the real world, right, then do you really need the mechanics and the protocol of a consensus, or is it sufficient to have purely a smart contract in order to settle transactions for whatever the use case might be? So that was the thinking over there.
Okay, so it's really comes down to whether you can use smart contracts to basically eliminate or reduce the need for a consensus mechanism.
Perhaps, right. So that's a hypothesis. But so two things. One is getting the implementation of that in the core platform in the fabric, and then of course smart contracts are abstracted from it. But more importantly, the adoption in the industry for those kind of use cases where it may not be consensus based, but it is more smart contract based use cases.
Okay.
So this is something which is very interesting, and that's why we advanced it in thinking through. But it's really going to be not the technologists which will make the decision.
Yeah.
It's going to be the adopters that drive the use case, whether that is a possibility. Whether that is a scenario for their industry.
Okay, it's because I don't know if you may be aware of the Open Bazaar project. There's a guy from Open Bazaar here, and it's a Bitcoin-based decentral commerce system, which is great. Where basically I was looking for a way to enrich it by tying it with smart contracts capabilities of potentially Ethereum's, and then using a special tool, but that would be maybe too much detail. So,
regardless, I would like to talk to you and to the person from the Open Bazaar to learn myself a little bit more about that, and I think right on the lunch break that follows, like to discuss that.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Looks like there's a question here.
Yeah. So you mentioned at the very beginning about a washing machine that actually pays for its repair, right? So how do you envision a new world where actually a washing machine start having cash in the sense of a cryptocurrency embedded on it? And what's the cost of actually securing all that? Because my penniless washing machine today has not gone bankrupt, but in that scenario it might happen. And there's a lot of cost to prevent that private key from escaping.
Yeah, excellent point, right? So the washing machine could be both a point of monetization for the service providers and the OEMs. Of course, it is a point of value for a consumer and a point of cryptocurrency based payments. The issues around identity and tracking the release of payments are not going to be unique to just the world of the economy of things. The same issues that would be involved in moving cryptocurrency around for any other network, regardless of the fact that it's an IoT. In this case, it's just an IoT network, and you're laying monetization, you're laying crypto into it as well. It would be the same issues that would arise in securing and the identity related to the things.
The only difference that I see is I'm a savvy Bitcoin user and I use it on machines that I keep security. A washing machine is my grandmother's, piece of equipment, and 13-year-old neighbor can, start hacking on the washing machine and getting the coins out of it. That's the kind of, is in a scenario slightly different.
Yeah, actually, so I'm glad you bring it up, because one of the use cases, one of the studies in the economic modeling towards the front end of my talk, I didn't get into the detail of the numbers of the work that we did with Oxford Economics, is we looked at the entire universe of office space in the United States, which is 12 billion square feet, if I remember the number correctly. And there's only 67% utilization of that asset, right? This is the entire office space in the United States. So you can begin to look at that on a blockchain network for taking up the asset utilization and the asset management of it. But the reason I'm borrowing that example to serve your question is you can now trigger the lease payments as part of that. So it's not just, washing machine may not be a very exciting use case, but you have month-to-month lease payments related to leasing office property, which could be in stream with the blockchain network. So that's both a utilization, IoT asset utilization use case, as well as a cryptocurrency-based payment use case for paying the lease of the office spaces. Sure. Welcome. All right. Thank you so much. It's been a great audience.
Nice work. Thank you. Thanks, Gurvinder. And so we have one more talk before lunch. And we have Sergio from Rootstock here. And so Rootstock is an extension to Bitcoin. And it utilizes the security of the Bitcoin network while providing a platform for developing smart contracts. And so Sergio is a co-founder and chief scientist at RSK Labs. And I don't know, I read the white paper a few months ago, and it looks pretty good. I'm quite happy that he's here, and I'm interested in what you have to say about the RSK team.
Thank you. Just give me a minute. Do you have audio in the presentation? No, not in the computer, just the mic. Okay. What do I have here? Don't read my emails, please. Okay. Yes, I use PowerPoint. It's a shame. Okay. Okay, thanks everybody for staying here and not going to eat to the next room. And, and thanks for the organizers for inviting me. So today I'm going to talk about Rootstock. Rootstock is the code-name of the smart contract platform we are developing at RSK Labs, which is a company that we founded the last year. So first of all, I'm Sergio Lerner. I'm from Argentina. Is there anyone else here from Latin America or South America? I saw Nicolas there. Okay, so there's we need more decentralization, but we have some Latin Americans. So I'm a computer security researcher, and I'm also an entrepreneur. My first company was a high-tech medical company in neurophysiology. But when I discovered Bitcoin, then I completely switched. And I started creating Bitcoin companies. And, but from the very beginning, I started working with smart contracts. And so this is the culmination of a lot of years of work. So I'm going to start from some simple concepts about smart contracts. I hope I don't okay, then I will start with more complex things. So when I had to explain my mother what I was doing with this, I found that I had no explanation for her. So there's two ways of understanding a smart contract. One way is that a smart contract is a way to attach rules, to attach a program to money in a payment network. So for example, I can send you some money and at the same time restrict that you can only use that money in the university campus, for example. And the other way to understand a smart contract is the other way around, where you have already a program and you say, okay, I'll give this program control of money. Then a classical example is you have a distributed DNS system where now you enable this system to accept payments to register new domains. And what's the relation between Bitcoin and smart contracts? Well, Bitcoin has a very limited implementation of smart contracts. And one of the classical examples of this is the multi-signature wallet that most of us use. It's based on this scripting system and a special opcode to validate multi-signature. But taking the case of a Bitcoin wallet, there are things that we cannot do. For example, we cannot apply limits in the amount of daily withdrawals. And this is because we require some persistent memory to store the partial amount of money we are spending, and also because we don't have reflection. We don't have the possibility to inspect the block timestamp or to inspect the transaction amount. Also, one of the things one would like to do with a wallet is to have some whitelist payment addresses or blacklist payment addresses. And we cannot do this with Bitcoin right now because we cannot inspect the destination address of a transaction. So why is that Satoshi chose to implement this restricted non-Turing complete fourth language in Bitcoin? Is that there is a reason for that, and that reason is to allow transactions to be replayed when there is a huge reorganization of the blockchain. Basically, in that case, you can just take the transactions from one of the branches and just put them into the other branches, and then everything keeps working. Well, at the time Satoshi thought about this, I think it was a very good design goal, but at this time we don't see much huge reorganizations in the blockchain. So we can start to think, what if we could include introspection into transactions so they can relate to the block, read the block timestamp, for example. So these are the restrictions of the Bitcoin scripting system. It's not Turing complete, we don't have goto, we don't have recursion. The available resource, no persistent memory, and there is almost no context inspection, and most of the interesting opcodes we can find in Bitcoin are disabled. So we want to extend this. We want to give Bitcoin the power of smart contracts. So how do we implement smart contracts in a blockchain? Well, there are, as far as I know, only 3 possibilities to do this. One is using an off-chain system. Basically, we have a set of privileged nodes that will execute the smart contracts. They will produce a result, and for a certain consensus system like voting, we will pick the correct result. And this was tried, this is called Oracle-based smart contracts. This was tried by Ripple in the consensus in the Codius system, which was later deprecated. And also this was an idea of Nick Szabo when he proposed a tamper-proof open source hardware, but that would be auditable for everyone, that we could attest that it was working correctly, but no one would be able to tamper with. Obviously, this is terribly difficult to do. The other interesting way of doing smart contracts is to have a hybrid on-chain verification and off-chain execution. And you can actually do this with a very fancy and interesting cryptographic construction that is called SNARK. This is very, very promising, but it has some drawbacks that, for example, it requires a trusted setup, and the current implementations are fairly untested. So this could be problematic for a platform right now. So the third way is the way that Rootstock does and Ethereum does, is having deterministic replicated execution, which basically means that every node executes every instruction of every smart contract. And this might look, seems too much for a simple node, but soon you realize that once you have this setup, then you can emulate both smart contract-based execution and SNARK-based execution with a minimum possible cost. So basically, this solution allows you to grow into any other possible smart contract solution. So the history of practically implemented smart contract platform begins, again, as far as I know, with Quickscoin, which was deterministic replicated engine, which was created only for gaming and gambling. At that time, I was working on peer-to-peer poker playing in my thesis, and so I implemented a prototype which is quite similar to what Ethereum is today, which allow you to play poker, peer-to-peer poker, using a cryptocurrency and a smart contract platform. Obviously, I was terribly blind to see the enormous financial applications of this technology. I was just focused on poker. And the following year, Ethereum came, Codius was developed, and also the last year, we had Counterparty, which implemented an EVM-compatible virtual machine, and we presented Rootstock. So what is a smart contract for Rootstock? Well, a smart contract is basically a program, an immutable program, that is given persistent memory, and this memory is protected from access from any other contracts, and also has a digital safe deposit box where you can deposit other crypto assets like currency or anything. And it basically can receive deposits and can create payments and can receive messages and produce messages to interact with other smart contracts, to interact with other programs within the blockchain. So what is the distributed application? Sometimes people talk about this. So a distributed application, or DApp, is a collection of smart contracts that work together with the external world application that interact with them. For example, taking again the example as a wallet, we could create a protected wallet that stores BTC and US dollars and allows the owner to pay $1,000 per day, either in BTC or USD. But to do that, these smart contracts, to pay more each day, it would send us an SMS to another person, the wife, the husband, to authorize more spending. And at the same time, it has to see what's the value of the Bitcoin in each moment to be spendings. So basically, it has to interact to two other smart contracts that probably are created by third parties. So basically, the design would include three smart contracts, each one interacting with each other, and each one at the same time interacting with outside world application, which contains the graphic interface, gateways to other systems, etc., etc. So why we choose Bitcoin, and why we didn't just go and create yet another new speculative token? Well, it's clear that currently Bitcoin is the most secure decentralized cryptocurrency, and with the advent of the two-way peg, which I will talk about this later, we can do almost anything using the Bitcoin cryptocurrency. We can extend Bitcoin to do almost anything other blockchains can do. Also, it has the most real-world use cases, and it has a large head start and network effect, and mostly, and the most important, we've been part of this community for more than 4 years, and we love it. Even if there's argue all the time, we feel part of it. Okay, the team, these are the 6 founders of the team, and we also have more programmers now. And we set up ourselves some goals back in November last year. Basically, we want this to be a smart contract layer for Bitcoin. We want to be democratic. We want to increase the number of use cases for Bitcoin. We want to enable financial institutions to be able to comply with their regulation and develop their use cases over Rootstock. We want to incentivize the Bitcoin community and the Ethereum community to test our platform, to work with our platform. And most important, we want high incentives for Bitcoin miners because we want them to join. They are the ones that are bringing security to the Bitcoin network. We cannot forget that. And we want them to be 100% mining on Rootstock. And we've managed to do this, I think. And trying to kind of solve, if that is correct word, the governance problem in Bitcoin. We are trying to bring all the actors, we are trying to test a different governance model where we are trying to bring all actors in the community to form a committee and try to design which will be the changes in the standard. Of course, we want to have low transaction fees, high transaction volume, and we want to scale a little bit more than Bitcoin. We want to scale to 100 transactions per second without problem, to 500 transactions per second without any problem. And obviously, this is a trade-off with decentralization. This is not free, but I think that we already have a decentralized network that is Bitcoin, so we want to be also more scalable. So these are the incentives to the Bitcoin ecosystem we are setting for the governance of the platform. So there is nothing really new here. There is a federation, which I will talk more about this later. Essentially, the two interesting protocols here we are using is for allowing Bitcoin users to vote, we are using a classical proof of stake. And this is something we are trying, something new. We are going to try to reward, we are going to try to give votes to full nodes. Here it says Bitcoin full node owners, but they will become rootstock full node owners. And through a cryptographic construction is called proof of unique blockchain storage, where we can actually on-chain test if these nodes are holding a unique copy of the full blockchain. So what's the technology? What's new in Rootstock? We've come up with. So first, of course, we have the smart contracts, and we are doing this as a VM that is compatible with Ethereum. So we've seen a lot of companies. Each day we have a call with a company that say we want to develop in Rootstock, and we tell them, okay, start working on Ethereum, and then if you want, you can switch. And that's important for us because we want to see a standard. We don't want to have a lot of different platforms for smart contracts, and I think Rootstock can implement that standard for Bitcoin. Also, we have the two-way peg, which allows the Rootstock platform to use Bitcoin as the native currency. And because to implement a full automatic two-way peg, we need some new opcodes on the Bitcoin side. We need some new modifications to Bitcoin. We will start with something simple, more simple, that is an hybrid that has a federation and a sidechain. So we have a federation that will have custody of Bitcoin funds and a sidechain on the Rootstock side until we have the automatic two-way peg working on the Bitcoin side. But that's our ultimate goal. Also, we are doing merge mining, which means that Bitcoin miners will be able to mine the Rootstock platform with the same hashing power, with the same machines. They are mining now Bitcoin with no loss on profit in the Bitcoin side. We are making sure that when they do merge mining with Rootstock, they don't lose a single Bitcoin by doing so. And we have the federation, and currently the federation has 3 roles. At the beginning, it will protect the network using checkpoints, which will be distributed by the network. So if a node wants to know if it's being civilly attacked, it can use the federation checkpoints as a second protection to be sure that it's well connected to the Rootstock network. And it also, we are preparing a failback system where if the merge mining for any reason goes below, can take charge Byzantine fault tolerant consensus system and take the activity of mining on their shoulders. I think this will never happen, but we want to make sure that the platform is going to keep running if we lose the miner's faith. And the Rootstock network, we are having very interesting technical improvements in terms of low latency, for example. So what is different in the Rootstock virtual machine? Well, in the first release, it's actually interpreted VM compatible with the Ethereum VM. But in the next release, in the works, we are doing a dynamic retarget of Ethereum opcodes into a Java-like bytecode. So we'll be able to use a standard programming languages like Java to develop distributed applications, and we will test this soon. And also, we will have a just-in-time compiler for this. And regarding the interface with higher-level applications, that higher-level applications in Ethereum use a standard that is called Web3, and this standard is pretty solid, so we are implementing the full standard of Web3. So if you write an application in JavaScript that uses Web3, you just switch the network and you will be able to run that on Rootstock. Regarding the two-way peg, I would like to try to state what the problem is. So we have two blockchains, which one is the main blockchain and the other is the secondary blockchain. And you want to move bitcoins from one blockchain to the other. And the problem is that that is not possible. So basically you have to lock the bitcoins in, or destroy the bitcoins in the Bitcoin blockchain, and then create the same amount of bitcoins in the secondary chain. After some time, you have to lock those bitcoins back and unlock bitcoins in the Bitcoin blockchain. And you need some protocol that enforce that the bitcoins are never unlocked in blockchains at the same time. And there are at least 3 ways to do this. One is using a federation, which will be the simplest way, using a multi-signature, where, of course, you want to have renowned parties taking part of the federation. The other one is using a sidechain, which is a concept Blockstream has developed, which requires 2 new opcodes on the Bitcoin side. And this is kind of problematic because these opcodes allow you to interpret other blockchains which use the same transaction format as Bitcoin, so it's kind of limited. And the third one, which is pretty convincing for a merge mining blockchain, is called Drive Chain and was proposed by Paul Stork from Truthcoin, which requires a single new opcode, and it's very straightforward to implement. So I think we will in the future decide, depending on what the Bitcoin community wants, to use a sidechain or a drive chain instead of a federation. You can also mix 2 of these solutions during a period of time, like having a federation that has to approve a transaction and at the same time having the drive chain mechanism. So you can have both groups validating. So I'm going to skip the part about how sidechains work and drive chains work. Basically, I would say that a drive chain is a method for miners to vote on which is the transaction that will unlock the Bitcoins. And if the miner engagement in Rootstock is very high, then the same group of miners will have the power to decide what to do, how to unlock the Bitcoins. And you have the same security level as in a sidechain. So what do we have now? What we have implemented? Well, we are using a hybrid federated sidechain solution where we don't need new opcodes on the Bitcoin side, and bitcoins are locked just being transferred to a script that is a federation, a Bitcoin address of the federation. But on the Rootstock side, we have a full SPB node running in a contract in the Rootstock side. And that SPB node is synced to the Bitcoin network by means of external messages. This SPB node that we call the bridge provides the locking and unlocking services for Rootstock users and Rootstock smart contracts. And also, it's important to know that the bridge takes a long time to transfer the Bitcoins into root coins, which are the Bitcoins that live in Rootstock, and back. And this is intentional because we must protect the network from long reorganizations, and if that occurs, it could create Bitcoins that live in both blockchains. So to be able to transact, to turn Bitcoins into root coins and back very quickly, we are partnering with exchanges to provide the liquidity just to trade 1 Bitcoin for 1 root coin immediately or in few time. So how the federation works? Well, the federation is running a special software we call the Fed node that runs a Bitcoin node and a Rootstock node at the same time. And the Fed node listens to the events created by the bridge, and it just has to obey what the bridge says. They have no manual intervention. So the bridge says, okay, this is a transaction you have to sign, and then the Fed nodes automatically go and transmit to the bridge the signature, and then the bridge assembles all the signatures, creates the transaction, and announces, hey, this is the transaction that you have to broadcast on the Bitcoin side. So there is no intervention of the Fed nodes into the decision of which outputs to spend or anything else. So this is how it works. Basically, we have this Bitcoin J. It's actually Bitcoin J code running an SPV node in the matrix, because this Bitcoin J node thinks he's connected with the network, but he's not. He's living in a virtual world in a smart contract. And to lock Bitcoins, nodes can send the headers to this bridge contract, and they also can send the transactions that lock the Bitcoins with an SPV proof, so the bridge contract can receive those Bitcoins and release root coins. So the bridge actually has a Bitcoin wallet, a copy of the Bitcoin blockchain in SPV mode, or the list of headers, and a Rootstock account to be able to unlock the Rootstocks, the root coins. So this Rootstock account initially has the 21 millions of Bitcoins locked in an account. And here's another diagram about how the federation works. There are several Fed nodes running, connected to both networks. And this is the upper part is a failback system, which will eventually can take control of the mining operation if the mining engagement goes below a threshold. And this is all automatic, and it can be fooled. So what is needed to implement the target, the two-way peg? Well, we need new opcodes on the Bitcoin side, either to do a drive chain or a side chain. And this can be done using a soft fork or a hard fork. And we are sponsoring a project we call Bits2 that will bring these opcodes to the Bitcoin community, to consider which is the right path to go. So we want the Bitcoin community, of course, to decide. I think that soon we'll have a lot of debate about how to extend Bitcoin. Probably Blockstream will be very interested in taking part of this project. And the other thing I talk about is the checkpoints protection that the Federation provides. And basically, it's an alert system for nodes to be able to detect if they are civilly attacked. The other thing that Rootstock uses is merge mining. And basically, we have a target 10 seconds block interval, and we have tested and simulated this, and it works pretty well. We have no loss in pool efficiency for Bitcoin mining, and that's very important to us. And we are playing with automatic feed of Bitcoin headers to the bridge contract using the SPV proof that the proof of work that Rootstock uses. And this diagram shows how a proof of work of Rootstock, the parts of a proof of work of Rootstock, it contains the SHA-2056 mid-state of the Coinbase transaction. So you can actually embed the tag and the hash of the Rootstock blockchain, the Rootstock header, in the last part of the Coinbase transaction, and you don't have to transmit the full blockchain, the full Coinbase transaction. You just transmit the mid-state, the tail of the Coinbase transaction, which contains a hash, and that hash maps to the Rootstock header. And you also transmit, of course, the different nodes in the Merkle tree to be able to map that into the Bitcoin header. One of the other things we've been working is the integration with the most known and used mining pool softwares, because we want the miners to be able to run our node and do merge mining. So actually we've created plugins for D3 implementation, Commune Serve, CK Pool, and Alloy Pool. So when we launch the platform, these plugins will be ready for you just to merge, if you have some private code, to merge with your private code, or just use the public code. So what's new in terms of network? Well, the network, we aim the network to be low latency and high volume, and we've tested without promise to have 300 transactions per second, the 10 seconds block interval, and to allow this to happen, we've implemented mostly known tricks about how the network can operate. Basically, we have two-stage block propagation. We first propagate the header of the blocks in a kind of a flute field algorithm where the header propagates as fast as possible, so every miner can start working on that header, and then the block information comes. And miners implement a timeout to be able to switch to what they were previously doing if the header does not come with the block information. Also, we have some interesting here is we have some local route optimizations in each node. Some local decisions can be taken to embed into the gossip network a graph that is more friendly to block propagation. So you can actually find the minimum path or near minimum path between miners using the network itself, and you don't have to have a different block relay, low latency block relay network that is centralized in the case of Bitcoin. We are implementing the Ghost protocol in the same way as Ethereum, and we are implementing the Decor protocol, which I designed for reward sharing in case of competing blocks. And using that algorithm, selfish mining problem completely disappears, and also by using Decor, the competition for latency goes away, so we can have much higher block rates. Okay, this is an explanation how Decor and Ghost work together. Basically, this is a case where we have three competing blocks. This is block W, block X, and block Q, which have the same height. And in following blocks, the miners can include these uncles, these headers, and they receive a reward for including these headers. And after some maturity period has passed, the block reward of block X is divided almost evenly between all the competing miners. There is some extra reward that the miners who include uncles get, and there is a punishment fee for having uncles, which pushes the network to optimization instead of pushing the network to a state where everyone create uncles. And in the future, this probably will come in the first hard fork. We are doing the classical optimization in blockchain sharding, like probabilistic verification and fraud proofs. We will have user programmable signature schemes. Apart from DSA, we will be implementing short signatures. The important thing here is that we will give complete algorithm agility. So you will be able to create an account and use whatever signature algorithm you can think of. And also we will be including a special proof of stake voting key, so users can use that key to vote with their stake, but prevent to have two different key lifetimes. One for the monetary assets to protect the assets, and the other just for voting, which is something very important for proof of stake. This is a comparison between the three Ethereum VM implementations. we've tried to improve every feature of the network. And talking about distributed applications and trying to move from the technical part to more the community part. And this has for those who are not in smart contracts, there are many use cases for smart contracts, and there are plenty of companies that are working on those use cases now. These are just a few examples of smart contracts applications that we've been contacted, companies doing this, like micropayment. Oh, this is very interesting. The whole Lightning Network can be implemented in about 100 lines of smart contract code. So the Lightning Network will be much more efficient and much more simple over Rootstock. We have peer-to-peer distributed exchanges, decentralized escrow services. Of course, we can create crypto assets, supply chain traceability that somebody has talked about this, fair internet gaming and gambling. The full poker client will be able to run on Rootstock. Crowdfunding, voting, prediction markets. These are all applications that have been widely discussed in the community. So how is the project going now? What progress we've made? Well, in November, we published the white paper. In December, we started coding and designing and coding. In January, we founded a company to provide, to have the resources to bring this to practice. And we received seed funding from very strategic partners like Consilium, Digital Currency Group. I don't know if Melton is here. Thanks. And we've received more than 1 million in funding, so we are pretty sure we will get to our goals. And in February, we hired 6 senior developers, 3 which are internal to Rootstock and 3 which are being outsourcing. And we are developing, of course, industry partnership with the miners and these companies that want to work with us. And we are in March, we are perfectly on schedule. And how we achieve this, how we achieve to develop Rootstock in such a short time? Well, we took the improvements I had created in QuicksCoin and NimbleCoin, but we took the code that was already written. We don't want to rewrite everything from scratch. So we took Ethereum J, which is a fantastic implementation of a Ethereum node, and we took Bitcoin J, which also is a fantastic SPV implementation, or the only one implementation of an SPV node, and we brought that code into Rootstock. So this is our roadmap for this year. In April, we are doing our first private testnet for a few partners of us. In July, we'll plan to deploy our first public testnet. In August, we will establish the federation with all the members in the first federation. In September, we want to have the platform launched. And in December, well, we are going to test the release 2 of the platform. In January, we will have the governance body ready to be able to take decisions on how the protocol should be improved in the more democratic way. And next year, we will have the first hard fork for the release 2. Okay, as a summary, Rootstock is the culmination of 4 years of blockchain technology improvements. Not ours, but from all the community. So this is the benefit of being second, and we want the Bitcoin miners to participate in this revolution, smart contract revolution, and we've got excellent support from them. So that's very important for us. Also, we managed to get Ethereum applications running on our platform without problem. And most importantly, and this is important for me that I come from the third world, we are working with companies in the third world to develop applications for financial inclusion of the unbanked. And right now they are developing their use cases or their pilot use cases over Rootstock. And if you want to read more about Rootstock, the white paper is available in our website. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, if there is time, please.
It's actually lunchtime. It's right
Okay.
next door. Go eat.
Thank you very
Have
much.
fun. Just another 30 seconds. If you could take your seats. So here we have Professor Arvind Narayanan. And so Arvind is a computer science professor at Princeton. And so like some of the research development that's come out of Princeton rivals that's come out of MIT. And they've put together like a textbook, an online course, which you can check out, which is pretty awesome. And Professor Narayanan is going to teach us some lessons for Bitcoin.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, I think you can. All right, so what I want to do today is look at history a little bit and draw some lessons for Bitcoin, not for so much for the present of Bitcoin, but for the future of Bitcoin, the next 10 years of Bitcoin, the next 30 years of Bitcoin, the next century of Bitcoin. Why am I doing that? How does that make sense? How does it make sense to talk about the far future at a time when we're sort of in a crisis for the community? Right. Well, I would argue that it's perhaps especially at this time that it makes a lot of sense to look at the past and to look at the future, because it's helpful to know that the long-term future is pretty bright for Bitcoin, for cryptocurrency technology in general, for the whole ecosystem, because that can give us a sense of perspective, knowing the long-term future and sort of look past our immediate differences a little bit. And I'm doing this because I can, because I'm an academic. I have the luxury of sort of taking a very long-term view on things. I don't have a dog in this fight in terms of the current disputes that are going on. I don't have any particular opinion on the scaling debate. I am opinionated, though, about other things. You're going to hear some of my opinions. So if I offend you, I apologize in advance, but I hope that I will make it entertaining so you'll forgive me and you won't be too mad at me. Okay, and as Chinda said, yes, we did an online course on Bitcoin. 30,000 people took it. It's been fantastic. We also did a textbook, and I'm hearing a lot of great feedback. So it's been a pleasure to sort of contribute to the community. So with that, let me get started. Let me give you just one slide of a quick perspective of where I'm coming from looking at the long-term view of Bitcoin. I'll put up this graph here. You may be familiar with this. This is the product adoption cycle. Initially, there is some innovation trigger, and then you get to a peak of inflated expectations with a lot of hype, and then the bubble sort of inevitably bursts a little bit, and then you're in the trough of disillusionment before you can climb back out of that into what is called a plateau of productivity. And I think this fits Bitcoin's trajectory pretty well, and I would further go ahead and say that we're right about here right now. We're somewhere in the trough of disillusionment. We haven't quite hit rock bottom yet, and that's sort of the first thing. I'm going to give you about 10 sort of suggestions throughout the talk for where I'm going with all of this history, and the first is that I would say right now we're in the trough of disillusionment. We haven't quite hit rock bottom yet. So if you're playing this game, play the long game or don't play at all. That's sort of my first piece of advice here. Yeah. So we haven't hit bottom yet. That means that I think there are still some things that are pretty hyped and for which the hype is going to deflate a little bit. What are some of those things? I think all of us have our pet example of which one from the Bitcoin ecosystem we would pick. I would go with private blockchains, which I call a confusing name for a shared database. Not everybody might agree with this, but this is what I think, and I'd be happy to debate it with you later. But look, if you look at Bitcoin and you take away the currency and you take away proof of work, what you're left with is ultimately a shared database. What you're left with is a data structure. This is not to say, by the way, that everything going on in private blockchains is bogus or something like that. I think banks do and are finding a lot of value in private blockchains, but that's primarily because they're finding a lot of value in shared databases and bringing their technology infrastructure up to date into the digital world, which hasn't happened in a lot of cases. Anyway, that's sort of my view on that. I should also mention one little thing. I find some of the linguistic connotations of this quite interesting. Whenever an area gets really hyped, sometimes it reflects in the sort sort of language that we use. And one thing that I've found over the past year or so, which I'm really struggling to understand from a sort of a grammatical perspective, is that blockchain has apparently lost the article, and now it's being used in this way. I love blockchain. And I'm not quite sure if it's being used as an uncountable noun, sort of like, I love ice cream or I love sex. I mean, people have told me that blockchain's the best thing that ever happened to them. So, maybe that's what or if they're using it as a proper noun, like I love New York or I love Jesus. That is also possible because I've heard there is a church of blockchain in Brazil, and I'm not making this up. I talked to the founder. He seems to have founded it in all sincerity and not satirically. So, I don't know. I don't know why this happened, but I find it quite interesting, especially from people who are non-technological, but it seems to be happening overall, and I find it very curious, so I just wanted to mention that. I will say that somebody on Reddit had a really nice sort of rejoinder to this about this bizarre fact that what is ultimately a data structure, right, to me as a computer scientist, has sort of taken on this aura around it, and this Reddit commenter said this beautiful thing, saying that blockchains are going to revolutionize finance is a little bit like saying that arrays are going to revolutionize finance, or miracle trees are going to revolutionize finance. So I'm starting to, I'm struggling to understand that a little bit. And I also wanted to point out that Dilbert at this point has done 5 or 6 of these blockchain and Bitcoin spoofs. And so, there's a certain level of hype. Okay, but I promised you history. Let's get to history. Let's dial the clock back. Let's dial the clock back not a year, not 10 years. Let's dial the clock back more than 100 years to the year 1900. This is Scientific American. And this, I read this whole article, and most of this whole March 1990 edition, in fact. It was super fascinating to look back in time. And the particular article that I want to point you to is the one on the left that says, a cheap telephone system for farmers. Why am I talking about this? By the way, it's right next to other important technological issues of the day, such as a new method for cutting threads. But anyway, here's this farmer in his suit, as you did back in 1900, and what he's doing is he's installing a telephone system. It's a do-it-yourself telephone system using barbed wire. Here you have a pair of farmers who are sort of adjacent to each other, connecting, not waiting for the telephone company, connecting themselves, creating their own do-it-yourself telephone system. How is this relevant? How is this interesting from the Bitcoin perspective? So what was happening here was, this was the start of a movement that was rejecting the sort of top-down, monopolistic, centrally controlled and planned telephone system of the Bell Telephone Company. And this was a do-it-yourself, decentralized, open, anybody can connect sort of movement that was springing up. Initially, it was pairs of farmers who connected themselves like this, and then it was little groups or small towns of farmers, and those then coalesced in a bottom-up fashion, it's beautiful, into little companies that provided services to individual areas, which then further coalesced into bigger and bigger companies. So you have this enormous history and a variety of technologies of the central conflict, this tension between these two different paradigms, these two different ways of doing things, centralization and decentralization. And the reason that I know this is because of a phenomenal book called The Master Switch, The Rise and Fall of Information Empires by Columbia Law professor Tim Wu. And what he does in this book is a remarkable history. He looks at 4 different technologies: telephony, radio, film, and television. And he shows amazing similarities between all of them in the way that they evolve. And in each case, he illustrates this tension between centralization and decentralization. He looks at it through the lens of open and closed primarily, but there is a strong correlation with the issues that we're talking about today. And reading that whole book, it was just eye-opening to me. There's lessons all over the place that we can apply to Bitcoin, but also in general for communication technologies that we're building today. So that was the first sort of thing that I wanted to tell you, which is that looking at the history of these technologies has a lot to teach us. And that Tim Wu book in particular, I would recommend it to any Bitcoin entrepreneur. There are just so many ideas there about how does one or the other paradigm come to dominate over the other, right? That's a really interesting historical question, and I would point you to that book for it. But let me draw a specific lesson. Here's a more specific lesson. Let's look at the evolution of Bitcoin mining, starting from CPUs, where it was initially friendly to individuals. You could do it on your own desktop. Progressing through GPUs, and here you start to see already you need a lot of expertise in order to get it to work, and then FPGAs, and then finally with ASICs, where only well-funded corporations are able to do mining anymore at a productive level. Now, this is from our textbook, by the way. If you haven't seen this, this is going to be really cool. What does this have a historical parallel to? It turns
to actual mining, starting in the gold rush with gold pan mining, which any individuals could get into. And then it progressed to sluice box mining. You have some interesting technology coming into play now. And then what was called placer mining. Here again, an individual at this point has already stopped competing, can't do it anymore. You need an organized group of people. And then finally going to pit mining, which is the most massive, centralized kind of system where you need a large corporation to even be profitable. Right? And I want to point out that this sort of progression has happened over and over and over again, and there is an interesting lesson that we can draw from this, which is that centralization has really powerful economics behind it. And so if you're interested as an entrepreneur or as a social movement in challenging that, the thing that I would say is don't fight it head on. And let me explain why I'm saying this and why this is true. So first of all, let me say there are, I would say, two reasons why centralization has a lot of powerful economics behind it. One is just economy of scale that we're all familiar with, came up in this morning's talk. That was a good explanation. But there's also another less obvious reason. From an economic perspective, in a centralized paradigm, what economists would say is that you're capturing, as a company, more of the economic value that you provide compared to a decentralized paradigm. And therefore, the forces aligned behind decentralization tend to be not as powerful business interests, tend to be not as coordinated. In economics terms, again, they have a coordination problem to solve. And so, over and over again, history has shown that trying to fight centralization head-on doesn't work. Even though I showed you that inspiring story of those farmers doing this peer-to-peer sort of telephone system, it didn't work. It worked for a while, and then the Bell Telephone Company realized that there was an interesting business opportunity there, swooped in and crushed them a decade or two later. Right? So fighting centralization directly does not work. Instead, what works? Over and over again, we see a different pattern. We see that new technologies manage to dethrone a centralized paradigm if it is somewhat similar to the way in which the internet disrupted newspapers. Because the internet, was initially dismissed as a toy, it would have made no sense for computer pioneers, let's say back in the 70s, to tell everyone, you should buy a computer now because one day you're going to be reading your newspaper on it, right? Makes no sense. That's the classic story of disruption. The product initially starts out as something that's unrecognizable to what it's initially going to become. You don't set out trying to disrupt newspapers. If they had tried it, if that's what they had tried to do, it would have made no sense. It would not have worked at all. And so disruption, as some of you may know, has a specific technical meaning going back to a book by Clay Christensen in 1993, and this is the process that he points out over and over again. A product starts out as a toy. It starts by having one use, and then gradually your users find new uses for it, and then it evolves in a certain direction and ends up disrupting something that you simply couldn't have predicted ahead of time. So this is, the reason that I'm saying this is that by the way, I should interject with this cartoon. Disruption is a word that we're just using as a proxy for the word competition these days, but that's not what it means. It has the specific technical meaning that I pointed out. So, in this sense of disruption, the reason that this is important is that a lot of the time I see entrepreneurs going in with the attitude, we're going to disrupt industry X. And this framing is inherently bound to fail. The reason that this is inherently bound to fail is that this is almost by definition not disruption if you look at Clay Christensen's book, because if this is what you're trying to do, you end up building a product that's inevitably very close to this product X that you're trying to disrupt. That means industry X can see it coming from a mile away, and they're going to have way more than enough time to be able to get on top of it and to use their power and their muscle and their centralized control of the ecosystem in order to compete against you. So this might seem a little bit abstract, but let me give you a concrete example of this. I am seeing this over and over again in the Bitcoin ecosystem, trying to compete head-on against some well-established traditional way of doing things, and that often tends not to work. What is missing is a user story. A vision is good, we're going to disrupt X, but what needs to happen is a user story analogous to how in the early days of microcomputers, it wasn't the future of reading your newspaper on it that was appealing to people. It was quite other things like playing games or whatever else people wanted to do. And so that sense of disruption, from what I'm seeing, is a little bit missing from the Bitcoin ecosystem today. Let me give you one case study of this. And this is a case study that we wrote a whole paper on. And what this is Namecoin. Some of you may be familiar with Namecoin. It's an altcoin. It starts with a very simple idea. Namecoin says, we can treat a blockchain as a key value store, a mapping between keys and values. It's a decentralized key value store. It's a censorship-resistant key value store. Now, here's the key trick. These keys that map to values, if you consider the keys as domain names and the values as IP addresses, what do you end up with? you end up with a decentralized, censorship-resistant alternative to the domain name system, right? That was Namecoin's key idea. It's simple and brilliant technically, and it's a very cool idea. I like it a lot. But as a business idea, the idea that you're going to take this sort of decentralized blockchain and use that to disrupt DNS doesn't work at all. And let me tell you why. We actually did an empirical study of the whole Namecoin ecosystem. What's cool about blockchains is that all of the information is public, right? So if you have this public key value store where domain names map to IP addresses, you can go download the whole thing. And not only that, you can look at all these domain names and you can crawl the whole Namecoin web. So my grad students and I did exactly that, and we wanted to see what was going on there. And we wrote this paper. We wanted to see who's using Namecoin, so we wrote this paper. It's a mouthful, but you're welcome to Google it and look it up later. But here's what we found. Here is the depressing reality of what we found. We found that, unfortunately, Namecoin is a total ghost town. This was at a time when its market cap, in terms of the currency, was hundreds of millions of dollars. There had been a huge amount of hype around it. Everybody, and the Namecoin community was convinced that they were going to disrupt DNS. But this was what is actually going on. We looked at the 200,000 names in the first row that had been registered in the Namecoin ecosystem. And then we eliminated a lot of them for being basically squatters, and we had a methodology that we came up with for recognizing when a name is squatted and not actually being used, and for a variety of other things. And then we were left with, in the middle row, just 700 names. And then we filtered for non-trivial content, as opposed to just expired names or redundant content or things like that. And we were left with a mere 28 names out of 200,000 in the Namecoin ecosystem that had actual content and could be considered a non-trivial website. And that shocked us. We didn't go in expecting to find this. But this is a pattern I've seen over and over again, where what you have is sort of a solution looking for a problem. You have a vision, you want to disrupt DNS, but what Namecoin didn't offer is a convincing story for users to adopt this decentralized DNS. When we think about what are the problems that people face with DNS today, it's simply not a pain point. People are simply not clamoring for a decentralized alternative. We have some economic analysis and other stuff in the paper if you're interested, but to me the high-level diagnosis of the problem with this whole approach was simply that they were solving a non-problem. And there's one point I want to make that's related to this, which is that it's great to have this vision of decentralization. What it's really good for is convincing developers to come onto your platform, because decentralization is excellent for innovation, for building things on top of. But the only story that you can ultimately tell users is, look, because we're decentralized, we've managed to build all of these features in such a short amount of time that our centralized competitors simply cannot match. And so here, A and B and C are the benefits to you as a user for utilizing this platform. And that's something that I'm not seeing in a lot of Bitcoin and blockchain products today. Decentralization is a good story to tell developers, but the next step, what do you tell users? That's something that seems to be missing today. Okay, those are some things that are problems, but what are some approaches going forward? And remember, I'm talking about a long time horizon. I'll have some hopefully interesting suggestions, even if you have a relatively short window of time that you're thinking about. But sticking to the long time horizon for a second, one point I want to make is, in the process of writing our textbook, we discovered that there is just so much tech that's been, or techniques or ideas that have been invented in the space of Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies that people haven't yet started thinking about how to monetize or how to tell a user story here or how to take advantage of this. So what I would say is there is a lot of opportunity to just go back to the tech. All of these ideas in the commercial space that we're hearing are only about 10% of the ideas that are known in the computer science literature at this point, or known from the broader community of people just thinking about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency technologies. So there is so much in the underlying technical space that hasn't been utilized yet. Let me give you just one example. It's very timely. This is from Greg Maxwell. Just a week ago, they managed to complete something that is called a zero-knowledge contingent payment. It's a mouthful. There's a lot of text there. This is just a screenshot of his blog post, but let me tell you what it is. It's this really cool idea where Alice has some secret. And secret is just a code word for some information that's of economic value. And Bob wants to purchase this from her. And Bob doesn't want Alice to put it up publicly on the web. Bob wants Alice to send him this information, and he wants to pay her for it. Here's the magic that decentralization and Bitcoin technology enables. The magic that it enables is that you can make sure that Bob's payment to Alice goes through if and only if, and that part is crucial, Bob's payment to Alice goes through if and only if Bob correctly receives that secret from Alice. Right? So what you've achieved through that simple technological protocol is an information market where you don't need a trusted mediator, where any two parties, it's sort of like, Greg Maxwell explains here, it's a little bit like, in the last paragraph, a movie-style briefcase swap, except you can do it safely, securely over the internet with anonymous parties and with total decentralization. This is brilliant. This is amazing. But these are not things that we're hearing people talk about yet in the commercial space. Is there a user story to tell here? I don't know. We need to start thinking about it. So this is just one of many, many cool ideas that I'm seeing that I think are, there's a lot of potential. So in that vein, I'll obviously make a little bit of a plug for our own Coursera course here. I encourage you to check it out. 30,000 people have taken it. The response has been great. And, you know, we talk about a lot of technical ideas there, where many of which have been commercialized, but others people are simply not paying too much attention to. There's another somewhat self-serving suggestion that I will make, which is that it's going to be, I think, very fruitful for the community to build more bridges with academia. I think this is already happening. I've certainly been part of this. Some other academics have been part of the interchange, and it's been very fruitful and very, you know, we've had a great time interacting and sharing ideas. I think it needs to happen more. And let me tell you why. I have to confess something here. I have to tell you a story, which is that the reason that I got into Bitcoin in the first place, it seems so ironic to say now, is that I've always been a very uncomfortable academic. I've sort of rejected the very slow and efficient process in which papers are written and distributed in the sort of obscure language that nobody can understand. And, you know, I didn't see the point of it all. And when Bitcoin came along, it was sort of like a breath of fresh air to me. The way that ideas were freely exchanged on forums and Bitcoin Talk and so on, and people building upon each other and so on. And that was great. I still really respect that a lot. I wanted to be part of that. That was the reason, one of the reasons that I got interested in Bitcoin. And super ironically, through this engagement, I've started becoming more convinced that academia brings a lot of value here. And let me tell you the reason why. Initially, you know, 3 or 4 years ago, a lot of academic papers that were being written about Bitcoin were crap. People were not understanding the details of the system, not uniformly, but a lot of them. But if you look at the quality of papers, it started to improve dramatically. And these days, there is a very vibrant interchange between the broader community and academics, everybody speaking the same language and exchanging ideas. And I realized there was a reason for the average quality of this discourse going up on the academic side over the years, which is that academia scales better. What do I mean by that? I'm not talking about scaling of Bitcoin. I'm talking about the scaling of knowledge production. I read a little bit about the history of the scientific process and why we came to do in academia the way that we do things today. And it turns out that inefficient as it is, there is a reason for this sort of weird paper writing process that we insist on, which is that you end up with this knowledge graph consisting of, you know, millions of papers, but because of the rigor that goes into that, the citation graph turns out to be a really good way to maintain pointers between all of this information and navigate it and build, you know, one piece of knowledge upon another, and it gives us a way to stand upon the shoulders of giants. And I was convinced of this when I saw the work actually that Brian Bishop did leading up to the Scaling Bitcoin workshop in Montreal, which is that he said there have been over 400 posts on blogs and forums talking about ideas to scale Bitcoin, but they were all sort of talking over each other and there had been no systematization. And so he, as an individual, read all of them and extracted what turned out to be, I think it was 6 ideas, right, that were the common threads between them. What academia has managed to do is that these clusters of ideas sort of automatically fall out of the citation graph. There's an automatic sort of error correction process. There's an automatic process of tracing ideas back to the roots, of using common terminology to talk about common things and so on. So anyway, the summary of that is I think academia has a lot of things to contribute to this exchange here, and I would look forward to more deepening ties between the community and academia. And let me explain in particular one specific problem where I think there's academics have contributed a lot recently, but also the community, and there's a lot of work for doing more, there's a lot of scope for doing more work in the future. And that is what I call human crypto interaction. It's a deliberate play on human-computer interaction. I think this is one of the most interesting and most important unsolved problems in the Bitcoin space, which is that people, humans, because of our cognitive limitations and because of the limitations of the technology, just completely suck at maintaining and understanding and dealing with private keys. it's been a disaster. Even before Bitcoin, it was a disaster. If you're a company who's tried to, in your enterprise, tried to have end user public keys and certificates and so on, you know the pain. And so we're seeing that in Bitcoin. It's the reason for a lot of thefts, etc. A lot of interesting ideas to solve this from companies commercially. But also, we did something called threshold signatures or stealth multi-signatures. That's what I spoke about at the previous year's event here. Now it's, we've put out code, we've put out prototype code. That's going well. Team at Cornell has come up with what they call Bitcoin vaults, which is another really interesting idea as well. But I think there are a lot of possibilities to solve this problem, and if we do, the impacts are going to be far more than just the Bitcoin space itself. So that's one example of a concrete problem to be solved that I think is going to have huge impacts. So this next slide is the only thing that I'm going to say about the scaling Bitcoin debate. In general, I don't have a lot of opinions about that. But here's one thing. So again, going back to history, I think the Bitcoin community hasn't learned a lesson that a lot of other communities in the past who wanted a decentralized model painfully sort of rediscovered. And that is that decentralized doesn't mean structureless. What am I talking about here? I'm talking about a really famous essay from 1960 from the feminist movement, actually, called The Tyranny of Structurelessness. And the lesson that they discovered, the feminist movement rejecting, patriarchy and centralization and capitalism and so on, trying to organize in a structureless manner, they realized that structurelessness is an illusion, it's a myth, it doesn't happen. If you try to set things up in a structureless way, all you end up having is bad structure, all you end up having is bad governance. And related to that, you can reject governance, but you can't opt out of governance. And to me, this is a diagnosis of a lot of what's been broken in the discussion and the debate around scaling Bitcoin. The attempt to reject governance altogether has sort of backfired and left us with bad governance instead of no governance. I think no governance is not an option that we have in creating a community and organizing ourselves. Okay, I think I'm running out of time, so I'm going to skip ahead. Hey, Chinda, how much time do I have left? Okay. Okay, cool. So let me give you an example of this. This is based on a blog post that I did, where what I did is I went back to 2013. I looked at IRC logs. Why was I looking at IRC logs from 2013? It's because I wanted to understand what happened during the fork that some of you may remember because of the discrepancy, the bug that caused a fork between the 0.7 and 0.8 versions of Bitcoin Core. Yeah, something cool happened during that time. What happened was that this bug was resolved on IRC, and over a period of a few hours, all of that information is still archived on IRC in real time. So I was able to go back and I was able to analyze it, and I made the following sort of bold claim, which is that the decision-making that saved the day back in 2013 was a centralized decision-making process, and that we shouldn't be afraid of centralized decision-making in certain circumstances. What am I talking about here? Let me walk you through a timeline of what happened that fateful day in 2013. So this fork was discovered. I'm calling that time T, and those were the fateful words from IRC that some of you may even remember that made people realize that a fork was afoot. Yeah. So I analyzed in that post. I can't convince you in 2 minutes, but go back later and look at that post to see if you believe what I'm saying. When the fork happened, I think the community had only a few hours to respond effectively. If they had not done crisis management during that time, the fork may well have become permanent. So it was a serious moment of crisis. By the way, it was about an hour after the fork actually started that it was discovered. But I'm going to start time at this point where the realization happened, because what happened next is truly remarkable. There's a fury of discussion. 16 minutes later, it was the first time that somebody realized, I think it was Luke Jr., who realized that the correct approach to fix the fork would be a downgrade and not an upgrade. And this is highly counterintuitive. I put it as an exam question to my students when I teach the course. They always get it wrong, but there's a specific technical reason why a downgrade worked and an upgrade would not have worked. So this was proposed in 16 minutes. Somebody figured it out, and other people were not convinced. And what happened in the next 25 minutes was so beautiful. There's just a purely logical, technical discussion. There is this consensus happening. Everybody is on the single IRC channel. It's sort of like a bat signal. All the people who needed to be there, people texted them or called them on their cell phone, got them to this IRC channel. Discussion is happening. T plus 40 minutes. Everybody on Bitcoin Core and some of the top miners, I think it was BTC Guild, have all agreed that downgrade is the way to go. And those 25 minutes are the most remarkable thing to me. Things worked so beautifully during that time. And at T plus 40 minutes, the core developers started giving out the advice to downgrade from 0.8 to 0.7 to whoever was on IRC. And 20 minutes after that, Gavin sent out this alert. It was a model of brevity. It was very effective. People started downgrading immediately. So basically, T plus 60 minutes, the crisis response had effectively concluded, and Bitcoin was saved from a more or less permanent fork that day. And this I find really beautiful. Of course, it was a purely technical issue, so everybody who needed to be involved was there on IRC at the time. It was a centralized process. The decision-making worked. I think for trickier, economic issues that are not relatively clear-cut like this, what we need is governance. We need a process. It might not be this process. It might not be an IRC, but we need a formally explained and understood and transparent process for decision making. And that, to me, is something that's not happening at all in the Bitcoin community right now. Okay. I don't want to go too long. I have a few more slides. I will skip past those, though. I will point to this thing. This is something I want to point to. This is, again, history. There is a phenomenal paper called Crystals in Mud and Property Law. What am I talking about? How is this relevant to Bitcoin? I know about this paper via law professor James Grimmelman, and he's brilliant. So what this paper is talking about is, it turns out a lot of the things that we're seeking to do with smart contracts today, where instead of a notion of contracts of property, which is really fuzzy, involves humans in the loop, is very inefficient, it's very slow, it takes days to complete. What we want is an automated, fast approach with clear-cut rules, right? So that's roughly what smart contracts are about. It's automated, it's programmatic. Everybody can understand, at any given moment, programmatically, what's the outcome of a dispute. It turns out that this idea has several centuries of pedigree in property law. Several centuries. Way before Bitcoin, it turns out that most of the key crucial components of this have nothing to do with Bitcoin or blockchains or smart contracts. These are things you can do with traditional property law. Try to make the rules as clear-cut as possible, as automated as possible. And this paper argues beautifully what are some of the problems with trying to do that, why every attempt at trying to do that has failed or only partially succeeded, why people keep coming back to a more sort of fuzzy way of doing things that involves human in the loop and which is a bit inefficient. And so this is something that I'm interested in talking to you about some of the reductive notions of smart property. What are some of the challenges there? That's an op-ed also that I've written with James Grimmelman recently. I'm really out of time now, so let me skip to the end. I want to leave you with three sort of takeaways. One is the thing that I said at the beginning, play the long game or don't play at all, right? In the short term, what I would say is that try to focus on solving real problems instead of focusing on a big vision. Don't make the Namecoin mistake. We're going to disrupt DNS is not the description of a problem that you can actually try to solve. Remittances is a description of a problem that you can actually try to solve. Yeah, the distinction between these two might seem obvious, but a lot of the time this seems to be missed by entrepreneurs. But in the long run, what I would say is that what's needed in order to take these technologies and make them work for society is not letting the technology sort of automatically take its own course and re-envision all of property law on the blockchain, but instead a much slower, more painful, gradual process of making the technology work together with social movements. You want to make Bitcoin work for the unbanked in third world countries? Great. I think that's a laudable goal. I think that can happen. But it's going to take a generation and it's going to take a whole social movement. And technology can help that social movement, but it's not going to be the sole component. So that's sort of my view. It's a little bit of an opinionated view. I wanted to leave you with that thought today with these three takeaways. All right. Thank you for listening, everyone.
Nice work, Arvin. And so Peter Todd's coming up. And so Peter's a pretty technical guy. And so he's going to give a very technical talk that might go over my head. But he's a Bitcoin core developer. And I don't know, he's going to talk about prod proofs.
Takes a bit. All right.
I've always figured if you can't go explain your technical concepts too easily, you're probably not trying too hard. So I'll see how accessible I can go make this. Yeah, if that works. So what's where kind of all this comes across really is, in Bitcoin, we've kind of made this trade-off where we're not having everyone run full nodes, we're not having everyone participate equally. As many of you have tried it know, running full node means you've got a few gigabytes space sucking up on your hard drive, and yet all that effort, all that work really only gets you a couple transactions per second. And where kind of all this goes with fraud proofs and modularizing validation, one of the arguments for it's really being, well, how could we go improve on this? And, all right, what's the symptom? What's the problem we're trying to solve? That's a real screenshot there. There, that's better. From one of my wallets, that's Android Wallet and Bitcoin. And essentially, what this shows is they'll believe anything that servers and miners tell them. And, well, why is this? I mean, why would, well, let's face it, I don't own 2.1 million Bitcoins. I wish I did. And all I had to do to make it display that is simply send it a transaction, which, its output said 2.1 million Bitcoins. And had I had a bit of hashing power, I could have mined that transaction and it would have ended up in a block and my light client would have accepted this as valid. Well, this is kind of a trust failure. It's really saying, this phone, because it can't validate, it will just trust blindly and hope that somebody else is doing the hard work of making sure that error gets caught. And what's interesting about that is when you go back to the original Satoshi white paper, when Satoshi talked about what he called simplified payment verification, which is this idea of, well, rather than checking everything, we'll just make sure a transaction's actually in the blockchain. He recognized this, and you can see there, one strategy would protect against this would be users accepting alerts from network nodes. A lot of people in the Bitcoin space didn't really notice this, but eventually we kind of thought, hang on a second, this is fraud proofs idea we've had. This is this idea, well, what if we could warn someone that something was invalid? Maybe then they could say, hang on a second, maybe this part of the blockchain is invalid, I'm going to reject it. I'll go move on to the next most work chain I see, because that's probably the valid one. After all, in Bitcoin, a lot of people say, the longest chain is valid. Well, that's not the definition of Bitcoin. The one with the most work that's valid is the chain that's valid. And if it were the other way around, miners could make money out of thin air, which I don't think we really like. All right, so let's go look at this in more detail. Like, how do we know a transaction's valid? I copied and pasted this out of the Bitcoin Core source code. It's a little hard to read and a little technical. So I'll go simplify it a bit. Why don't we go and talk about a rule which says, given that the coin limit is 21 million Bitcoins, surely we shouldn't allow a transaction to be created that create more than 21 billion Bitcoins. That's solid evidence the transaction's invalid. And this rule is actually enforced, and it's why in my screenshot of my light client, I had to use 2.1 million Bitcoins, not 21. It's the one thing it can validate. Are you creating more coins in existence? Unfortunately, what it can't validate is the next bit. Let's see. Someone's not quite a full screen, but there you go. The next part of that, which is to go say that the... There we go. Which is to go say that the amount of Bitcoins coming into the transaction is greater than the, of course you'd see I just made a little mistake there. It should be the number of Bitcoins coming into the transaction is greater than the number of Bitcoins coming out of the transaction. Because otherwise, you're creating money out of thin air. Apparently, I happen to like inflation in my protocol rules. And if you have this rule, that's great. We can go and enforce it. We now have a definition. What's a valid transaction? Obviously, I'm oversimplifying a heck of a lot, but let's go work with this. How could you go make this usable? Obviously, if I could come up with this, I could put it in my light client and use it. But I might want to, given that transaction could be quite large, I might want to use a bit more of a functional programming style. Maybe let us go validate things in parallel and so on. And once we're at that point, well, let's go ask ourselves, what kind of mathematical operation are we checking for this really, really simple part of the rules? Are we making money out of thin air? And when you look at it, you can kind of think of the equation that you're actually running as looking kind of like a tree. We're kind of going down to the, say, the inputs or the outputs of the transaction, and we're adding them all up and saying at every point,
You know, does that validity function hold true? You know, for our sum, is it an actual sum? Well, we can go and store this as just, we can hash this as just data. Andrew Miller, I believe, was the first person who did work on this, originally coming up with the idea of Merkle sum trees, which this is an example of. You know, what's neat about it is, if I go take the results of that computation every step and hash them together into a tree, I now have a sort of a record of my computation, which in this case is one side of the addition. And if I then bring this as a whole transaction, well, now I have my inputs, now I have my outputs, my intermediate sums. I have this, this rule here at the top, and I can go say, you know, is this transaction valid? Well, what if it isn't? What if somewhere there we create money out of thin air? And in this case, I actually got the order of that right, and apparently money out of thin air is the invalid thing. And if I run this computation again, I can identify that problem. And what's neat about this is, since this is all hashed, I can now go and delete all the bits that are valid. You know, so if I go give my phone a copy of this invalid transaction and it knows about that transaction, you can say, all right, let's go walk down. Oh, hang on a second, that sum didn't work. Well, obviously, then that means the rest of the transaction is invalid. Therefore, I know to reject anything that had that transaction in and claimed it was valid. Like, for instance, a block. And this proof is fairly compact. It might be a kilobyte or two of data. And if we structure everything the right way, we now have this ability to implement what Satoshi talked about, you know, these alerts. Sounds good. And what's neat about this is if we structure, you know, if we do this all the right way, well, when we actually send data around on the wire protocol, we can really apply something that kind of looks like compression, in the sense that, you know, it's not like you actually need to save all those intermediate steps. You know, I just need to give people the data at the bottom, which everything was derived from, and rederive the top stuff. You know, so you're not using up any more bandwidth moving the data around. This is just, you know, something you can go use for the clients that support it. So that sounded all good. I mean, if we did this, we could have light clients that didn't have to go validate anything. They'd get warned by their peers. We'd be happy. We could go scale Bitcoin up indefinitely, right? Very simple. Well, first of all, I mean, I've actually done a fair bit of research into how exactly you would do this, going into a heck of a lot more detail than I did there, and there's a lot of unsolved problems. Some of them are more technical. Things like, how do you actually commit to the list of coins that have been spent and unspent? And as it turns out, that type of commitment raises a lot of scalability issues. I don't have time to get into too much detail, but you know, one of the sort of trade-offs we might have to go make is, well, given that a transaction currently is processed atomically, as in all inputs are spent in one go, we might in the future want to go split that up and get more parallelism by letting, you know, getting rid of that those atomic updates in the protocol. But you know, in comparison to some other issues, I think that's kind of just technical minutia. What I'm more worried about is, does this actually work? You know, in a decentralized system, can we actually pull this off? Well, the problem is, what if you have missing data? Like, presumably, we're trying to use this technique to let us go split the blockchain across different nodes. But this is a decentralized network. I mean, someone can Sybil attack the network. You know, you don't really have a good way of ensuring that somebody out there has actually got a copy of that data in completeness and total. You just see what you see, and you have the data you happen to have at any one moment. So if I'm a miner and I want to create money out of thin air, well, why would I give anyone the proof that that transaction's invalid in the first place? Why don't I just leave out that part when I pass around the data on the network? In this case, we'll use a transaction example. This can also apply to entire transactions. And if you look at transaction tree, I mean, if your transaction is valid but spends money that's invalid, a step back, it's not really clear how to force that issue. An approach that may work is this idea of a validity challenge. Now, if you remember when we went back to determining if the data was invalid, we can apply the same trick to data that we don't know about. We can go say, I suspect that that node there is invalid. I don't have the data to prove it. I don't know if anyone has the data to prove it. Please go reply with that. And if you don't reply with that, I will assume that the stuff I can't see is invalid, and therefore I will reject the block. So you can imagine some system where nodes sort of collaboratively would be looking for the parts that they're missing, you know, challenge each other to go provide those parts and so on. Does this work? Well, if that did work, this kind of has a problem, because then I can go to your node, just feed you validity challenges, and at every time you would go shut down until you got the data again. I mean, worst case is back to our normal doesn't scale problem where you need all the data to go and accept a block. I don't really know how to go solve this. I'm not sure anyone knows how to solve this. In a centralized environment, this is a very different question. You know, if this was a bunch of banks running the blockchain, we could use legal structures to figure out who should validate what, and maybe, you know, Bank of America validates all parts of the transaction starting with 1, and, you know, Citibank validates all parts of the transaction starting with 0, and we can split things up. But that's a lot easier to go do in a very centralized environment where you can assign responsibility. And I'll say, you know, I personally been also done a fair bit of fintech work. I mean, heck, I was employed by R3 briefly, full-time even, and you know, I think in that environment, a lot of these technologies show a lot of promise and could be very interesting research avenue. Does this work in Bitcoin? It's not really clear. Then you also have another issue, which is really censorship. I mean, I can go prove that data is valid, but we have another problem, which is I would also like to go prove that data was being censored. And from the point of view of a miner, they may have honestly not seen a transaction that they might have wanted to include. So if I go say, hey, why didn't you include that transaction in your block? You know, that's not really a rigid mathematical proof. There's no solid evidence of wrongdoing there. It's just, why didn't you mine my transaction? And if they continue not to mine my transaction, you know, as a human being, I can probably come to some kind of agreement that, yeah, you know, it's a bit suspicious that transactions related to, you know, maybe the gaming industry aren't going through, but transactions related to maybe donations to Trump are going through. But I can't really write a computer program that does this. It's not a trivial problem. It's not clear how you would do it. You know, maybe you want to like add another, well, you know, you can see in general, like proof of work is your evidence that things have been published. You know, it's your evidence that something actually got to an audience. So you could imagine trying to add another proof of work layer on top of it to do this, and I'd maybe insert my transactions into the upper level blockchain to prove that this should be in the lower level blockchain. But I mean, how many more layers are going to add to this thing? I don't really want blockchains to use blockchains. So again, I mean, this is a big open research question, and I'm not sure where this is going to go. What I can say is this systematic process of actually looking at these rules in detail, even if we can't accomplish any of our scaling goals, we can at least get a much better understanding what the hell the Bitcoin protocol actually is. In a somewhat, tangentially related project, I'm also looking at how to go take script pub keys, you know, this kind of program-based process where we decide is a transaction validly signed or not, and try to apply that same approach to just cryptography in general. You know, maybe I would go sign my emails with some multi-party, multi-key thing, and you know, it expires on the 10th of July, and I can go transition my keys, whatever. But what's interesting is that same kind of very systematic approach applied to keys can also be applied to validity rules. So, at worst, we might have a system which is more understandable in the future, but I don't know if we can do better than that. So, I'd appreciate your questions.
Hi Peter, Christian Lundqvist here. I wonder how easy is it to spoof an SPV wallet? Like if you have, you know, can you? Normally you would have at least like maybe an HTTP connection, so it's hard to do direct man-in-the-middle attacks.
Well, so the real question is, who do they trust? If we're talking about something like Electrum, where Electrum will only connect to at least authoritatively connect to peers that it knows about. Electrum comes with a list of, I believe, using like SSL certs, essentially saying, this is an Electrum server. I have some idea of who runs it. I can trust them. I might connect to 10 others, check I still have the right blockchain. They haven't been hacked. But that's a very good trust model. It's a very simple trust model. It's not terribly decentralized though. And it's not really the dream, I think especially people like Mike Hearn have, for making SPV work in this decentralized manner. Because for a Bitcoin J wallet, on the other hand, which is say Android Bitcoin wallet is, it'll just connect people at random. It just makes the assumption that it's probably looking at the most worked blockchain. It's probably the majority of hashing power on that chain is, quote unquote honest. And therefore they will follow the rules to the letter. But how do you really guarantee that? I mean, when I actually did that attack, all I had to do is probably spend, 20 minutes looking for the right bit of code, adding a couple more lines to go modify transactions on the fly. And had I wanted to, it would have been pretty cheap for me to fire up, a couple thousand nodes to do this. I mean, Bitcoin Classic is doing that right now, essentially, to try to show their support. It's not that expensive to do. And if I have a financial incentive, like making money out of thin air, which I can do from the point of view of anyone who isn't running a full node. I mean, maybe right now they're not going to do this, but in the future I could see them doing it. And you could also use other techniques like, well, why don't I upload some illegal data to the blockchain to make running a full node more legally dangerous? Or maybe try to convince people to drop part of that data. It's not really clear where any of this stuff goes, and I don't think it's territory I want to go anywhere near. I would much rather be in something which is very clearly going to work and doesn't have clear attacks. So, we'll see as these attacks develop, but right now, under many scenarios, it's very easy.
Thank you.
Any more? Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm gonna fix the thing.
All right, so this guy is a friend of mine, and his name's David Warwick, and he's running a fun Bitcoin scam, or altcoin, named Saya. And he throws awesome parties. He comes over to Bitcoin Club meetings like every week, and he'll tell you about his decentralized storage protocol.
Cool, thanks. So, yeah, what I've been working on for the past 2 years is a decentralized cloud storage platform. But before I get into that, I just want to give some background about myself. So I've been with Bitcoin since about 2011. I've been in the research community and on the Wizards channel since about 2013. And then in 2014, a friend of mine and myself, we founded a company to build this decentralized storage protocol. And the team has since grown to 3 people. So Saya is the name of our decentralized storage protocol. We're trying to emulate Amazon S3, which is a centralized cloud storage platform. You give your data to Amazon and then they hold it for you. And we're trying to do the same thing where data is accessible immediately. So it's low latency, high throughput. And we've had a functioning prototype since June 2015. So here's a screenshot of our wallet, and then so you're a host, you can offer your storage to the network. So here's a screenshot of that interface. I've got 20 gigabytes on this node. I took it last night, and then here's the renter. So it's some music I uploaded. That's my music. So cool. So we're going to rewind to the modern cloud storage. So normally the data is owned by one company, so just Amazon or Microsoft. It's usually unencrypted and unauthenticated. You just give them the raw data and they hold on to it. And so it doesn't need to be, but usually it is unencrypted. And then often your data is sitting in one legal jurisdiction, so even if it's replicated inside of the data center, it's still just in one geographic location. And then Amazon is a profit-making company. Well, maybe not, but Microsoft is a profit-making company, and sometimes the profit motives may not align with your personal needs. And then also I think in general the cloud storage space has very inflated prices. I don't think the prices make sense when you look at how much hard drives cost and how much 3x replication should cost. The numbers are really big to get it from Amazon or Microsoft. So we want to sort of decentralize that. To me, one of the core advantages of decentralization is that the person who owns the thing, controls it. And so, in Bitcoin, when I have 10 Bitcoins and they've been in my wallet for a year, so it's like 50,000 confirmations. I feel confident that no one can steal those. To steal those, you would either need my private key, or you would need to reorg 50,000 blocks to go back and undo the transaction and then rebury it. So that's very powerful to me. And so we want to do something similar with data, where I know that the data is mine and its destiny is mine to control. So yeah, we want to eliminate the trust. Right now we trust Amazon with our data, and I don't think we need to. And so you also want to spread out the power in the ecosystem. So unlike Bitcoin, with data, you have some core limitations. The whole point of the cloud is that I give the data to someone else, and then at some point I ask for it, and they give it back to me. And as soon as it's leaving my hands, there's nothing I can do to control it. So if Amazon or whoever has the data decides to unplug the drive or destroy the drive or hold the data hostage, there's no amount of cryptography that's going to save you from that situation. They can make that call, and that's just part of having data in the cloud. Is you need to know that the people who have it can unplug at any time. So you can't attain perfect trustlessness. And then the other thing that they can do is once they have the data, they can share it without your permission. And if it's encrypted, this may not be very dangerous. But the fact remains that once someone has the data, you have no control over who they give it to. So those are two things that you just can't fix. But I think that we can do better than Amazon, even if we can't get to this perfect situation where you have perfect control over your data. I think we can do a lot better than we're doing today. So with Saya, your data goes to many hosts. It can cover many legal jurisdictions. Everything is encrypted and hashed or authenticated by default. So a much cleaner ecosystem. And we have these file contracts that sort of align the incentives with the consumer. We make sure that the host profit model is oriented around protecting the uploader's data. And then we also create this open marketplace where people who can provide services for cheaper get more profit. And so just like with Bitcoin mining, we hope to create this very aggressive race to the bottom that consistently keeps up with new technological trends and technological improvements. So that's sort of what we're aiming at with our platform. And the core cryptographic tool that we use to achieve this is called the file contract. So when it's me and a host and I'm giving my file to a host, I'm going to create a file contract and I'm going to put money in that's for the host, and the host is going to put money in that's sort of like a promise that he'll keep the data. Then we're going to take the file contract and put it on the blockchain. And then after some period of time, say 6 months, the blockchain is going to trigger and say, okay, host, prove to me that you still have the data. And the host needs to provide a proof that it has the data. And then if it provides the proof, it gets paid. And if a certain period of time, say 3 days goes by and the host doesn't provide the proof, then the money is lost. It's either returned to me or it goes to the void. But regardless, the host is not getting paid. Let's see okay, so how the storage proof works. So the file is broken up into 64-byte segments, and then those 64-byte segments are hashed into a Merkle tree. And I have a picture on the next slide. And then what the blockchain does is it picks one of those segments at random and says, host, prove that you have this segment. And so this kind of looks like this. At the bottom layer, we have the actual raw data. The blockchain is going to choose Y3, which is the bottom red circle, and then the host is going to provide Y3 and all the hashes, one hash at each layer, and you have this Merkle proof. And so the host provides the data, and then proves that it's in the Merkle root, which the Merkle root is in the file contract. So the host has proven storage for one random segment. It's just 64 bytes, but the host has no way to predict which segment. We seed the random number using the block ID of the block before the contract expires. So right at the beginning, if the host is trying to cheat, it's got no way to predict. And so if the host is only storing half the file, the host has a 50% chance of being able to cheat and being able to submit a proof successfully. But because the host put in money, like it's not just me who put in money, the host also put in money, which means if the host fails, not only does he lose my revenue, but the host will also lose the collateral. And so if the collateral is significantly larger than the potential revenue, cheating has a very high negative expected value. And so there's no economic reason for a host to try and cheat. So that's how we align the incentives in our network, and we get hosts to hold on to the data. So to upload the file to the network, we break it into like 20 pieces or 30 pieces or 50 pieces. We encrypt each piece separately, and we give each piece to a different host. And we use something called Reed-Solomon codes, which means, for example, in a 7 of 21 scheme, out of 21 pieces, any 7 pieces I can use to get the original file back. And that means that if 14 hosts cheat or blow up or are unavailable, I'm okay because 7 are online. It doesn't matter which 7. I just need any 7. And the math works out really nicely where even if the hosts are only 95% reliable, which compared to Amazon is like totally abysmal, this is something that you could definitely do from home, and 95% allows you to lose power like once a month for a day, and you still get 95% uptime. So on a 7 to 21 scheme where each host is 95% reliable, we actually get 11 nines of reliability on the file as a whole for 3 redundancy. And if we're using, say, 100 hosts, it's even better. We can get 11 nines of uptime with 95% reliability on our hosts for a redundancy of like 1.4. So that's a significant cost savings as you expand the number of hosts. And then the redundancy also provides protection against something else I'm calling a hostage attack, which is where the host has the data, they're storing it, they're keeping it, they're able to do the proof of storage, but they just don't want to give it to you. They're trying to extort you, and they're asking, say $1 million to get your pictures back. And you don't need to care as long as at least M hosts, at least 7 out of these 21 hosts aren't extorting you. You just ignore the hosts that are extorting you, and then you mark it down. I'm never going to use these hosts again, and like your file's safe. You can still access your file, and you've avoided extortion. So I kind of breezed past a really big problem here, which is how do we pick hosts? So Sybil attack has been mentioned a few times today. Some malicious actor could spin up 10 million nodes. It's relatively cheap. They could pretend to be 10 million hosts, and I pick 21 hosts at random. And because there are only, say, 200 real hosts and 10 million fake hosts, more than likely, at least 15 of those hosts are going to be the attacker's hosts. And so now the attacker can do malicious things with my data. And besides Sybil attacks, the attacker can provide like really low prices or other means of manipulation to get me to pick bad hosts. So as a renter, I have this problem where I'm looking at this field of hosts, and I want to know which ones can I trust my data with. So this is like the weakest part of our protocol, but I do think that the solutions we have are good enough in a practical environment. And so again, it's not theoretically perfect, but I do think that it will hold up in most attack situations in the real world. Most practical ways that an attacker might come at us, we can account for. And so the renter can track real-time statistics on the host when the renter logs in. It can do off-chain proof of storage challenges. It can check the uptime. It can measure the latency. And just constantly scanning the network to make sure that the hosts are there and the hosts are responding. It can do trial downloads to make sure none of the hosts are trying to hold data hostage. And then for the proof of burn, for the Sybil attacks, you do proof of burn, which proof of burn means the host just takes some money, presumably some percentage of their revenue, like 2%, and just throws it away, provably makes it unspendable. And so that sounds kind of crazy. Why would hosts do that? But it allows us to tell when hosts are, it makes it very hard for an attacker to fake 10 million hosts. If we have an economy that's, say, $10 million a year, and each of the honest hosts are burning 2% of their revenue, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so if an attacker wants to appear to be 90% of the economy, the attacker is going to have to provably throw away millions of dollars. And so that provides a huge amount of protection on the network. So renters will probably only use hosts that are regularly doing proof of burn, just because they know that the hosts that are engaging in proof of burn are unlikely to be illegitimate. And then there's another thing we can do. We can add some centralization to sort of help this problem along. So if there are agencies that are doing, like KYC, they're contacting the hosts, they're getting, pictures of the hard drives or whatever, and they're doing certification, and they're doing the constant scanning and doing ratings, etc. You can get a better picture of the network. And so an agency can devote a lot more resources than an individual to try and figure out which hosts are safe to use. And that does mean that the renter is going to have to trust the agency. But if there are a bunch of agencies, you can figure out which agencies are good, and if some agencies are bad, there's a low switching cost. It's called trust agility. So if an agency lies to you or takes advantage of you, you just switch to a new agency and you stop using that old agency. So this is centralization, which we like to stay away from. But if it's needed, which I don't think it is, but if it is needed, it's like an avenue to sort of keep the gears spinning. Okay, so one of the final topics is scalability. Blockchains don't scale, and Bitcoin's sort of grappling with this right now. Sia has the same problem. We're a proof of work blockchain. We take file contracts, we put them on the blockchain. And so there are a few tricks we can use. We have something called revision channels, file contract revisions, which are like payment channels but with data. And that lets a renter make one contract once and then upload as many files as they want, as much data as they want to the host, and it's just 2 transactions on the blockchain. Actually 3, because there's a storage proof. But even so, on our blockchain, there's only room for about 50 million file contracts per year. And so there's an unlimited amount of data per file contract, but 50 million is not that many, especially because most users are going to need at least 20 file contracts per year. If you're uploading data to 20 hosts, then that's 20 file contracts. You can't lump multiple hosts into a single file contract. And then some, if they're doing more high-powered storage, might need as much as 200 file contracts per year. So our scale is therefore between 250,000 and 2.5 million users, which is not that great. But our platform in general is targeted towards more enterprises. So 2.5 million is plenty in the enterprise world. But we would like to see improvements that would get us consumer scale as well. And there are potential improvements on the horizon. A lot of work that Bitcoin is doing, a lot of work that we can do that's special to us, that might get 5x to 100x scalability improvements on our network over the next 5 years. But even still, 100x falls short of everybody being able to use the network. So like all blockchain technology, we do have this scalability problem in front of us, but we don't have 2 million users today, so it's not really an issue right now. It's on the horizon. So I think this is the final slide. We have an ecosystem. The whole platform is open source, just like Bitcoin, and we have a community and active developers. And when people contribute things like plugins or desktop widgets or Fuse file system and user space implementations, everybody benefits. And then another thing that I think is unique is we have this powerful cloud storage platform which is fast, it's cheap, and it's secure. And even if you don't care that it's decentralized, those things have utility. And so we can sell this platform to people who don't care about decentralization. because it is a aggressive, highly parallel cloud storage platform. Cool. So I think that what we're working on is pretty sweet. As I said, there are theoretical limitations to what we can do. We can't make remote data trustless, but I do think that we can get a lot further than where we are today with the Amazon model. So thanks. I think I'm kind of under time, but.
I was just wondering if you could compare and contrast Saya with storage.
Yeah, sure. So there's kind of like a friendly but heated competition between us and storage, which is spelled STORJ. And so they actually don't have the file contract. They use a pure pay-as-you-go model. They use something called chain point, which means you take this sort of pseudo contract, you hash it, and you put the hash on the blockchain, and then later you can reference it to. I'm not exactly sure what you do with it, but the big thing is that their network is pay-as-you-go, which means hosts can leave at any time, or if the price shifts and suddenly storage is more expensive, what's to stop a host from taking a more lucrative contract and just dumping the data they have? So I think that storage, STRJ, has a lot. They don't solve some of the core problems associated with getting the incentives right and for protecting decentralized data.
I'm curious as what kind of data people are currently storing on the network, and do you see a future where apps load data directly off the Saya network, or do you think it's kind of going to be a backup layer?
Yeah, so right now I think most people are using it as a backup layer. We are hoping to get a lot more involved in the enterprise space. So we have we're in talks with an agriculture company and with a bioinformatics company, and we're sort of trying to see who has need for especially like really cheap storage, really cheap secure storage, and is willing to sort of take a risk on this new platform, new idea. But yeah, right now it's mostly being used to back up personal data.
Thanks for the unexpected chain point shout out. I'm the co-creator of that protocol. My question is, with things like storage and what you're doing, what's the incentive for me as a consumer, or what's the guarantee that I have long term that if I put my files into this decentralized network, that the network is still going to be there?
So being a decentralized network, there's not like a company that could fail. And even if our company fails, the protocol is going to keep spinning. There's coins still being created and being mined and like all the. There's no central part. There's no servers that we can shut down. Well, I mean, we can shut down our block explorer, but so in that aspect, you're not relying on us to keep the data. You're really relying on the hosts, which is guaranteed by the file contract. If you have this like expensive file contract, especially if you're paying a lot for say like 3 years, presumably as long as the coin still has value, the host has a very good reason, and that's like money, has a very good monetary reason to hold on to your data for the prescribed time. And then if you want to extend it, when there's 2 years remaining, it's actually very easy in our protocol to extend it from 2 years to say like 3 more years.
Is there any contingency that happens provided in the network where if I pay people to put data online and some of the nodes that are hosting my data start to fail, it goes below like a minimum threshold, that I can get my information back or get my money back from the contract?
Yeah, so it's the renter will actually automatically repair stuff. So if you have data on say 21 hosts and you need 7, and then the number of hosts online drops to say 14, the renter, as long as it's running, you do have to have it idling in the background for it to do this. But then it will detect the problem. It'll download a full copy of the file and then restore the file back up to full redundancy. But yeah, like I said, you have to run it because you're the only one with the encryption password to put the file back together.
Thanks.
What accounting is there for access? You know, if I upload something and then access it very frequently versus very infrequently?
So right now the network's pretty agnostic to that, but there's no reason that a host couldn't, you know, put a little stipulation in its like announcement that, you know, we're a high latency host, or you know, you need to give us 6 hours notice or 6 days notice for us to fetch your data. And based on the renter's internal reputation system, if a host claims to be a low latency host and then they're not, they're a high latency host, the renter will just never use that host again. So that it's bad for the host, because it's bad for the host to lie, because it just will stop getting business after the first round of business. But if the renter is expecting the host to have these delays, and the renter is like querying, and the host is filling the promises that it made, sure, I think that you could, you know, offer high latency storage for less, and that could be roped into the protocol.
Do you see any parallels to IPFS, Filecoin, Juan Bennett stuff?
Yeah, so IPFS I think is completely different, or not completely different, but their goals are different. So we want to create incentives for hosts to keep your data. IPFS I think is looking more to like rewrite HTTP, and so you can, on IPFS you can find files by their hashes, and you can find people's work by their public key. But just like the internet, you can find someone's website by going to the URL, but that person has to be running a server for you to reasonably be able to get it. And someone might have a mirror, and so it's the same in IPFS. If you go to a person's file and their server is offline, like you might get lucky if someone's running a mirror, but there's no guarantee that file is going to be there. Whereas on our network, we try and set it up so that there's financial reasons for people to stay there and keep serving the file. So I think that's one of the big differences. And then Filecoin is a project that hasn't seen much attention in like a year. So I think I'm just going to brush that off to the side until it's more active. All right, cool. Thank you.
So our next speakers are Dave and Rega from Fidelity. And so like between you, me, and Fidelity, I've never heard of Fidelity referred to as a technical company, but I think this presentation will be pretty interesting. And they're going to talk about usability and scaling from their perspective.
Do you have sound in your presentation? No. Is there any way to make sure? All right. Great. Thank you. Thanks for having us, and you're welcome for sponsoring this. And my name is Dave Weisberg. I work at Fidelity Labs. We are the R&D arm of Fidelity Investments. We work on new technologies, new products, new services that serve Fidelity Investments and the various businesses. Like many other financial service and banking enterprises, we're interested in the opportunities available through cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology. And I'm a design thinker, and I am brought into the projects to come at it from a human standpoint. So we're going to start with a tiny little bit of research, since that's what I do. So if anybody in this room understands what Bitcoin is, could you please stand up? I'm going to expect that's everybody. No? Go ahead, stand up. You got to start by standing up. It's been a while. Okay, if you own Bitcoin, if you don't own Bitcoin, you can sit down. If you don't own Bitcoin, you can sit down. Great. Okay, a few people. If you haven't bought anything with Bitcoin in the last year, you can sit down and start asking yourself why. If you haven't bought anything with Bitcoin in the last 6 months, sit down. If you haven't bought anything with Bitcoin in the last 2 weeks, sit down. If you haven't bought anything with Bitcoin in the last week, sit down. If you haven't bought anything with Bitcoin at a brick and mortar in the last 3 days, sit down. Okay, cool. Thank you. So that was an unfair test. You can sit down now. Thank you. That was an unfair test for 2 reasons. One is you guys are lead users, right? You are enthusiasts. You've done all these things. And the other unfair reason is Bitcoin is really new. You know, it's finding people who have spent and dealt with Bitcoin in the population is like needle in a haystack, and that was part of the challenge of doing this research. So I'm involved in dipping our toe into Bitcoin and blockchain at Fidelity, and the first thing that we decided to do was talk to real people and understand what their perceptions of Bitcoin were. And as a background for that, look at how they think about money, how they move money, how they store money, their money movement habits and routines to see if there were any places where Bitcoin could, as a solution, might play in the future. So what I'm going to do today is talk a little bit about the research around Bitcoin perception, which has helped us get our head around the opportunity space, in addition to some other things that we're doing at Fidelity. So I'll give you a little overview of that research, talk about the challenges that bubbled up. I don't think they'll be unfamiliar because you've all had challenges to using Bitcoin in a retail space transactionally. And then because we're designers and we look for opportunities in challenges, we can look at those challenges as opportunities. And the second half of our presentation will be by Raghav, who will have a very technical viewpoint. So in the summer of 2015, we spoke to 20 people, small number of people, but in design thinking, you can generally bubble up opportunities, needs, pain points in a small number of folks. So we spoke to 20 different people. Half of them were Fidelity customers, half of them were not. Half of those split the other way, had some experience with Bitcoin, and the other half had not, but they were technologically inclined. They had Apple Pay or PayPal or some other online banking. We spent an hour and a half with them doing in-depth interviews. We started talking to them about just getting backgrounds about them as people, what their goals were, how they move their money around, different types of banking systems, different type of investments, basically anything that touches money, how they budget. And all these were done in the Boston area, except for a few that were video conferenced and a couple of folks in Canada. So we had 2 goals, really, to uncover unmet needs around money movement, that where we might find inspiration as to where a cryptocurrency, a blockchain technology solution might live, as well as really to understand public perception of Bitcoin from these individuals rather than from news reports. So there are 2 main findings. The first is most Bitcoin users aren't really using Bitcoin. They're holding it. So who are they? They're former miners. The person you saw before had mined from his own computer when he was in high school, and he hadn't bought any Bitcoin, he hadn't spent any Bitcoin, but he had it. So there are lots of folks out there, many in this room, who have Bitcoin, and you're holding it. Developers and enthusiasts who are moving it around because, you know, you pass it to one person, you pass it to another. You're moving it around to see how it works, kicking tires, experimenting with it. There are some curious speculators out there who are buying it and selling it and holding it and watching it go up and down, and there are people dabbling with it. And then there are some small business owners or international business owners who are actually experimenting with it because it's going to solve some of their problems. around movement cross-border or having their employees around in the communities with cash in their pocket. They'd rather a digital currency. So if people are mostly holding Bitcoin, they're not using it. Why is that? It turns out that there are 5, or at least we've identified 5 basic challenges. We call them blockers to using Bitcoin in a transactional setting from the 20 people we spoke to. Now, we've spoken to some people afterwards, and it tends to fit into these buckets, but in general, there are 5 basic challenges. Volatility, mixed perceptions, limited acceptance. So brick and mortar is a tricky one. Lack of incentives and irreversibility, and we'll dig into each one of these from the perspective of the user. So volatility, it's really hard to get my head around Bitcoin as a currency. It's always moving around, like I don't know what its value is, so I don't want to spend it, or I want to get rid of it. It's as a currency, it's very, very difficult because the value changes so dramatically, so unpredictably. So only CoinDesk reported last year that only 8.6% of users of Bitcoin are actually spending it. So, well, that's an opportunity. The rest of the 93% are holding it. They're doing something else with it. And so perhaps there's an opportunity in developed economies where that bug is a feature in a currency. There are people who ride that kind of volatility for one reason or another. And obviously in regions in other parts of the world with people we didn't speak to, it could be more stable than their currency. So volatility is a challenge, or it may be insignificant depending on what kind of economy you're in. Mixed perceptions. People read about the promise of Bitcoin, the democratization of banking, there are lots of opportunity. There are lots of wonderful things about Bitcoin, but most of the news people hear about are about nefarious acts. People paying for ransom in Bitcoin, even though we know that by and large, U.S. dollars are probably the majority of reason that people are. They're the currency of choice by folks who are doing by criminals. So, but people read about that in the news, and that's one of the reasons they don't want to get involved with Bitcoin is the bad press. So if big brands get involved, if Apple were to be involved with Bitcoin, Visa, if Fidelity, if somebody were to be involved with Bitcoin that was respected, it would bring a lot of credibility. People don't know Circle. People don't know Coinbase. People don't know Netkey, right? So that's an opportunity for someone out there to provide some to buoy up Bitcoin, but also stories where positive things happen. Where we hear them around Bitcoin. Limited acceptance. Not enough people accept it. I've traveled trying to use Bitcoin. I've found someone who uses Bitcoin in San Francisco on Yelp, gone there, we've ordered, they don't take Bitcoin anymore. So it's often difficult to use your Bitcoin out there in the world, even if you have from a source that you believe you trust that you can. But that's an opportunity. Maybe they're going to be maybe people will be willing to transact if they feel like it's going to offer some advantage to a mom and pop business, a small business that doesn't have to pay service charges on their credit cards. So whatever this community can do to help build in those sorts of incentives to small businesses or larger businesses that will bring Bitcoin to the population, it'll be much easier for it to gain acceptance. Lack of incentives. My credit card gives me 2% back to use it. I get a month of capital for free. Bitcoin is like a debit card, right? As soon as you use it, it's gone. The incentives could be, the community needs to build in incentives. Perhaps there's a discount given to Bitcoin use. So that's an opportunity. And irreversibility. When you've sent your Bitcoin, it is gone. I had a situation with an online vendor just recently. I set it all up. I sent my Bitcoin, and they didn't receive it, or they didn't receive it in time, and the transaction timed out. Therefore, the payment didn't go through, didn't connect to that transaction. All my items were still in the cart, but I didn't have the money yet, and I'm trying to contact them. They said, well, we sent it to Coinbase, even though I didn't use Coinbase to use my, as my wallet. And I still don't have it back, even though I have a Coinbase account, because they had a different email than my Coinbase account was set up under. So the services around fixing errors is just not built up yet in Bitcoin. And so irreversibility, which is a feature, is not really a feature for me when I could normally call up my credit card and have them fix a problem for me. So that's an opportunity for the community. So there are five challenges that bubbled up: this volatility, mixed perceptions, limited acceptance, and lack of incentives. But each one of those can be turned into an opportunity. So for volatility, how might we illuminate Bitcoin until it's stable as a non-correlated asset that might be interesting to hold? There's some advantages to that. There may be products available for people to develop that might make that available. How might we leverage positive stories and trusted brands around Bitcoin such that people can gain a belief that it is something that is part of the mainstream that they can identify with? How might we support merchant adoption and awareness? What are the advantages for a small merchant to use Bitcoin over PayPal or Square? How might we raise incentives and lower barriers to use, again, for merchants or for retail customers? And then as far as irreversibility, we really need to provide a means to fix mistakes and to ensure fairness around transactions. And I think as these things develop in the economy, people who are not enthusiasts, those in the room, will tend to start to gravitate towards Bitcoin. Will it be in the U.S.? I don't know. Will it be in the rest of the world? Perhaps beforehand. But these challenges are inspiring to designers like me. And if they're inspiring to you, at some point we could talk. And so I'll take a couple questions, and then we'll move on to the second part of our Fidelity show.
Thanks for your talk. So one issue that is not one of these fives is something that I think is also very important, is how do we make normal people hold and take care of private keys if they don't know what public key cryptography is? I think this is one of the huge challenges that we all face.
I agree with you. This is like the top layer of problems, just getting into it. And once you peel that layer away, there are all sorts of other human Bitcoin blockchain related interface issues. And the private key is a wonderfully rich area to play in. I agree.
So have you done any specific thinking on that, or just general?
No specific thinking today, but there are lots of opportunities to make it better. I think it's really interesting that the difference between security and safety. I can do something that's really, really safe. I can not write down my key phrase, right? And because no one can get it. Or that's really secure. I'm sorry, that's secure. No one can get it. But I can't get it when I need it. I could put it in a safe in my house, but I can't get it if I've lost my phone in Sweden and I need a new phone. And the best that the industry does is say, write this down and put it in a safe and secure place. And there's no real good guidance after that. Don't put it in an encrypted password manager. That's like, but that's what I want to do with it. So it's a really rich area for problem solving, and
yeah, thanks.
we recognize that.
If you want to talk later, I can talk
Great,
for hours.
thank you. One more, and then we'll move to Raghav.
Yeah, so you mentioned volatility being a problem, but like currently you can use Circle and Coinbase and use them as like a way to transfer value as a payment network, but you don't have to use Bitcoin as a storage of value. So like you can have friends sign up on the network, accept your Bitcoin, but they get dollars and it goes to their bank account just like PayPal. So is volatility still as big of a problem in terms of like consumer adoption, do you think?
Yeah, well, if Circle or Coinbase have it, it's still in Bitcoin, right? So if I...
Well, no, it's in Bitcoin, but then you can like hedge it so it goes either to dollars or Bitcoin. So that way you can hold it as dollars. If you receive Bitcoin, it's converted automatically.
Well, yeah, if you get in and out, then you're not really holding it. You're just...
Sure, true.
It's,
But you
it's
can still
just
use it as a payment
It's just a
network.
medium for transfer. So then...
True, yeah.
That's right. So you can... you limit your exposure. So remittances can work that way too.
Okay.
Take advantage of the cross-border, but don't hurt yourself with the volatility. Yeah. Cool. That's a great way to use it now until it's less volatile. So I'll introduce my colleague Raghav Chawla, who will talk about something a little more technical.
Thank you.
One more.
All right. Can I pull this out? Hi, my name is Raghav Chawla. I'm a product manager at Fidelity Labs. I also happen to be a longtime Bitcoin enthusiast since 2009. And today I'm going to be talking to you about scalability. What I will not be doing is talking about any technical solutions to scalability or comparing and contrasting any of the proposals that are out there. There are a lot of core developers here who know a lot more about that than me, so I'm not even going to try to go there. What I would like to do is try to give you a way to think about this whole scalability problem. I kind of anticipated a lot of people in the audience who might be fairly new to the Bitcoin community, and you might be jumping in and seeing all these debates happening on Reddit. And I just thought maybe I could offer a way to think about these issues, and specifically a way to think about them and how they affect you as an individual, as someone that might want to join this community, start running a node, support the network. And then I'll also peel back a little bit from there and take a broader perspective on how that means, from a systemic standpoint. And then in the end, I'll kind of end with a couple of questions that I would like to pose to the community that I think it's important for us to answer. So, all right. So, and I'll kind of breeze through this. I mean, I did anticipate a couple of people who are going to be fairly new, and this is really basic stuff that I have in the first couple of slides. So I'll breeze through this stuff really quickly, but just to initially just quickly touch upon, when we talk about scalability, it's all about the block size. So why is that? Because block size is really the key lever that we have to pull when it comes to scalability, because you mine one block every 10 minutes. So how many ever transactions you can fit into one block is how many transactions you get processed in 10 minutes, and you can divide that to get the transactions per second throughput. A common question that a lot of people who are new to this ask is, what about block time? So what if instead of 10 minutes you mined a block in 5 minutes? Well, there's a reason that 10 minutes was picked. It was actually an optimization problem, where if you make the interval too short, it's great because your transactions settle quickly, but that leads to a lot of orphan blocks, which is bad for the network and especially bad for miners. And if you make it too long, then obviously you reduce the rate of orphaned blocks, but you have really slow settlement times, which also is not a good experience. And there's also some other things about how the rate of money creation, but you can kind of counter that with additional solutions, and it just gets more complicated. Point being that block time is not really something that's discussed as subject to change. So it's basically all about block size. And so why is it so bad if blocks are getting full? So this is just a graph of the rate at which blocks are getting full over the past year, and you can see the blocks are tending to be full pretty quickly. Currently, they're about 70-75% full on average. And why is this so bad? Why is everybody panicking that we need an urgent solution for scalability? Well, the obvious one is when blocks are full, your transactions get queued up. They don't get processed in time. I think currently, I read somewhere, I don't know how accurate this is, but I read that the current processing time is about 40 minutes instead of 10, because there's already a lot of queuing that's happening. That's just a bad user experience. And then there's also this issue of rebroadcasting of transactions. So once you have a lot of transactions that start getting queued, they actually get dropped from the mempool after a while. And wallet software is programmed to rebroadcast transactions if they don't get processed, or if they don't get a confirmation. And then so if you have these thousands of transactions that are getting dropped and then rebroadcast and then bouncing through every node in the network, you're just generating a whole bunch of traffic on the network, which is again not very good. And finally, what I think is probably the biggest problem is when blocks start getting full, you kind of have this shift in the dynamics of the network where instead of just paying the standard fee to get your transactions included in the block because there's always enough space in the block, people actually start bidding to get their transactions through because the higher transaction fee that you include, your transaction moves to the top. So the people who aren't bidding high, their transactions never get processed. And that's just a whole different dynamic which the network would prefer to avoid. So there's also, when you talk about scaling, there's a lot of talk about layer 2 and Lightning, which is absolutely amazing, and sidechain, and there's a whole bunch of layer 2 things, and I think they'll definitely be playing an important role in the evolution of Bitcoin and in the growth of Bitcoin over time. But that doesn't mean that you kind of don't enhance the core protocol at all. So I think the block size thing is also important, and it's urgent, and we as a community should be working on both scaling the network at the core level as well as building layer 2 stuff on top. And when we talk about the core protocol, essentially it's a balancing act. You're basically balancing the cost constraint of running a node, which has implications on centralization versus decentralization, and balancing that with the block size. So I think we'll take a little bit deeper look into that. Before going into the deeper look, just a quick mention about segregated witness. So this is, again, a really amazing breakthrough that Peter Wally suggested a couple months ago. And in a very simplistic way, it essentially stores signatures separately from the transaction, and your effective transaction size that's stored in the blockchain becomes smaller, so you get an effective increase in block size. And so essentially you get scaling without increasing block size. This is great. The thing with this is this still only gets you about 2 to 4x of scaling, so a longer term, it's not that you still need to continue scaling the block size for a longer term scaling solution, as well as for segregated witness to really take effect. Not only the Bitcoin core software has to be updated, all the wallet software from all the different merchants has to be updated as well to support it. So again, like what I've been talking about today is just absolute basic Bitcoin, no layer 2, no SegWit, just the way it stands today. And so let's say you go home and you say, this Bitcoin thing is pretty sweet. Maybe I should support it. Maybe I should run a node. I believe in this. So what are your considerations? Basically, a node is a computer. So it has a standard computing components. The first thing that you look at is the CPU. The CPU is really not a bottleneck at all. A standard desktop CPU currently can support about 4,000 transactions per second, which is way higher than the actual network 7 transactions per second. So it's really not a bottleneck at all. And in fact, the libsec P256K1 just was included in the last release, which actually increases that 5-fold. So now you have 20,000 transactions per second, and there's a lot of other optimizations that have been proposed that make it even more efficient, like snore signatures and others. So CPU is really not an issue, at least for the foreseeable future. The next thing to look at is disk. So disk is essentially used to store the blockchain. The blockchain increases in size by that formula. It's basically whatever your block size is, and you have 6 blocks in an hour. You have 24 hours in a day, 365 days in a year, and so that's how much storage space you'll need to devote to supporting this node. And so that's something just to be mindful of. Like if you're, let's say you want to support classic versus core, that's 2 megabyte versus 1 megabyte. Now you have to devote twice as many resources to supporting that. When you start talking about memory, that's when it starts becoming more of a concern as far as the components of your node are concerned, because memory is where the unspent transaction output database is stored, and your node needs quick access to this to verify transactions, and so it's all stored in memory, and memory is much more expensive than disk is, and in fact, over the last year or two, the rate of increase in the UTXO database size has been outpacing the drop in the price of memory. So, when you talk about disk, prices drop every year, and so disk storage is cheap, but with RAM, if the price doesn't continue to drop at a rate that matches the rate of increase in the UTXO database, that's a problem. And the size of the UTXO database is also hard to predict because transaction outputs are constantly being combined and fragmented. Although in general, the more activity you have in the network, you can expect that you'll have a larger UTXO size. But again, we have some really, really smart developers that work on these core protocol issues, and they have all sorts of optimizations and amazing tricks in the works that can help mitigate some of these issues. And one example is that you can offload part of your UTXO database onto disk or a solid state drive, which is much faster. And in fact, you can actually do that in an even more intelligent way, where you can run some analysis on your UTXO data set and assign probabilities to how likely that UTXO is going to be used soon. And if it's not very likely, you offload those transactions to disk so that the ones that are more likely to be used soon are stored in memory. So there's a whole bunch of neat tricks that you can pull. The key thing here is when you talk about running a node and the resources you spend is the network requirements. And this is the primary bottleneck that exists when it comes to scaling. And so again, I have a couple of formulae up there which tells you what's the minimum monthly data usage you're going to have based on whatever block size you want to support. And again, this is to, when you might see a whole bunch of different proposals out there, like, a couple, 6 to 8 months, a year ago, whatever, BIP 101 was proposed, which talks about doubling the block size every couple of years. So, when you're looking at a proposal like that, you got to be mindful that actually would increase the amount of resources that you might spend if you're running a node as well. And so, can I just give you a framework of how to think about this? And larger blocks not only increase a lot of the resource requirements in a node, but also affect miners, because the larger a block is, the longer it takes to propagate through the network, and that increases the risk of orphan blocks as well. And again, there's a lot of optimizations that are being worked through to mitigate some of the bandwidth requirements, but this still remains a primary concern. Looking at the bandwidth requirements a little bit deeper, so I have a couple of different block sizes that I just calculated, the required upload speeds that you'd need. And there is a minimum required upload speed, because you need to be able to upload, to be a constructive node, you need to be able to upload the block to 7 of your closest peers within 30 seconds. So there's a minimum upload speed that's required. And then there's data usage. So I have the 2 megabyte over there, which is what Classic is about. But then once you start looking at it, and again, actually one point I should make is, in 1969, a couple of people connected a wire between 2 computers and called it ARPANET. And then, 45 years later, we're actually downloading HD movies on these supercomputers in our pocket. So we're still in very, very early days of Bitcoin. And, when you're talking about scaling the core protocol, this is a long haul. We're in it for a while. And that's why layer 2 solutions are also so important, because if you want to achieve some scale quickly, we need layer 2, because layer 1 doesn't scale that quickly. But coming back to this, so if you look at the 35 megabyte block size, right, that's probably pretty far, and the technology will probably improve a lot by then as well. But if you look at the minimum monthly data usage, that's 300 gigabytes. 300 gigabytes today is the monthly data cap that Comcast imposes on most states in the US. So that's your entire internet connection going to devote to a node. So you can see bandwidth requirements very quickly become an issue. And sure, you can imagine that by the time we hit 35 megabytes, the bandwidth caps would be raised. And sure, that's probably true, but still these are things to be mindful of. And then if you go even further down, because even the 35 megabytes only gets you to 245 transactions per second, which is just around the order of twice as much as what PayPal does. When you look at some of the larger payment networks, like Visa averages about 4,000 transactions per second, which is a 600 megabyte block, which requires 5 terabytes of data usage monthly. Visa's peak is 20,000 transactions per second, which requires a 3 gigabyte block. So you can see very quickly when you talk about scaling, the bandwidth requirements become fairly unmanageable. And hopefully Nielsen's law will support this, but maybe not. But this leads to, so that's about you as an individual. But when you look at lots of individuals making a decision on when it becomes expensive for them to run a node, there's this intuitive understanding that there's an inverse relationship between the block size and the number of nodes. I'm not sure if there's an actual concrete relationship that somebody can come up with. I think that would be very useful to have. But if we have, how decentralized is decentralized? Because people talk about, this will make the network more centralized or more decentralized, but there's no concrete definition and there's no goal to work towards. And in fact, similar to what James pointed out earlier about noses versus nodes, a lot of these nodes that are being run, there's a single individual running hundreds of nodes around the world. So we need some sort of definition that tells us what is decentralization and whether 6,000 nodes that exist today, is that too much? Is that too few? And also when you look at the geographical dispersion of the nodes, you can see most of the nodes are either in North America or Western Europe. Now, even if we had 100,000 nodes and they were all concentrated in those regions, would we be okay with that? I don't know, but these are questions we need to answer. And if we were to, for example, decide that, no, true decentralization means we want at least several nodes in each country in the world, well, then there's other considerations to take into account. So the picture on top shows you a map of the world with the cost, the price of internet connections as a percentage of annual income. And the darkest red that you see in some countries in Africa, that's 100%. So internet access is very, very expensive in some countries in the world. And if you look at the graph, the map below that, that's a map of the world with of just internet speeds in different countries. And so you can see there's many countries with very expensive internet and very slow speeds. So if we were to decide that decentralization means that the lowest common denominator is supporting average people in those countries to be able to run nodes, and I'm not saying that that's the decision, but these are the questions that we need to ask and answer and have a goal to work towards. But then we have to make a design solution that addresses that. And then we can talk about technical implementations. And finally, if you look at the Bitcoin community, it's non-homogeneous. There's many different types of or categories of people that are involved with Bitcoin. You have your industry players who are running wallets and exchanges and have built businesses on top of Bitcoin. You have the miners that are mining Bitcoin and have invested a lot in infrastructure. You have the developers that are spending a lot of their time and energy developing for Bitcoin. You have users who are using it to transact on a day-to-day basis. And maybe they don't hold too many Bitcoins, but they're using it frequently. Then you have people who hold Bitcoin and maybe holding a lot of Bitcoin but not really spending it often. And all these people have different incentives, different ideas of what Bitcoin is. It shouldn't be. In fact, we even had somebody ask a question right before this about, well, what if you only use Bitcoin as a payment network and not as a store of value? Well, maybe, but these are decisions we need to make. And if we don't really have an idea of what Bitcoin is or what it should be used for or how decentralized it should be or who should use it, we can't really come up with a decision on what technical solution to pursue. So I think these are some of the questions we need to answer. And there's so many different perspectives that I heard, like Bitcoin is a store of value, it's a payment network, it's an asset issuance platform, it's a settlement infrastructure, it's an audit layer, and a myriad of other things. And I think it's really important, and this is just the last thing I want to leave you with, is as a community, we need to answer, we're kind of jumping straight into technical solutions and comparing a whole bunch of technical solutions. But I think if we were to able to, as a community, answer some of these questions, we might come to conclusions for future technical solutions a lot easier. And I realize there's an urgency, with the block size increasing, to pick a solution right now. But if we can, as a community, again, think about how decentralized does this network really need to be? What does the decentralization mean? In terms of number of nodes, distribution of nodes, what's the product vision of Bitcoin? What's Bitcoin for? Who should use it? And are all factions within the community appropriately represented? So hopefully we can have some conversations about this later this evening, or you can ask some questions, but that's all I had. Thank you. Okay, no time for questions? All right, thanks.
Cool. Take a laptop. Thanks, Dave, and thanks, Raghav.
Thank you.
I don't know. It's pretty interesting to hear about, from a user perspective of Bitcoin, what they're interested in. I'd also like to thank Fidelity for sponsoring the expo, which is pretty big. Thanks, guys. And so, I campaigned for president of Bitcoin Club, and the thing I kept saying is, I want to make blockchain great again. And so, I know some really smart guys, wonderful guys, and I've been saying for months, let's make blockchain great again. And that's all I want to do. And people say to me, Mr. Chinda, how are you going to do that? So let me tell you, our next speaker, Christian Lunkovic, is a wonderful guy. He's a smart guy. And he works at Consensus as a crypto financial engineer and decentralization generalist. It's a tremendous title. I love it. Startups always give the best titles. I worked at Consensus the past summer, and I was a computational decentralization intern. Consensus is going to be huge. It's going to be huge. So Christian, could you come up and tell us about Ethereum and how it's going to revolutionize the world of identity?
Thank you. Thank you. At first, I want to say I fully endorse Chinda as president of the Bitcoin Club. And I want to thank him so much for being a strong leader and making this thing happen. Okay, let's hope. No. Well, just for my voice. No. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to talk about digital identity. So this is going to be very similar to a talk I gave at the Ethereum Developers Conference. So if anyone saw that, I will at least try to avoid repeating the jokes. What is digital identity? So one way to look at it is you want some kind of digital object that maps to a physical identity. So most often when you talk about it, it's people, but it can also be corporations or devices. So we discuss IoT. This is one of the things that has identity. Why do we care about digital identity? So we want to tie actors in the physical world to the digital and blockchain worlds. Digital identity allows actors that have authority in the physical world to express that authority on a blockchain. So for instance, you can have a proof of birth, in quotes, which could be a digital signature by a doctor, and you can potentially use that as trigger for smart contracts. Another example is KYC, which can be a digital attestation by a bank that can also be used when interacting with certain smart contracts. It allows mappings of social structures in the digital realm. So social network like Facebook is an example where you have digital identity creating a network entirely in the digital realm. And the humanitarian aspects are also very interesting these days because often refugees lack physical paper documentation, and so people are thinking about ways that digital identity can help here. So how do we do this mapping from the digital to, or rather from the digital to the physical and back again? Most of the time we do this using secrets. So for instance, this could be a password. If I'm logging into Facebook, I use this secret to make the mapping. In Bitcoin, that's done with private keys. And so in Bitcoin, if you have my private key, then you can send my Bitcoins. If you have my Facebook password, then you can post on my friends' walls and say that I think that they're, well, I'm not going to say. So the key there is the secret. And we like to use private keys because you can create a digital signature, which is a proof that says that I know a secret, but I don't have to reveal the secret. So that's often better than a password. Why do we want a blockchain? Why do we want to blockchain things? The blockchain has this ability that it can act as a logically centralized but physically decentralized database, basically. And so what this allows is what I call self-sovereign identity. So this means that instead of having a central service like Facebook, for instance, instead of having Facebook manage and own your identity, you can own your identity yourself by owning your private keys and interacting through the blockchain. So centralized systems have some good good properties, but a blockchain allows us to replicate a lot of those properties in a way that is physically decentralized. And I put Internet of Things there also because, you know, if we have millions using Facebook to talk to each other, it's kind of a weird setup because Facebook now controls the majority of the infrastructure. So this kind of self-sovereign identity is vital for the Internet of Things. So how do we go about building a digital identity system? So the starting point is the public key. So I mentioned the private key is the secret, and the public key is the corresponding digital object. This will be your identifier. So we already see this in various systems. So you have a Bitcoin address or an Ethereum address. That's a public key, or rather a hash of a public key. If anyone has used Minilock, this system uses a public key as an identifier as well. And sometimes this is all you need. If I have an online store, I'm selling socks for Bitcoins, I might not care who buys my socks as long as they pay me. And the private key, the digital signature, is enough to get me the payment. Sometimes though is not enough, and we want to add attributes or data to the identity. So this could be things like a name and a photo or email or something. It can also be more specialized stuff. In a corporation, we might want to attach tax identification numbers, accounting letters, what have you, or use other social networks to bootstrap the identity system. So this could be Twitter or Facebook or GitHub, etc. So here is kind of a very simple picture of what an identity model could look like. So we start with the notion that the public key is the identifier, and the public key can create a smart contract which can hold attributes, and these attributes can only be updated by the corresponding private key. And so this is a way to have the attributes cryptographically tied to this public key. We can go one step further though, because we want to also have we want to map interactions between identities too, and so this can be done using attestations. So what an attestation is a basically one identity claiming that another identity's attribute is correct, and this is done using a digital signature. And so what this does is that the user is still in control over their attributes, but other users, other identities can say, yes, this is really Christian. I put a stamp on approval on that. So this could be either done among your friends, in which case it's similar to what we call web of trust, or it could be through authorities. So the government could have a signing key where they say, okay, we verify that this is your date of birth and this is your citizenship. This is actually being done now in Estonia. Or you can have a bank verifying something like that they did a KYC check, or that you have a accredited investor status. So in our model, this kind of looks like, we have two identities. They both have their public key, and the one identity here can make an attestation and create a digital signature on the attribute of the first identity. So this looks really great. There's a issue though. This is from Vitalik. There was we were both at this conference, Rebooting Web of Trust, and everyone, we were all talking about digital signatures, and the obvious question is what happens if I lose my private key? We don't want a system where if I have my private key on my phone and I lose my phone, I lose my identity. That's not how the world works. Even if I lose my passport and my birth certificate, I can go and talk to people and get help. So how do we model something like that? Key loss. I kind of said all this. You don't want to lose your identity when you lose your key. And so how do we try and design with this in mind? So we don't want to use the public key as a persistent identifier, because it leads to this problem that we cannot lose our private key. So we instead want to use a smart contract address as an identifier. So in Ethereum, smart contracts are kind of they have all the rights that normal addresses have, so they can interact with other smart contracts, etc. And so we can use one of those contracts to act as our identifier. And the advantages of this is that you can encode all kinds of nice logic into the smart contract. So you can have logic that lets the user revoke keys. Like if I lose my phone, I want to say, okay, I don't want to use that key again. I can update that. And also, if I lose everything, then you could potentially have a recovery system where I say, okay, I have my wife, I have my attorney, and I have my cousin who lives in Germany. And if I ask all three of them, they can give me back control of my keys using logic in the smart contract. You can also have multiple layers of recovery. Like maybe I want to protect against them colluding, then I can have some secret key that I hid somewhere. So anyway, there's a lot of flexibility there. So let me talk about a project that we're working on at Consensus called Uport. So this is a digital identity platform that uses Ethereum and IPFS. So this is something that we want to use internally for our projects. So right now, so this is, if you watched my previous talk, there's been some updates. So what we have is we have a basic identity model. So right now we do have the public key is the identifier. The attributes are stored in IPFS, and we're using schema.org as a data format. We have the ability to do attestations between identities. We're using JSON web tokens for that, and we're also looking at having encrypted attributes. So basically, I can store my attributes in a decentralized system like IPFS, but I can encrypt them in such a way that only the selected identities can have access to them. We are working with a technology partner and we're in the process of creating a proof of concept for them. So hopefully have more news on that later on. And we're starting to roll this out internally in some of our dApps that we're creating. So here you can see we have a command line client. You can see the attestors there, and here is a little example of what it can look like in a GUI. On the roadmap, we have moving to smart contract based identity. We'll have the key rotation, revocation, and recovery. And we're also thinking a lot about key management UX, which we've said at least 2 times is basically an unsolved problem. How do you make end users not lose their keys, pretty much? That's it. Questions? I don't know how much time I have.
So Christian, I have a question.
Yes.
From MIT
Hello
Connection
again.
Science. Hi again. So how do you address the problem that today attribute authorities want to own you? So if I go and get my FICO score, Equifax, TransUnion, and I can't remember the third guy is, they want to own you in the sense that they are asserting some attributes, aspects about you, and you have to pay for that. Right, and the issue is that it's not about you; it's about the relying party in the transaction who relies on that assertion, right? So self-sovereign identities are great, self-asserted attributes are also great, but it doesn't work because the relying party doesn't want to accept it.
Yeah, that's a great question. So it's actually possible to have a business model where I can make an attestation about you. Let's say I'm your power company, and I'm attesting to your physical address. I know it because I provide you power. I don't have to share that attestation back to you. What I can do is I can hold on to that, because in self-sovereign identity, you're still, you provided the address, right? I provide the attestation, and I can actually potentially charge people money to access that attestation. So I don't have to. So right now, by default, I kind of give that back to you, and you can incorporate it into your profile. But I could also hold on to it and say, oh, people have to pay me a little bit of money to get this attestation. So we haven't looked into that much the economics, but it's certainly possible.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm here at this conference because I work in community innovation labs in different sites around the country and also internationally. And in doing research on the blockchain, I thought that there was a way that in our community innovation lab work, we can incorporate these things, particularly your presentation about identity. So I just wanted to, if there's anything you can steer me towards, I'm a group process facilitator, and the groups that we work with are usually decentralized organizations or not-for-profits, which for many years have been pitted against each other in competition because of the way funding comes down. And so what we're trying to do is find ways for more collaboration. And so we're thinking that these type of structures could help. There are some of my colleagues who believe that technology can't solve those problems and only facilitation can actually do that. But if there's anything that you could steer me towards in terms of information about how this technology can help decentralized organizations collaborate more.
Yeah, sure. we can talk more later. Community formation is a great use case for these kinds of things. We also have so Nick Dodson, who we work with at Consensus. He's created something called Boardroom, which is kind of like a governance platform, and we're gonna start trialing it internally in Consensus and see how these things work. But that could be a good place to start.
One question, probably is related to the previous one. How do you think private attributes could be handled, and at the same time, private? I mean, selling a stock, probably the address will be the private, but I mean, in the health business, could end up being like a health record, right? That they have to exchange with the same identity between health organizations. How do you see a solution for that?
Yeah, so privacy is, probably the most difficult question in the blockchain space. So I mentioned selective disclosure. So basically, what that is that I can have my private, let's say, medical records encrypted and still stored on a public medium, and I can encrypt them in such a way that I have access, and let's say my next of kin has access, and my doctor has access, but no one else has access. So that's one way to do it, but it's a bigger question also about tracking people as they interact with the blockchain, and there's it's hard, but just the question of encrypted attributes, I think is solvable. But
in that example, the doctor is the one that is actually changing the attribute. That's why I'm asking. I should not open my health record and just say, oh no, I don't have AIDS. Actually, if I do have AIDS, it's my doctor that should sign that. But it's my attribute.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm guessing in that case you can either grant other people access to write to your attributes, or have some system where you get a ping that says, hey, your doctor wants to update, do you approve? So it's I think it's doable. Am I out of time? Thanks, Chinda.
We're gonna take like a 10-minute break. See you here. Just enough time for me to use the bathroom.
Then when they see that, they see the money coming down, and it actually creates more of a problem. In my research, I found something like order would be able to separate the sort of emotional issues that get involved in stuff like that. And that's what that makes with the actual contract that you have to do. Really
yeah, no. We have another topic which is also about unity
Hi, good. How about you? Oh yeah. So I'm trying to do it through HDMI if that's possible. Oh, awesome. Oh, sweet. I'm going to. I guess I'll just mirror this stuff. Testing. Oh yeah, a bit smaller than most. All right. Let's see. I would rather mirror it. Oh, cool. All right. Awesome. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, it's
How's it going? Josh.
So,
Oh, yeah. How's it going? Good. Yeah, I'm stoked to be here just running through my presentation. So, but yeah, wait, you guys in New York, right? Just up for the weekend. Cool. What's it? Oh, really? Okay, yeah. I knew it was one time. Exponential finance. So good. Stuff's going great. Yeah, we ended up lowering a lot of our payments to help most people pay. Honestly, like those people who it seems like there's an opportunity to continue to provide pretty solid Bitcoin infrastructure. Up until now, not really. Yeah, it is. So compared to Java in particular, you're always going to be missing. But what's nice is, and you see this is a small project. It's harder with bigger projects, especially with the vendor interviews and lack of debugger, all this stuff that sort of like piles on. But when you start with a smaller project, it's so simple, and it just makes so much sense.
Yeah, I work for my
and that's actually, I mean, I'm not a full-time developer, like a over at or maybe a third engineer, but I actually ended up transitioning those probably strongest languages because I learned on my computer science and so much of the syntax, right, something that get away all the wrong things. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's just to get used to the sort of reverse type, on the other side, like, but then it becomes second nature and feels natural. But
for me, I actually found it when I was every time I was doing that Bitcoin, I found it, even though it was easy to no code, then Bitcoin is supposed to be
which honestly was a lot of our discovery process. It was just we wanted to put that combined with running multiple web servers and combined with fairly custom transaction help with some things in some of our events infrastructure, Redis connections. So from my understanding of this, which is superficial, I preface that, it made a lot of sense to build it. And actually, I hope
it's amazing I had the guts to do that.
Well, it's I mean, a testament to our engineers at that team.
We had built the Java code base. Why'd you go in? We underestimated the problem.
I think maybe we did too, but we just barreled through it. I mean, now it's been such a huge advantage for us. The reputation is pretty solid, and our uptime is been really triple nines. I'm hoping, I mean, I'm a huge open source nut, so my goal is that at some point we'll find places where we can start providing open source
Open source is also free, right?
Right. And that's our feeling now. Exactly. But yeah, I mean, it has been going well. I think we are looking, especially seeing some consensus guys here, we are looking into whether we can start supporting that. I actually chatted with Jerry at the DC Summit Thursday, talking about hyperloop. There might be
Find your seats.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Actually, that's right. But yeah, I'll see you there. Thanks.
The break is too short.
Yeah, that's okay. And it's also, I mean, I understand it's the end of the day, so you can understand that people might need to get up and move around a bit too, you know.
I think so. All right, everybody, sit down.
Please?
All right. It's time for our next speaker. His name is Josh Cincinnati. It's been quite the day so far. So Josh is Josh is a developer advocate at BlockCypher. And so apparently he does like amateur stand-up and like writes satire. And he's pretty funny. So he came over to MIT back in October to give a talk. And so he's coming back for round 2. And so he's going to talk about the internet as a service and the blockchain.
Thanks, Enchinda. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. This usually works with preschoolers, so I'm kind of surprised it hasn't quieted down. Oh, there we go. Big thank you. Big thank you to the MIT folks for putting this on. I'm really excited to be here. I like to think that we save the best for last. So Pindar's talk's going to be great. Mine's going to be one you're going to have to suffer through. But I'm here today to talk about building Bitcoin infrastructure. But really, you know, when I started looking at this presentation and thinking about it a little more, you know, to quote Willy Wonka, and who's quoting O'Shaughnessy, we are really the music makers here. We're the dreamers of dreams. We're building something incredible, and we shouldn't be afraid to dream a little bit bigger. So I decided to change it a little bit and talk not just about us building infrastructure, but building the Bitcoin dream. And astute observers, watchers, viewers, listeners of this presentation will note a constant theme throughout this presentation alluded to with that GIF, and it should become abundantly clear in the next slide. So I will cover effectively who I am, who BlockCypher is, the way that developers interact with us, the way that we interact with the rest of the Bitcoin network, and some trends that we're seeing with people building Bitcoin applications from our perspective, which is kind of a unique vantage point coming from an infrastructure as a service company. So my introduction to Bitcoin actually began with an Onion article in February of 2010. How many have seen this article before? There we go. Yeah. So this is right after I graduated from business school, and I originally thought this wasn't a satire because it was back in 2010, and it was the early stages of recovering from the financial crisis. But this really created an idea for me that was very strong that I didn't really know what it was. You know, I ended up, I ended up becoming somewhat Bitcoin obsessed later on, but initially I was quite skeptical. I'm sure like many were in 2010. But then around 2012, I had the luck of hiring an engineer that was an early member of the Bitcoin talk forums and basically became a mentor to me and explaining how Bitcoin worked, and it kind of created that inception, that idea for me. So if you guys haven't figured out, there are a lot of Inception references in this presentation, so I hope y'all have seen the movie. So who's BlockCypher? in this realm. This is a company photo taken at our last holiday party. I'm on the left. No, but really, we are a small but very effective team of folks focused on enterprise software. So between our two co-founders, Matthew Rio and Catherine Nicholson, we have 25 years of enterprise experience. We keep a 99.99% plus SLA for our service, and our developers have been pretty happy. So if you are a developer, you've heard of us. If you aren't, we're probably the biggest little Bitcoin company that you've never heard of. If you take this chart and basically highlight all the Bitcoin companies and then flip a coin, any given one will use some part of our service, really, like half of the time. I would have actually mapped that out, but as many presentations earlier alluded to, there aren't many designers in the Bitcoin community, and it was way too arduous for me to figure out how to do that myself with Photoshop. So you have to imagine it, but effectively, many people that you hear of, including common names like Coinbase and Zappo, folks like Abra, wind up using our infrastructure. And what does that look like if you're a developer? So it's actually quite simple. It's just a RESTful JSON API. So this is an example of curling information about the Bitcoin main chain. This was from yesterday. You can see the height. You can see our fee estimates down below, which are now ever more important. Here is a bit more nuanced example of looking at a proprietary thing that we offer called our confidence factor, which looks at the percentage likelihood of a double spend for an unconfirmed transaction. So you can see that in that little confidence bit in the JSON document. So what constantly comes up in terms of our place in the Bitcoin ecosystem is where do we fall on the centralization spectrum? I know many people in this community would have a knee-jerk reaction against an API provider because that is a centralization point. But truthfully, there are a lot of cases where it makes sense for companies to outsource their infrastructure. Case in point, I mean, yes, the web has some problems, but ultimately lots of developers choose to build on AWS or Google Cloud or Heroku, and those are just tools they use to access the same network. So in our case, that's pretty much what happens. So we have rebuilt Bitcoin, and actually Litecoin and Dogecoin and any Bitcoin fork can run on our infrastructure. We rebuilt it from the ground up. It's a custom node. It runs it's a Go application connected to Cassandra and Redis. And we are really well connected to the Bitcoin network. Many of our customers who are understandably paranoid and care about decentralization wind up running local nodes in tandem to double check, verify the work that we do onto the public blockchain. But many, having been longtime customers and having used us for a while, don't even do that. But that said, that's ultimately what makes this interesting as an API provider, is that we still access the publicly accessible blockchain and still interact with it and still query with it. So that puts us in this interesting position here in this stack where basically, because we had to re-implement the protocol using a node that could better serve in a large-scale data center, we're kind of at the infrastructure protocol layer, which carries with it a nice metaphor to the theme initially I was talking about earlier in the presentation. So you can kind of see these interesting parallels between various levels of the dreamscape with the levels of interaction between the different layers of the Bitcoin ecosystem. But let's not abuse this metaphor. So usage is not careening off of some height into the murky abyss. There are no Arctic-based mining centers that are going up in flames, at least not this year. And then the protocol development is certainly not in limbo, depending on who you ask. But from our infrastructure as a service perch, there's a lot that's on point. So we, as an API provider, there are a lot of metrics that everyone here has seen in terms of transaction volume going up, hash rate going up. but we also get to see it in terms of people accessing our API to query the blockchain, not just posting transactions, but who are interested in various pieces of data on the blockchain, who are interested in adding events, and that has been absolutely like a freight train. We started at zero API calls. We averaged 2+ million API calls a day over the course of 2 years, and seeing that sort of growth. And I don't have a graph for you, but it isn't exactly linear. It's not exactly nonlinear. It's somewhere in between. And innovation bubbles up, however slowly. So in the protocol level, you'll see all of these things that we haven't yet really seen being deployed across lots of our customers, but will eventually. And a lot of that has to do with these innovations being hard to deploy for folks that are on the upper ends of that spectrum. So what might be happening at the bedrock layer of infrastructure in protocol development takes a long time to get out to people building applications and services and the users themselves. So we're very excited about, check lock time verify is huge, but we haven't seen it used that much yet. SegWit is huge, obviously hasn't been deployed yet, and ditto with check sequence verify and eventually the Lightning Network as well. And now other layers in this stack are undergoing a little bit of a transition where things are going topsy-turvy, the floors are becoming the ceilings and vice versa. Chain stopped their free API on December 31st. Coinbase is not a wallet, but ChangeTip is a wallet. So a lot of stuff is happening, and this is sort of a necessary part of any, I think, young, evolving industry, and especially one where people don't know what place they should be or where they can add the most value on the chain. And what we've actually seen, so here's what's rather interesting from an infrastructure perspective, is that initially, most of our customers were exchanges and wallets, and that was what was to be expected even in 2014. That has changed tremendously. People are now looking into, and a lot of these, I know, anyone who's done Bitcoin development, many of these are isomorphic to saying people are putting special op returns into the blockchain. And you might say that that's not a big deal, but it is. It really is, because people are finding uses to this, the solution that was looking for a problem. And we've seen it with folks looking at counterfeit data, counterfeit assets, or counterfeit digital data, trying to prove that in the blockchain. We have a few companies doing that. There are companies looking at supply chain and provenance and tracking inventory. In the developing world, the two ones that I'd like to talk about, Abra is creating this this amazing sort of infrastructure. They're one of our customers, and they're creating this amazing infrastructure that's kind of like, to use the oft-used Silicon Valley trope, an Uber for remittances in the Philippines, and it actually works really, really well. It's incredibly cool. And then another group of academics in the nonprofit world are interested in building a Bitcoin-denominated cell phone-based banking system for a closed village ecosystems in Africa, and then reconciling them on the blockchain. And that stuff is incredibly cool. And the other thing that I really like to talk about is the sort of video game realm. We have a few video game companies that are dispensing with in-game currency altogether and just using Bitcoin instead. And I know that there have been many of these publicly talked about, but there are a few more in the pipeline. And that's really powerful, because all of these things speak to what the killer app is, although I really hate that term, and I don't know if anyone else does, but it just sort of bugs me. So what is the use case, and where is the most value in Bitcoin? And honestly, it's where it's always been. It's where all of us, I think, got very interested and excited about Bitcoin to begin with. It's in the native, decentralized, valuable token, and the fact that it's permissionless and that it crosses all sorts of borders. And that's what we're seeing with our customers and others. And not just borders between country, but borders between virtual and real commerce. So imagine JoyStream is a company that is providing torrenting services that's incentivized by Bitcoin, and they're using our API, and it's completely client-based and wholly decentralized. Hyperlands is one of the game company. Migo is the name of the game company, but Hyperlands is the game. It's an MMO where all of the game value is going to be in Bitcoin and then reconciled on the blockchain. But what's extremely cool about that, to me in particular, is that you can have people who wouldn't necessarily be able to engage in economic activity in the real world all of a sudden have the opportunity to do so in the virtual one, and then use that money, that value that they've created with Bitcoin, and apply it in real economic terms, right? And that's, I mean, intrinsically powerful, and that just speaks to the competitive advantage that we all knew existed with Bitcoin from the very beginning, which is the idea that it tears down these borders. So we're seeing that from our customers and from our activity. So in that regard, the dream is still very much alive. I was going to do a Portlandia GIF here, but this seemed more appropriate with the theme. I wanted to leave it open just because that was a pretty high-level view at some of our customers and what folks are doing, because I know there are a lot of technical people out there that might have questions about our infrastructure in particular. So I'd love to leave the rest of the time for questions.
Yeah, just you said the services would be fully decentralized, the services that consume your API.
Mm-hmm.
What's happening when you have downtime?
So that's a great question. So ultimately, a number of companies that use our API also do what's called a round robin with other API providers. So they'll wind up interleaving our API with other API providers or their own local node as well. Generally speaking, what we've found, because we've built this with reliability in mind, is that ultimately we are the last final foundational check before the node below that, and we have never failed for them. Now that said, obviously saying that we've never failed doesn't mean that we won't ever fail. But it's a question of design choices and onboarding developers into Bitcoin, and ultimately being able to hit a JSON API, a full blockchain, and figure out how to scale that out if they have a big application. And I for one, want to live in a world where both can work.
What's the healthcare application?
I can't talk about the customer in question, but what they're going to be doing is providing healthcare record verification by putting hashes into the blockchain.
So my question is, in what ways do you interact with a peer-to-peer network, and what countermeasures are you taking to ensure you're not partitioned or vulnerable to various sorts of attacks, like the BGP hijack we saw in Canada?
Which hijacking?
There was someone performed a BGP hijack at a internet exchange point in Toronto, I think like a year ago, to attack some miners.
Okay. So that actually might be a better question for engineers than me. I can tell you that security is sort of top of mind, and we are definitely as concerned about that as anybody else, because we have wallets and exchanges that run on our infrastructure. But ultimately, like we're good denizens for the Bitcoin network, and we want to. If the network fails, sort of we fail as a company, and we would never want that to happen in a general sense. Sorry, I can't be more specific.
Thanks.
Yeah. So actually, one name is using us for a variety of pieces of their project, but Blockstack itself can run off of any API. Cool. Well, if there are no other questions, thank you very much. And if any of you are interested in developing Bitcoin applications, please come find me. Thanks.
Thanks, Josh.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. So,
HDMI? I'm going to go this one. Microport. HDMI.
We also have VGA.
VGA is good. Oh, no, this one works. This one's good.
Sweet. All right. So our last speaker of the day is going to be Pindar Wong. Oh, what's up? So
is it? Yeah. Good.
All right. So I mean, I've only heard great things about him. That he's an awesome person and he's awesome on a technical level. So he's been involved in discussions about the internet, like around since when it was started. He co-founded the first licensed internet service provider in Hong Kong, and he contributed to organizing scaling Bitcoin Hong Kong. And it's my pleasure to have him close day one of the expo.
Okay, Inchinda, thank you very much. And thank you all for staying to the very bitter end of at least day one. My topic today is fork to death, what internet governance can learn from Bitcoin. And I really do mean it, and I'd like to explain why. So first of all, this is a fork. Is Multhenham here? No? Okay, so when we talk about forks in Bitcoin, we're talking obviously about the software. In the internet governance world, we don't talk about forks at all. We talk about fragmentation. So the title really here should be Fragmentation to Death. What, the internet world, the internet governance world can learn from Bitcoin. Why? Is because fragmentation of the actual internet itself is a real and clear and present danger. As we heard this morning, we have, in fact, two internets, right? At least. We have one behind a great firewall of China, and then we have the free and open internet. Now, as you know, I'm made in Hong Kong, and I also am from China, so we have some views this morning about the miners in China. And as you also know, I was very honored to finally meet many of you through the process of scaling Bitcoin. So what I'd like to do is, Brian Bishop, at the end of Phase 2 said, Pinder, why don't you put a post to the dev list on reflections on these two events? Because, Phase 1 was the first time many of the core devs got together face-to-face for the first time. And for Phase 2, that was many of the times that the mining, in terms of the hash power, all got together for the first time. So looking back on that, this presentation today is looking back on my observations of those two events together with the most recent one in Hong Kong about 2 weekends ago, which was the Bitcoin Roundtable. And as you know, there was the Hong Kong Consensus document that came from that. So look, first and foremost, I would like to thank the students who came from MIT, drove all the way up to Montreal to help out with this, again, seminal event. MIT was also one of the core underwriters for Phase 1 and also a sponsor for Phase 2. Niha was the program chair for Phase 2, and Jeremy, wherever he is, was the program chair for Phase 1. So thank you very much for that. So what can internet governance learn from Bitcoin? I really kind of summarize it as being 4 points. The first point being is, well, I think the Bitcoin community is very, very careful about attempts to externalize costs, and that's really smart. Right? There's, it's scaling. Clearly, I was the sort of the most stupid person in the room, which means I was in the right room. Okay, so this group of people are brilliant and very sensitive to the notions and attempts of externalizing costs. And we actually weren't very good at that in the internet. And I'm going to go through very specific examples. BGP attacks was mentioned earlier. I think spam is another one. And there's a few examples that we didn't do that sort of cost externalization analysis. And I think this community does that really well. And I think that we really should learn from Bitcoin about when you externalize costs and what that means, especially for shared systems. The second one really is, it's all about meritocracy, right? We really don't care who you are, black, white, male, female, gay, straight, whatever. It's really, can you contribute to the code? So we really see past, I hope, previous prejudice. And that technical meritocracy, what I would call the proof of work works, actually extends more than just the code, actually into the community itself. So seeing people in both Montreal and Hong Kong basically get on planes before they even knew what the program was, come into the event, have really good, deep technical discussions in a very civilized and respectful way was really, really good to see. The other thing that I've learned, I still use email. I don't do chat. I think I've tweeted like just over 40 tweets in my life. But it seems that this community really has discovered something faster than light, right? And that's rumor. Okay, and what I call real-time media audit, the use of Reddit and the use of all the different, it seems sort of 24 hours a day. And I think that's actually something to recognize, because to me that's really different. Right, I think sort of Corey had an exchange with, would the internet have occurred if it was constantly under this sort of media spotlight? Because we only had email, and I think the answer is no, it wouldn't have. But that's just my hypothesis. We can't really make that. And what I really think is happening right now is that this community is developing an immune system. Right? And I think that's really, really important, right? Because really, I don't think it's about governance at all. So let me explain why. So let's look at the internet today, right? So I started the first commercial ISP in Hong Kong in 1993. That's what, 23 years ago? How many of you are under 23? Okay. So technically before you were born. Oh gosh, I feel old. But in July 5th in 1993, there was a very famous comic in the New Yorker, and it was the comic on the left, which was on the internet, no one knows you're a dog. Okay, right? And it resonated because that was when we were talking about the internet. It was the first time that we were talking at a societal level. Internet had gone mainstream. It wasn't just sort of academics. It wasn't just geeks. It was mainstream talking about the internet. And this year we're seeing mainstream talking about Bitcoin. So that's kind of where I think we are, about 1993 in the internet. So hold that date in your mind. But the reality is right now, in spite of a free and open internet, we've got really the right, which is our metadata analysis indicates that he's definitely a brown lab. He lives with a white and black spotted beagle mix, and I suspect they are humping. Right? So the metadata these days is the message. Right? We don't actually need to see inside the message. So we've developed this internet, which is supposed to be free and open, right? And obviously, in terms of what the previous word of governance, we failed, right? Also, in terms of governance, we have, back in those days, before text, we had a wonderful world which I'm going to describe. This was before images. And it's actually those people who were at that cusp, like Joichi Ito, who run the Media Labs at MIT, who are feeling very, very strongly right now about Bitcoin, so that we don't make architectural compromises that jeopardizes an interoperable, well, for the Bitcoin blockchain to fulfill its, I think, ultimate destiny. So, today I wasn't actually supposed to be here. I was supposed to be in Morocco. Because there was something called, there's an ICANN meeting. This is Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. So the internet, I think Joseph mentioned, well, you know, in the previous talk, the internet kind of just works. Well, there's actually a lot of engineering that makes the internet work. And the closest thing that I can compare to sort of the consensus protocols like BGP, right, the Border Gateway Protocol, which is all these individual routers operate this algorithm, and somehow all the packets end up really where they should go. But there's one crucial point, which is on the internet you need to have a hierarchical numbering system for IP addresses. And ones we use IPv4. And I was also the vice chair, the alternate chair of APNIC, which does all the IP address assignment for the Asia Pacific. Again, through historical accident. Now this meeting is very, very important. Well, I think it's very important because it's the 55th meeting. Right? Scaling Bitcoin's only had 2, right? This one has had 55 meetings since 1998, which is when it started. And this meeting is supposed to decide when the US government really kind of lets go of the car keys and lets ICANN basically self-administer. All right? And that was supposed to have happened on September 30th, year 2000. So we're 16 years, almost 16 years late. Right? But perhaps better late than never. But this is as close to internet governance as you'll probably get. So you'll remember there's a seminal moment in Bitcoin, well for me it was seminal, when on the front page of The Economist there was, right, the trust machine, right? Right. So if you look at today's Economist, published today, there is an article, I mean this will all be on the web, which is Internet Governance, We the Networks. All right, so this topic here is about internet governance and what internet governance can learn from Bitcoin. So what is internet governance? It's blah, 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 blah. This took over, I think, several years to negotiate the text. Okay? A working nation, or a United Nations working group on internet governance. And we had a fundamental problem of communication, because guys like me show up in jeans and whatever, and the policymaker goes, well, who are you? Sorry, don't mean to call you out. Okay. Yeah, it's okay. Here's you lose the tie, right? Who are you? And I'm like saying, no, what's the problem, right? So the different difference between the engineering view of, okay, don't mind me, but just tell me what the problem is and I'll solve it, or try and solve it, versus who are you, which is, well, a different kind of discussion. So that kind of typifies the internet governance world. And in the internet governance world, I believe is the wrong model. And we heard this morning a talk about governance, right? And that you can't escape government, but you do need governance. I think Arvind said something like that, right? Well, I actually think that that may be a little bit wrong. Because right now, I think whatever we have within Bitcoin is actually working. And I'll go and explain why. Why is it the wrong model? Because, again, looking at the internet we've got today, that's the governance model which brought that about. If you talk about governance, you're looking at control, you're looking at points of centralization, you're looking about aligning different competing interests. Whereas if we change that model, and what I'm trying to do from this afternoon's presentation is, anytime from this point forward you hear the word Bitcoin governance, stop and correct the person. Say, don't talk governance, talk health. Right? I want you to talk about Bitcoin ecosystem health. And think about what that actually means. Because anything that you do should improve the Bitcoin ecosystem health, however you perceive that to be. So that's point number one. Don't talk governance, talk health. Right? Now what I mean by Bitcoin health is that we are building, hopefully, an industry, all the different players, commercial, non-commercial, hopefully also including academia. And when we do that, everyone has different interests. But I think what aligns us all is that this is an ecosystem, a system where we all are interdependent, almost by design. And in so doing, that we need to really think very carefully about the health of the whole ecosystem, obviously in addition to your own individual health. And above that, yes, we're dealing with issues of technical scalability. That's really been the whole block size discussion or debate, the drama that has happened over the last year and a half. And what I'm also going to show you is that, I'm sorry, but that's absolutely normal. Right? It may be your first time going through the mill, but it's absolutely normal. It's actually, I think, as Corey mentioned, sort of having these arguments is in many ways the strength of Bitcoin. So, beyond technically scalable, which is something which I think we can solve, is the whole question of, is the whole thing economically sustainable? I think that is actually an open question, right? With the whole concept of the subsidy, with some of the costs of operating the whole system in terms of either CPU time or in terms of the unspent transactions, are we actually calculating the sort of the total cost of the system so that the whole thing is economically sustainable in addition to technically sustainable? In that regard, I want you to think about what you consider for an ecosystem, like just like the environment that you live in, what do you consider to be pollution? For example, the UTX opal, right? And what would you consider normal, right? What you would consider in your best stream a normal, functioning, or healthy Bitcoin ecosystem? Because that's the image I want us to define, and that's the image I hope we can all work towards. So in the internet ecosystem, we actually look at evolution. We don't talk about sort of, I got the right solution. There are no permanent favorites. And in that regard, in terms of the recent events in 2003, the Snowden revelations, the compromises of various magic numbers in terms of the various NIST recommendations, the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force, which basically develops a lot of the core protocols for the internet, classified that as an attack. Right? It recognized that. Previously, we used to talk about censorship as recognized as an attack, and the internet rights around it. That's an evolutionary process, right? That's being very mature, saying, yeah, we mucked up, we learn from it, and we evolve. So, in addition to an ecosystem health model, look at an evolutionary model, right? Things that don't evolve die, right? Darwin is a hard taskmaster. And so that yin-yang diagram, again, I'm from Asia, so we think in circles and balance and that kind of thing. So that really is the whole concept of stimulus and response, stimulating your immune system and having your immune system adapt and evolve. It's also used in Japan for Kaizen, right? This system of permanent and continuous improvement. And as you know from my talks in closing and opening scaling Bitcoin, I believe Bitcoin should have the best tech, right? Which means that we should have the best people evolving the system to meet, again, this goal of ecosystem health. How many of you remember this? Oh gosh, you geeks. Okay, so Andreessen, right? A16Z, right? Well, before he was a VC, he actually wrote some code, and this is the code he wrote, right? Which is NCSA Mosaic, which is from the National Center for Supercomputing Applications. This is around about 1993, I think. But there was an era before that, which is a very magical era, which is my era, which is an era of text, pure imagination, no graphics, no distractions. And in that era, we had really a timeline. If it was a timeline, we had sort of the academic networks, right, up to 1993, more or less. We had a trade association began in 1991 called the Commercial Internet Exchange, which again, my ISP joined as a member. But this NSFNet, this National Science Foundation network, again, this network was designed to survive nuclear attack, right? What's the definition of optimist? Your engineering field is design a network that can survive a nuclear attack. Okay, fine. But there was a whole bunch of 20 more years of research and development before commercialization, which is around about 1993. All right, and the commercial guys, then I dropped out of university. I was 23 or 24 at the time. I had a PhD, whatever, dropped out, co-founded this ISP. And obviously ISPs were commercial. They had one simple goal, which was to make money, right? And the way you make money is you keep your costs low, right? And you keep your revenue high, right? It's no magic. I mean, we're from Hong Kong. It's kind of built into our blood, our DNA. But there was a huge culture clash, right? Between those who were so-called purists versus those who were commercial, right? You can probably see where I'm going with this, right? In terms of some of the culture clashes, perhaps, that we're seeing now between the new entrants whose sole goal, which is absolutely fine, which is making money, and those who are the true, the true core, flag bearers, so to speak. So this conflict in culture, I experienced directly at that point in time. And for those of you who want to double check that, you look at the Cook reports at the time. Lots and lots of drama. All right? Nothing particularly new. When you have, again, a difference of culture. Now, let's look at that time. So again, right now, where I think we are in Bitcoin is, in some sense, we have it backwards, right? We've kind of got all commercial, and as Arvind mentioned, the academia has a very good at scaling in terms of that knowledge, and maybe we need to look at that red bit, which is sort of build an equivalent NSFNet, and some of us are actually doing that, and that will be my last slide. But the main thing here is in terms of the point number one, which I think the Bitcoin community is very, very sensitive to externalizing costs, right? And that's something that we didn't quite manage too well with an ISP. In the ISP system, my network connects to your network. I think there are about 60 or 70,000 of these right now. And it's a shared system, right? There's no one internet. There's 70,000 different autonomous systems that comprise the internet. And every of them, that's why they're called autonomous systems. And when you're commercial, your goal is to make money, which means you keep your costs low or you shift those costs onto someone else. Okay? You externalize your costs. If you keep your costs low and you shove the costs to the ecosystem or the environment, pollution being an example, right? You make more money. And for commercial, that's kind of just the way it is. And I think the Bitcoin ecosystem is very clever in identifying where costs are being externalized. And that's really good at its stage of development. So let's take the trip down the memory bus. And this is really to highlight that these big debates are perhaps nothing really new. So get used to them. This won't be the last. So if we look at Rick Adams, who he has a very long history, but he also founded UUNet, and then that eventually got acquired. In the old days of text, there was a sort of peer-to-peer network called Usenet News. And Usenet News had a technical limitation, right? That the Usenet News groups could only have 14 characters. Look familiar, right? That was the constraint. And people say, no, 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 I want to create a news group, but, you know, each of the 14 characters had to be unique. And there was like a big revolt. And the big revolt was saying, hey, look, the original big 7 Usenet news groups, these are just chat groups like bulletin boards. I don't know if you remember that, right? Just all text. People who are interested in a certain subject would all gather together and talk about certain things. Right? And there were 7 big categories, right? Comp, miss, news, rec, blah, blah, blah. And they're all based on hierarchies. And then there was a revolution, right? There was an alt hierarchy where pretty much anything went, right? And that's where I really got introduced to the internet in 1987 in university, when you're looking at these Usenet news groups, and then, you know, when photos came along later on, and you had to go stitch them together, it's like, oh my God, I don't know the human body could do that, right? So you get really exposed to humanity at its rawest. And it was absolutely wonderful. It was absolutely diverse. You could find anyone and everyone interested in one particular esoteric subject. I was into, at that point, Saab 900i cars, right? And I found a group that was really into Saab 900i cars. And that was the internet that I fell in love with, which was this whole borderless, you know, don't look at me, don't look at you, we don't know, no one on the internet knows you're a dog, but we were all brought together with a common purpose. It was all text, there was no graphics, okay? And at that point in time, there was, you know, a book, right? Someone wrote a book which is a guide to this space, this information space, a hitchhiker's guide to the internet, right? So I think Andreas Antonopoulos' book on Bitcoin is kind of like the first hitchhiker's guide for that space. So that was like the first conflict, right? The so-called war, the Usenet wars. And then there was another one, right? Which is actually the domain name system wars, right? Which is the domain name, similarly, which again, it came from a site the US government funded, NSFNet. And again, the meeting today in Marrakesh is hopefully going to decide that that's the end of the US government involvement with ICANN, which is why that's significant. Is that when it was started commercialization, the backbone network was only academic. All right, there are about 4,000 nodes in the network. That was it. And when in 1992, when the US government said, hey, you know, you've got this government-paid infrastructure, and then we're beginning to see these commercial players on the line, then a lot of people dropped out of university or changed from university and went commercial. And when they did that, they had huge problems, right? Because commercial, as I said, the culture clash between commercial thinking, which is purely to make money, to sort of the academic thinking, there was basically a culture clash. So when we began to see this commercialization, great coders like Mark Andreessen wrote originally NCSA Mosaic, then Netscape, and in many ways the rest is history. But at that point in time, the domain name system, which we all relied upon, this translation from some text strings, humanly understandable, to IP addresses, only had 7 top-level generic top-level domains. Again, a sort of limitation. Was that actually a technical limitation, or was it just a historical accident? We've basically spent the last 20 years unpacking, okay, through this thing called ICANN. And at that point in time, just registering a domain name was $50, right? So when that happened, people started complaining, say, hey, it shouldn't be $50. What really should it be? It should be market price, right? What's the fee market? What's the market price of a domain name? Nobody knew, right? So we've basically taken a suck and see attitude, and we've now seen that price basically drop to about $5 or less. And lo and behold, we had ICANN. I was actually involved when I was appointed by the Internet Architecture Board to look at this even before that, through a previous process before ICANN, and then ICANN, I was the first vice chairman. So from that perspective, if we look at how the internet really has not been too graceful or as strategic as I think the Bitcoin community, sort of 3 examples came to mind, one of which was BGP, right, which is how networks exchange routing information, reachability information with one another. And yes, you can attack it, you can redirect someone else's traffic, but when you're an ISP, what your basic costs are is you're renting these communication lines. So if the traffic that you receive off the internet is not destined for your network, you get rid of it as fast as possible, right? Hot potato routing. You shove it out of the closest interface and you forget about it. Why? Because it's an ecosystem problem, right? It's not destined for my network. It's going to be my costs, not my customer. Chuck it out the nearest, open the window and chuck it out, right? Another example, probably the one that's closest, is email spam, right? That's sort of, perhaps a design flaw in the protocol, or someone said that's the way the protocol behaves, right? Why not exploit it? But the very existence of email spam basically caused a lot of people to be pushed out of the market. How many of you run mail servers by yourself, right? A lot of you know, okay, that's good, we all know that, well done. But a lot of us use sort of webmail services, right? Why? Because even the cost of filtering that spam, which is an ecosystem cost, right? The spammer can send millions of email, but the rest of us have to bear that cost, has now caused centralization in email, right? Second unintended consequence of a design flaw in a protocol which is then opened, which didn't forbid such behavior. So so the few spammers exploited it. So are there equivalents with, for example, spam on the Bitcoin network, leading to the UTXO pool, right? Another one is the transition that was supposed to have happened between IPv4, the limited number of addresses that we have, which is currently what we have, and the sort of Internet of Things that we would like it to be, right? Which we've just heard from IBM earlier today, right? But we're really facing not an Internet of Things, we're actually facing an Internet of Threats. Right? Who knows what software is in all these sensors all over? And what I'm very interested in, the reason why I'm here today and not America, is because Bitcoin, I believe, will build the Internet of Trust. Right? I think it's a foundational general purpose tech, right? Forward-looking statement. Because, I don't know what Bitcoin is. Right. I think I know, but it's going to evolve. Just like in the days of text, and I said, you know what, you're going to go do real-time video on this thing back in 1993. What are you smoking? I want some. Right? Because it's not, no one can predict the future. So the other example is the DNS route. Okay, there's a route, and then that gets attacked every now and then. And there was an incident where, just like the Luke Jr. The fork that was used in Arvin's example, and how the community responded within the hour, right? Because they all kind of knew each other, they worked, they all agreed to downgrade the software to keep that working. There is an internet equivalent, which is again, all the root servers but one fell over. And those poor Vixies who stood up. And it's just like, oh, we need a backup system for the root of the internet. Well, no, you don't. You actually need to keep it working. And so the trust that was engendered in that community held it over. The root server community held that community over together in times of crisis. And so that's why I think events like scaling are very important, because it builds the community equity. You get to know one another. You see people out of context. You say, hey, look, the best quote that I had from phase one is, you're an asshole, I'm an asshole, but let's be assholes together. All right? Yes. Right? That's great. So, but the whole point being here is externalization of costs for shared systems such as Bitcoin. So what could those be? So for example, if the protocol needs to evolve, and your software, if you write a wallet software, I'm sorry, you're going to have to write some code, right? You have to go through, it's much cheaper for me as a business not to have to absorb any costs of changing my code. That's ideal. If to change a parameter, life is good. If the existence and emergence of a fee market, oh gosh, my writing a wallet software is going to be complicated. What's the price now that I'm going to have? What's the market price, right? That I need to get my transactions confirmed. Right? Extra complexity. So as a business, you're not going to do that. But then what's the cost to the ecosystem if that individual player externalizes their cost on us? And I think this group is actually, again, the brain trust is quite amazing, and I think everyone's figured that one out. So, internet governance, wrong model. You talk about everything, everyone says Bitcoin governance, stop them right there and say, nope, it's not about governance, it's about ecosystem health. I think that's a very important point that I want to make, because I think you can actually have a productive discussion together on what your vision is of what that ecosystem looks like when it's healthy. And furthermore, what's happened over the recent discussions, which by example of the internet, you've got all these so-called wars, you end up healthier afterward, right? Bitcoin Core has got a very clear, for example, website, blah, 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 blah. That's evolved, right? Stimulus and response. So it's really not about governance, it's really about health. So that's point number one. And again, taking from theory and putting it into practice. Right? A lot of the research elements now are just becoming known. You again want the best tech, I hope, for Bitcoin, and you want to actually implement that. So, what are the role of universities, right? As I said before, we had NSFNet, which was kind of the R&D, and then we had commercialization. I think with Bitcoin, we had commercialization from day one. Well, it was built on 20 years. I mean, I was at Financial FC 97, right? Which is, probably the first one, I think. So having interest in this space and watching it evolve, Bitcoin to me, I'm completely out of the Bitcoin closet. But universities really act as a neutral platform, I think. And as you heard from Arvin, academia scales better. That's what I think I heard this afternoon. But universities over long arcs of time, again, serve as trust anchors for society, right? Digital trust anchors now. So as we move from analog to digital, I believe that they can also serve as an early warning device for society. So what does that really mean in practice? Well, Shinichiro Matsuo and myself, we would like to, I think he also announced the establishment of the Aishin network. Well, Aishin in Japanese means on-tune, the equivalent in Cantonese, which is a feeling of safety, right? Which is quite hard to translate, but it's a feeling of safety. So we call it the Be Safe network, which I'll get into in a moment. But for example, universities operating fully validated nodes, right? Mainnet, testnet, whatever, operate them. Why not? Right? Well, there's a cost association, but there's a societal good, right? Could they act as seed nodes for the rest of the network? Great. If you know where they are, could you introduce other protocols to add telemetry to it? Do research, not just on Bitcoin, but some other networks? Why not? And it's also empowering. Again, the Bitcoin students, Bitcoin project pioneered by MIT is a great example of that. Things that they also can do is they could help with documentation, right? Some of the initial deliberation. And think about sort of wider things, such as ethics and research of cryptographic currencies. If, for example, you found as a researcher a fundamental flaw in Bitcoin, you could make money from that, right? It could be marking movement event. So, what would you do? What is the ethical thing to do? Alternatively, if you publish yourself as a researcher and you have that information, do you put yourself at personal risk with a proverbial fork, right? Because it could be market moving. Why? Because currencies are obviously a very clear representation of societal trust. And last but not least is looking at things involving intellectual property, which I won't go into. So right now, in terms of the current list of participants in the Be Safe network, this is it. The one I would like to announce is tomorrow, which is in fact Ghana's National Day. Forward ever, backwards never. I think that's their slogan. 3 universities, University of Ghana, the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, and University of Cape Coast. So if you do want to participate or are interested in, Shinichiro, if you don't mind standing up, please contact us in the hallway. Again, the hope of today's presentation is really to try and stimulate discussion in blockchain research. Right, so do we need an NSFNet for Bitcoin? And I say yes, I think we do. I think we're now beginning to see, as Arvin's mentioned, the list of papers. We need to make this area a safe space for legitimate research, right? Serious research, we want the best minds. And this is an attempt to do that. There's a slight tweak in here which you can actually use the Bitcoin blockchain to incentivize research. There's something slightly different, which is this is kind of open research. It's not just universities. There are people who are, like myself, amateurs but are enthusiasts, but we may have an academic bent. We don't need to be excluded from doing research in this space. But if you can remember, you had the NSFnet, then you had commercialization. We've got, in some sense, commercialization. Can we backfill the research network that needs to take place? So with that, I will close and say that everything's going to be okay. Right? 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 Let's leave it on that note. Jinda.
See you tomorrow morning. Go.
Thank you.
Last slide about the universities.
Sure.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Maybe you have to go this way. It'll be on the internet. I'll email it.
Thanks, man.
Kill me now.